I'm calling to order this hearing, a roundtable. I guess it's a hearing, a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Wednesday, October 15, 2025. The time is 12:16 in the afternoon. We are having this hearing in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing, this is an oversight hearing on the issue of chronic absenteeism and truancy. The Committee of the Whole and its predecessor committees has had a hearing on attendance or truancy at least once a year for over a decade. The purpose of this oversight hearing is to hear from government witnesses, experts, school leaders, teachers, families, advocates, and students about school attendance, that would be absenteeism and truancy, as well as barriers to regular school attendance and how to remove those barriers. In the 2024-2025 school year, 39.5% of public charter school students were chronically absent, meaning they missed 10% or more school days. While such data is not yet available for the District of Columbia Public Schools, I'm reading from the hearing notice. The report just came out, so that data is available, but I don't have that in front of me. In the 2023-2024 school year, 36.9% of the students were chronically absent. Numerous studies have shown that chronic absenteeism, truancy have serious consequences for students, from falling behind academically to higher likelihood of dropping out. Moreover, juvenile delinquency correlates strongly with truancy. While schools have a crucial role to play by building relationship-centered learning environments, engaging families, and staging early interventions, they are not alone in the task of promoting student attendance. The Deputy Mayor for Education, the Child and Family Services Agency, Court Social Services, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the Department of Human Services, and the Office of the Attorney General all play significant roles in supporting student attendance. This committee is particularly concerned with strategies to increase student attendance, the efficacy of early warning and support systems, and coordination across government agencies in tackling the dire problem of chronic absenteeism and truancy. This hearing will also serve as an opportunity to reflect on the first completed year of the DHS Truancy Intervention Pilot and its results. I was reading that from the hearing notice for today. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. I do want to say more. I touched on this in what I was reading from the hearing notice. There are two perspectives on looking at absenteeism or truancy. Truancy is unexcused absences. Chronic absenteeism can be excused as well as unexcused absences. Generally, we characterize chronic absenteeism as 20 or more days in a school year, and truancy at 10 or more days. Those are unexcused. I touched on this in the hearing notice. The two perspectives, one is from an education perspective, and education comes under the Committee of the Whole. We want kids in school. They're not learning if they're not in school. If they're absent, they're not learning. So there's clearly a need for improving attendance if we want to improve educational outcomes. The other perspective is from a criminal justice perspective, and that's not to say that being absent from school is criminal or ought to be criminal, but there is a correlation between delinquency and absenteeism. That is, not every kid who misses school is going to become delinquent, but kids who are delinquent, you get into the juvenile delinquency system, and there's a very strong correlation with absenteeism. So from that perspective, if we look at absenteeism and more particularly truancy, it's actually an early indicator of kids who are at risk of getting into the juvenile justice system. And that's an important aspect if we want to reduce juvenile delinquency, to use truancy as a way of identifying kids and deal with them proactively rather than reactively when they get involved, justice involved. We're not doing very well in this regard. So I looked at some numbers. I was sort of hoping that I would write this out as a statement, so I'm going to be a little bit ad-libbing here. But just looking at DCPS attendance metrics, in-seat attendance, a year ago, 87.4%. This past year, 87.2%. slightly worse. Truancy, a year ago, overall with DCPS, 2 years ago, that school year 23-24, 33.4% of students were truant. Last year, 35%. That's worse. Chronic absenteeism. 2 years ago, 36.9%. Last year, 38.2%. Each one of these metrics, DCPS performed worse. And that generally was a trend across the board with our public education system. So I looked at this another way. And that was, picked 5 schools. Savoy Elementary School. In 2018-2019, before the pandemic, 61.32% of kids were truant. Truant, that's unexcused absences. Last year, 69.3%, worse. Turner Elementary School. Before the pandemic, 64.11%. Last year, 69%, worse. Walker Jones, before the pandemic, 40%. That's 2018-2019 school year. Last year, 58.1%, worse. Susan Middle School, 52.29% compared to last year, 58%. Jefferson Middle School, 42.7%. In 2018-2019, 54.8% last year. Each of these schools worsening attendance. We decided to look at it a different way. What about schools that have improved? Every year when we have these hearings, we talk about schools that have shown significant improvement, as if we're finally discovering what the secret is to reducing absenteeism. McKinley, in 2022-23 school year, 41% truant. In 23-24, the next year, 13.4%, went from 41% to 13.4%, 13.4% after the pandemic. Last year, 62.9%. Susan Middle School went from 57.8% in 2022 to 4.9%. That's single digit, 4.9% in 23-24. Last year, 58%. Jefferson Middle School from 49% in 2022 to 13.2% in 23 to 54.8%. Check, 50.5% to 10.9% to 51.2%. I have 2 more on the list. Elliott Hine, Eastern High School. Eastern from 74% to 38% to 74%. So we see improvement in schools and then they regress. What's going on? What are we doing systemically, or rather, what are we not doing systemically so that these schools that improve stay improved? Why is it that they're regressing like that? So I'll close out with just one other, if I can find it. I was going through, as I said, we've had these hearings every year. And I found this little gem. So it used to be the Child and Family Services Agency for kids under 13, there are referrals when kids are truant, and they embraced this, Child and Family Services Agency. They embraced this, and they actually worked hard at trying to help those kids so that they would get back into school. That isn't the case any longer with CFSA, but there was this little gem in testimony in 2013 from Brenda Donald, who was then the director of Child and Family Services Agency, and I hope you all are sitting. In recent years, we have seen significant progress in DCPS's efforts to reduce truancy rates and bring students back to school. I'm going to interrupt. Let me remind you that the figures for DCPS, which I mentioned before, this past school year, their truancy rate was 35%, up from 33.4% the year before. So Brenda Donald testified 12 years ago. In recent years, we've seen significant progress in DCPS's efforts to reduce truancy rates and bring students back to school. DCPS has seen its overall truancy rate reduced from 15%, that's 15% in 2010 to 11% in 2012. 11%. And last year it was 35%. We are not improving, but we are spending a lot of money A lot of money. I need that other chart. We have these programs, Show Up, Stand Out, which is moved from Office of Victim Services, Justice Grants Administration to OSSI. This year, we're spending $2.2 million. ACE, which is at Department of Human Services. This year, we're spending $4.1 million. PASS, also at DHS, $6.9 million. Attendance Pilot Program, $4.3 million at DHS. Everyday Labs are $375,000, a total of $17.875 million in this year's budget to deal with attendance. That's up from $17.495 million last year. Spending a lot of money on attendance, and we're not seeing significant improvement. So we have a lot of witnesses. Let me turn to colleagues if they have opening statements. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have an opening statement?
I do. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman, for convening this important hearing on chronic absenteeism and truancy in the District of Columbia. I want to thank my colleagues, both Council Members Parker and Pinto, for introducing the Improving School Attendance Outcomes Amendment Act of 2025. I also want to acknowledge my support for you, Chairman, for your pilot Truancy Reduction Temporary Amendment Act of 24 and 2025, which established the DHS Truancy Reduction Pilot Program. I think this has been an important shift toward connecting families with supportive services rather than automatically funneling students into the justice system. The scope of absenteeism and truancy in the district presents some major challenges. According to OSSI's District of Columbia Attendance Report, 39.2% of district students were chronically absent in the 2023-2024 school year. That's nearly 4 in 10 students missing at least 10% of their enrolled instructional days. For high school students, the situation is even worse. Over half, 56%, were chronically absent. These numbers mask some profound disparities. Black students were over 12 times more likely to be chronically truant and nearly 4 times more likely to be chronically absent compared to white students. Economically disadvantaged students were 3 times more likely to be chronically absent than their peers. And a 2022 report from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council shows that chronic absenteeism significantly increases the likelihood of juvenile justice system involvement. This brings us to the central question I think we got to grapple with today, and that's how do we balance accountability with support, particularly when the status quo has been leaving thousands of truancy cases unaddressed. Today, we need honest assessments from all of our witnesses, both our public witnesses and our government witnesses. We need to understand what interventions can actually work, what agencies can realistically handle, and how we address these disparities without criminalizing the students we're trying to help. Our students deserve better. That's the bottom line. Our students deserve better. Our city deserves a solution that tackles the root causes while addressing the profound inequities at the heart of this crisis. So again, I want to thank Chairman Mendelson for convening this hearing today. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today. I look forward to your testimony. I have meetings to attend throughout the course of the day, so I won't be able to stay here the entire time, but I have staff who are closely monitoring this hearing. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson and your entire team, for your focus on this important issue and for holding today's oversight hearing. Our kids need to be in school every day to thrive academically and socially. And we have to make sure that our kids are attending school. And when they're not attending school, we need all of our kids to know that we care about their well-being and want to make sure that they can get on the right track. I continue to be deeply concerned about the high rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy that we're seeing in our city. Student attendance in the district is at a crisis point. Last school year, over 38% of DCPS students missed over 10% of the school year. And I want to be clear, chronic absenteeism is a public safety and public health emergency. We need a holistic approach to urgently address and prevent this issue going forward. According to the DC's Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, while most kids who are chronically absent do not become involved in the criminal justice system, justice-involved kids are more likely to have chronically missed school. As the chair of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, I remain focused on improving public safety across the district, and that work encompasses ensuring that we invest in our kids, in our families, in our schools, and in our communities. Schools are the safest place for our kids to be. At school, students learn the skills and knowledge that prepares them for future success and to contribute to our communities in meaningful ways. Schools are where young people have access to, most importantly, their education, but also mental health and support services, healthy meals, mentorship from trusted adults, and a supportive peer community, and so much more. Our young people deserve a robust education and the opportunity to develop their passions, explore new ideas, and build a healthy and fulfilled life. When students are not in their seats in the classroom, they are deprived of all of these fundamental opportunities that we as a city need to be providing to them. And when they're not in their seats, they need to know that the adults in this city and all of us in this room care deeply about them. And we're committed to helping you get to school. Across district government and across our communities, we must be focused on getting our kids to the classroom every day. This is a collaborative citywide effort that will ensure our kids are safe and set up for success. I've talked about before a visit that I did to a community school in Maryland where every student at the school, starting at age 10, knew all of the rules when it came to how many days they could miss, what that meant for their families, what that meant for their entire school community. And it was a remarkable reminder of how resilient and strong our young people can be when we equip them with the information that they need. And I continue to think about that community school in Maryland as a model for what we need to make sure that our kids know around the rules, around attendance, and how important it is. Today, I'm looking forward to hearing from our students, parents, teachers, and community advocates about how we can better tailor our interventions to the specific challenges facing each student, recognizing that those who miss school due to health reasons may need drastically different interventions from those who fear coming to school for safety reasons, or those who don't believe that their time is well spent in the classroom. Addressing these challenges requires relationship building, creative outreach, and consistent follow-up with our students and families across multiple agencies, and I'm committed to ensuring that our agencies have the support they need to make this work more effective. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for hosting today's hearing. I look forward to the input from the community, and especially hearing from those schools that have seen a lot of progress when it comes to attendance this year, as well as interventions that Deputy Mayor Kine and his team have been so focused on to make progress in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this hearing and being committed to the issue of addressing and improving absenteeism and truancy in the district. This has been a priority for me, not only because I believe if we can keep our young people in school, we will improve our juvenile delinquency rates, but also ensure that they are academically strong. The crisis of truancy is a nationwide issue, and I think that's important to keep in context, with significant implications for students' academic success and overall well-being. Chronic absenteeism, defined as missing 10% or more of school days, has become a serious challenge since COVID-19. The U.S. rate of chronic absenteeism reached about 31% in 2022 school year and decreased to 28% in the 2022-23 year. This trend highlights the urgent need for schools and communities to address the factors contributing to chronic absenteeism and ensure that students are in school to benefit from valuable instructional time. In the district, Roughly 40% of DCPS students were chronically absent in the 2023-24 school year, a roughly 10% decrease from the previous academic year. Last year, however, we saw a slight increase in absenteeism of 0.3 of a percentage point, and chronic truancy remained largely unchanged. This crisis is most pressing in our high schools, where in some instances, truancy rates have reached 70+% and even exceeded 80%. While there has been a lot of discussion about the responsibilities of young people, there hasn't been enough talk about the responsibilities of parents and the fact that our system is fundamentally broken. To that last point, our system is complicated and in fact broken. We have a bifurcated system. Students younger than 13 years of age are referred to the Child and Family Services Agency, or CFSA, which the Committee on Youth Affairs oversees. In these cases, the legal burden falls on the parents to ensure their child goes to school. For young people aged 13 and older, the legal burden shifts to the child or the young person. Referrals are made to Court Social Services, a federal entity, and then referred to the district's independent office of the Attorney General, which is jointly overseen by the Committee of Youth Affairs and the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Meanwhile, education matters fall under the Committee of the Whole. Besides this disjointed oversight responsibility of this body, the numbers from referrals made by schools highlight a major breakdown in our system. I recently spoke to KIPP DC, one of our largest charter LEAs, about its process for tracking truancy. Step one, they told me, after every unexcused absence, the school makes a direct phone call to the family by the teacher or school office manager. Step two, if a student continues to be truant, they are referred to an attendance specialist team, which engages with the student and family to address the underlying reasons for absenteeism. Step three, if a student reaches 5 unexcused absences, family outreach intensifies with escalating levels of support. And then step 4, at 10 unexcused absences for young people under the age of 13, there is a referral to CFSA, as was previously mentioned. In the 2024-25 school year, there were reportedly 7,857 educational neglect reports made to CFSA. Of those, only 7,432 were screened out. I'm going to give those numbers again. 7,857 educational neglect reports were made to CFSA, meaning young people missed 10 or more days of school that were unexcused. 7,432 of those referrals were screened out, which means the agency reviewed the situation and determined that it was not its obligation to pursue per its statutory obligation to investigate educational neglect and abuse. Only 52 of those thousands of referrals were substantiated for educational neglect. One major breakdown in referrals of truant minors under the age of 13 is that CFSA believes its statutory responsibility is to investigate and pursue matters of neglect, which is a very technical and legal term. In this case, educational neglect. Any matter not rising to that legal definition of educational neglect is therefore screened out. It is important to stress I agree with the agency here. It is not CFSA's responsibility to pursue and track every matter of school attendance. They have a statutory obligation by law to pursue neglect. I believe it is an inappropriate outfit to triage, manage, and address truancy in non-neglect situations by this agency. CFSA has argued that its time and resources would be better used to pursue neglect, and a single human services agency would be better able to support families in getting their young people to schools. For students over the age of 13, we see a similar breakdown. The Office of the Attorney General received over 3,100 truancy referrals. They screened out roughly 40% of these referrals because they determined they couldn't be prosecuted. And they sent roughly 34% of their referrals to programs like ACE and PASS, which are managed by the Department of Human Services. The OAG also shares that they currently have a backlog of about 700 students. One tidbit that I thought was most striking is that they haven't even gotten to triage cases that have been referred to the agency this school year. They are still working on referrals from the last school year, as I understand it. To this end, the mayor previously introduced legislation that would transfer truancy matters to the Department of Human Services. This council declined to act on that bill. I also introduced legislation last year to transfer truancy responsibilities to DHS. Instead, the council funded a multi-year pilot through DHS, which has shown promising results. Young people connected to that pilot run by DHS, an agency that is able to provide case management support and resources, have seen a roughly 50% improvement in truancy. Last week, I introduced my Care for Youth plan, which includes the Improving School Attendance Outcomes Amendment Act, which would do the following: require schools to notify OSSI after 5 absences so that there's earlier interventions. And ultimately, it would shift truancy matters to DHS from CFSA and from the Office of the Attorney General, prompting for there to be a unified referral system by the year 2028. I hope this committee will urgently move on that legislation. I will end here. It is clear that the district has its work cut out for us in addressing truancy. I believe there are a lot of people up here and throughout the city that want to see improvement. I think one easy fix is ensuring that we have the right agencies and the right people addressing the matter. And I believe we'll hear testimony today about that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to today's witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, council colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting today's roundtable discussion on chronic absenteeism and truancy here in the district. And I appreciate all the work that your office has been doing to move the needle on this issue. There are a number of consequences that students face when they do not go to school. For example, we know that when students miss school, their grades drop and their possibility of going to college significantly decreases. Data recently shows by DCPS how in 2023 through 2024 school year, 36.9% of DC students, which is roughly 16,000, were chronically absent, and the citywide truancy rate was 33.4%. Now, when we look at data specifically for Ward 7, we see that Ward 7 schools are well above the city averages. This includes multiple schools where over 1/3 of students missed 21 days or more. The same data shows that the most referrals to the Child and Family Services Agency for Educational Neglect were from schools in Ward 7 and 8. This aligns with the alarming fact that schools east of the river have the highest K through 8 truancy rates. When it comes to our high schoolers, on one hand, I was pleased to see that the district's intentionality in addressing truancy by selecting Eastern and HD Woodson, both Ward 7 schools, to be a part of the city's truancy reduction pilot. But on the other hand, it was disappointing that they were selected because they had very high truancy rates. Now, given the serious consequences of absenteeism and truancy, it is critical that we discuss how we can work to remove those barriers. While schools have an instrumental role to play in fostering healthy learning environments, engaging with families, and staging early interventions, it is not their responsibility alone. Truancy intervention must be holistic. This includes, but certainly not limited to, greater conversations about parental responsibility and accountability. Further, with the increase in federal law enforcement officers and ICE present, we as a city need to evaluate how this is impacting chronic absenteeism and truancy and what solutions should be considered. So I look forward to continuing the discussion with the OSSI, the DME, and DCPS, and I look forward to hearing today's public witnesses. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the public witnesses who will be testifying today for bringing your energy and passion to this critical issue. As the school year began, our schools were called to welcome students back to classrooms under extraordinary circumstances, with federal law enforcement officers patrolling the streets, educators and administrators Parents and neighbors stepped up to accompany students on the way to school, help everyone understand their rights, make sure our kids were able to learn with as little distraction as possible. All of this as we continue our efforts to address chronic absenteeism and truancy rates that have seen students out of the classroom in extraordinarily high numbers. Each absence a missed chance to work toward their full potential. We're failing our kids. We're failing to tackle the crisis right in front of us. Today, I'm eager to hear from our witnesses about their experiences to help inform how we as a council move forward in collaboration with our communities to give our students the tools they need to succeed and our teachers the support they need to help them thrive. It's my hope that this body, with its oversight responsibilities, can finally see this pervasive problem for what it is and start to craft real, workable solutions, because the situation as it currently stands is not sustainable. The first step toward helping our kids reach their potential is making sure they're in school. The first step toward pulling people out of generational poverty and into economic stability is making sure our kids are in school. The first step toward a safe and equitable district is making sure our kids are in school. We will need multi-agency collaboration and targeted investments in the resources and programs we know make a difference, like mental health support for students and educators, pay equity fund, out of school time programs, and we must meet our students in our communities where they are. Today, I hope to hear from public witnesses about what's working and what isn't. I'd like to hear from government witnesses on how agencies are working together to address truancy, learn where they are seeing gaps in communication, and receive updates on the successes of the pilot program and areas for improvement. We're not going to fix this issue overnight, but we have to address the root causes of truancy and absenteeism and treat these issues as symptoms of broader, more complex and systemic problems that will take innovative solutions. And I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Just checking to see if there are any other council members. So let's turn to witnesses. The first five we invited, John Roll, who's principal at Garfield Elementary, Aaliyah Harris, who's director of guidance at Richard Wright Public Charter School, Ashley Watson, who's regional director of culture and engagement at Rocket Ship Public Schools, Myron Long, who's executive director of the Social Justice School, Public Charter School, and Brandon Johnson, who's head of school at the Social Justice School, Public Charter School. So 2 are online and 3 are, oh, my math is bad. Not a good sign. We'll start with Mr. Roll. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is John Roll, and I'm proud to serve as principal of Garfield Elementary School in Ward 8. This year, I'm entering my 20th year as an educator and my 3rd year as principal at DC Public Schools. I believe deeply in the power of schools to be places of transformation, not just for our students, but for families and our communities. At Garfield, we have made attendance a central priority because we know that daily attendance is critical for student success. In the year 24-25 school year, our chronic absenteeism declined by 18% and our in-seat attendance rate was 89%, an improvement of over 4% from the previous year. I credit 4 approaches with leading to improvements in attendance: a modernized facility, strong partnerships, the strategic approach to our attendance team, and consistent use of student-level data about school climate. This past year was our first year in a newly modernized facility. Our new facility is not just a building but it's rather a shining example of the investments our city consistently makes in education. It is a welcoming learning space where families are excited to bring their children to school each day. Mayor Bowser proposed a budget with $67 million for a new facility, and this council supported that investment. We are so appreciative of the investments made because we know the impact that they have. I'm pleased to share that along with our attendance improvements, our enrollment continues to grow. At Garfield, we have also built strong partnerships that enrich our students' experiences. We offer extensive and free after-school programming, 100 spots, serving about 1/3 of our student body, and we have expanded our athletics offerings. Our cheerleading team won a citywide championship last year, and we've grown our basketball program, for example. Through a partnership with Fight for Children, we piloted early access to sports that students might not otherwise be exposed to, like equestrian, often before school starts. These programs give students something to look forward to and one more reason to be present in school each day. When it comes to our attendance interventions, we take a strategic approach. We have a director of community initiatives on staff who focuses on building a strong school culture and combating chronic absenteeism and truancy. We hosted monthly incentive events like a fall festival and a Valentine's Day dance with a VIP section based on attendance. We have made it a point to bring families into the building, hosting events like a Mother's Day brunch that drew 120 of our moms. We greet students with music and smiles every morning and create an environment they want to be a part of. We have used data, including panorama surveys, to ask, are we building a school where students feel like they belong? Because when students feel respected, valued, and loved, they come to school. Our whole child approach includes professional development on relationship building, trauma-informed practices, and mental health support. We believe schools should be a place where students feel safe enough to be vulnerable, and that starts with respect. I'm pleased to share that in our spring 2025 Panorama survey, 82% of our students indicated that they felt a strong sense of belonging at school, and we scored an overall 97% on our Student Satisfaction Index, placing Garfield in the 99th percentile nationwide. In short, improving attendance at Garfield has meant investing in relationships, programming, and culture. We are proud of this progress, and we are committed to continuing this work because every student deserves to be present, engaged, and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roll. Leah Harris.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and the entire esteemed DC Council. I'm Leah Harris, the Director of Guidance and Assessments at Richard Wright Schools, located in Ward 6. Currently, we serve over 300 middle and high school students. We would like to thank each of you for ensuring that this important topic is at the forefront of today's discussion. As you know, there are a vast number of different factors affecting today's approach to serving children and their families. Some of these outside factors include, but are not limited to, safety, housing, family challenges, and other humanity issues. That being said, it is still and always has been our mission to transform students in grades 8 through 12 into global competitors. And the best way to ensure that this happens is to make sure all students in our building have enormous opportunities. Some of the ways we have improved our attendance is by emphasizing clear and consistent communication with our students and families, holding consistent parent meetings, and sending out timely announcements about events or updates. Our meetings occur once a month and are broken up by grade levels. It is during this time that we share with parents important information. This opportunity affords direct line of communication to our parents regarding our expectations. The information communicated during the meeting is then reiterated in a weekly email sent by our principal. In addition to this, we also have student support team meetings. The purpose of the student support team is to recognize any students who are showing signs of chronic absenteeism before they reach any critical amount of days missed. The student supports team will meet with the student and their parents to identify the cause of the absences and offer possible solutions to bridge the gap between the student, their family, and the school community. SST will also establish an attendance intervention plan. This plan is put in place to encourage students to communicate with their teachers, parents, and attendance monitor through the use of daily signatures. This ensures a student is attempting to be present for every period, every day of school. Another strategy that has proven to be effective is our emphasis on mental health. During the 24-25 school year, Richard Wright opened a mental health suite. This space is dedicated to protecting, nurturing, and strengthening the mental health of any student in need. We have noticed that our emphasis on mental health has allowed our students to feel safe and heard, thus encouraging them to attend school on a consistent basis. Another strategy we use includes incentives for students who attend school regularly. Some examples of these incentives include dress down days, ice cream truck days, field trips, etc. Finally, we at Richard Wright take pride in our Man the Block initiative. The purpose of Man the Block is to ensure students and families are safe traveling to and from school. Staff members are assigned duty posts on various streets and subways surrounding the school to highlight the importance of safety for our students. It is this initiative that allows our students and parents to show that we take pride in making sure our students arrive and depart peacefully, thus encouraging students to attend on a consistent basis. In summary, if you're searching for ways to improve your student attendance, please remember the following: establish and maintain clear and consistent communication with students and families, highlight the importance of mental health, start each school day from a positive standpoint, and emphasize safe passage for your students and families. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ashley Watson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Ashley Watson, and I have the honor of serving as the Regional Director of Culture and Engagement for Rocketship DC. Thank you for taking me a time to address this important topic. In my role, I lead our efforts to address chronic absenteeism and truancy across our schools in Ward 5, 7, and 8. At Rocketship DC, our approach to improving attendance is grounded in purpose, relationships, and systems that reflect deep care and urgency for our students and families. One of these strategies is focused on centering purpose and storytelling. We proactively communicate because we believe that strong communication is the foundation for engagement. We center purpose and tell the story through student data and experiences, helping families see not just the why, but the possibility, what their child's experience can be with improved attendance. We speak to our students' brilliance, not their deficits, framing attendance as a key to unlocking that potential. This has been a multi-year effort, and over those efforts, we have seen a 16% decrease in chronic absenteeism. Another example, specific for our LEA, is we overhauled our system for early identification. We redesigned our systems to better and more quickly identify students showing early signs of attendance challenges. This allowed us to act fast, intervening with the right supports before attendances become chronic. We build trusting relationships. We know that sustainable change starts with trust. We have prioritized relationship building with our families, meeting them with empathy, consistency, and solutions. This is a whole school effort beyond the front desk strategy. Our approach goes beyond our front desk team to extend to teachers, support staff, and leaders who work together every day to connect with families. We believe attendance is everyone's work. We do have a do whatever it takes approach. We embody that mindset, walking students to and from schools, calling families shortly after arrival to ask not if, but when their student is coming. We make attendance an expectation, not an ask. Communicate it clearly and with care. We identify proactive supports to support removing barriers. We plan ahead for predictable attendance dips. In October and November, we ensure our students have warm coats, hats, and gloves, removing a very real barrier many of our families face in the colder months. On inclement weather days, we open our doors early so our families never have to wait outside. Very small but real changes for our families. And most importantly, we strategically celebrate and recognize the hard work of our community, students, families, and staff. Through intentionally timed celebration and recognition for students and families, we have begun to disrupt historical attendance patterns that are predictable. These moments of acknowledgement keep momentum high and reinforce that showing up matters. I thank you for your time and for your emphasis on ensuring chronic absenteeism for all students in the District of Columbia decreases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Myron Long.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the council members as well. My name is Myron Long. I'm the founding executive director of the Social Justice School, a proud native Washingtonian and a parent of 2 children attending DC Public Charter Schools. At the Social Justice School, our mission has always been to prepare scholar activists to lead and learn in pursuit of liberation. And one of the most powerful levers in realizing that vision has been reducing chronic absenteeism. Because when our students are present, supported, and safe, they thrive. This past year, we saw a double-digit decrease in chronic absenteeism, which means that our scholar activists were in school more consistently, engaged in learning, and spending more time on task. And with a strategic data plan, we saw remarkable academic outcomes, including a significant increase in the number of scholar activists who scored 3s and 4s on DC CAPE in both math and ELA as well. Simply put, when students show up and schools have the systems and supports to help them stay engaged, achievement rises for everyone. But for us, attendance isn't just about showing up. It's about removing the barriers that make showing up difficult. That's why this year we launched Guaranteed Together, a cash assistance program to support our families to remove the barriers that prevent scholar activists from being at school every single day. And through this program, we provided direct financial assistance to families facing economic barriers such as transportation, childcare, and housing insecurity. We addressed the root causes of chronic absenteeism, financial instability, and daily stress, not just the symptoms. The early results are promising. Families reported lower stress, greater stability, and these results point to a clear need for broader implementation and more robust evaluation of this kind of direct support. Our progress was also made possible by strong systems and a strong team. Clear systems create consistency, reliable structures for tracking and attendance, communication, and escalation to ensure that every absence gets a timely, appropriate response. I want to double stamp what one of my colleagues said around having a cross-functional team that includes teachers, operations, student supports, and leadership to ensure that we all collectively own attendance at our schools. And then last, accountability and alignment to make sure that attendance is everyone's responsibility. Finally, I do want to lift up what I believe is a very make this very the deepest difference, which is relationships at social justice. When families trust us, they answer the phone. When students feel seen, supported, and cared for, they want to be in school. We shifted our approach from "where were you" to "we missed you and we care." That relational, non-transactional mindset has transformed our attendance culture. But today, especially as a father, as a native Washingtonian educator, I have to name a new and urgent reality we are facing. The increased presence of federal agents and ICE operations in neighborhoods across the district, especially in wards similar to mine, has created real fear among families. Many are now afraid to send their children to school. And we all know that children cannot learn when they are living in fear or in an occupied state. If we are serious about tackling absenteeism and raising achievement, we must also ensure that every family feels safe in walking their child to and from school. We need a coordinated citywide response that protects our students and keeps schools as sanctuaries for learning, free from intimidation and fear. At SJS, our results show what's possible when schools and families work together in trust. We meet families' real needs with dignity, compassion, and strong systems. Let's please make sure that every child in DC, no matter their background, language, or status, has the same opportunity. Thank you for your time and your partnership in ensuring that every student in our city can show up and feel safe and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Brandon Johnson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and City Council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Brandon Johnson, and I am the co-founder and head of school at the Social Justice School located in Ward 5. Similar to my executive director at the Social Justice School, we do have a mission that always emphasizes preparing young people who are scholar activists to lead, learn, and the pursuit of liberation. One of the most important levers in realizing that vision has been just reducing this chronic absenteeism. Because when students are present and in school, they are learning, they are engaging, they are thriving, and they feel loved. This past year, we saw a double-digit increase in our chronic absenteeism. That means that scholar activists were in school more consistently, spending more time on task, and fully engaging in their learning in a productive way. As a result, with strategic and data-driven plan, we saw remarkable academic outcomes. We recorded a significant increase in the number of students scoring 3s and 4s, including those furthest from opportunity. In English language arts, we saw double-digit growth, and we also saw steady growth in math. Simply put, when students show up and schools have the systems and supports to help them stay engaged, achievement rises for everyone. To make this possible, we implemented a tier attendance support where we literally threw every adult that was loving and trusting in our community to support our young people. We identified at-risk students early, we provided targeted interventions, and monitored progress daily. Sometimes that looked like home visits, meeting families in the community, giving loving phone calls, but most importantly, just showing up. Our staff reached out to families every day to make sure that students knew that we wanted them to be in school. Finally, we held biweekly attendance meetings across leadership, student supports, and operations to review trends, troubleshoot barriers, ensure no child slipped through the cracks. And we reinforced positive habits through celebrations, shout-outs, and small rewards during our community crew and school-wide celebrations. In doing these things, we built a culture of joy and accountability around attendance where we saw mass improvement. I thank you for hearing me today, and I hope these efforts and words were helpful in considering to think about some of the changes we need to make across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll just note, I don't have statements, written statements from you, Ms. Watson, or Mr. Long, or Mr. Johnson. If you could provide them, that would be great. And what I've heard from you all is basically the solution is, well, or the strategy is what I would call a hands-on approach. And that includes like monthly incentive events, bringing families into building, greet students with music and smiles every morning, incentives, clear and consistent communication with students and families, student support team meetings to identify the cause of absences and offer possible solutions, professional development and relationship building, trauma-informed practices, and mental health support. Strategies like that. Which is to say some work, but it's not like it's a secret. It's like just recognizing and pursuing those different strategies. I am curious about this, and it's what I'll call stability of school leadership. So, Mr. Rawl, you are the principal. How long have you been principal?
This is the start of year 3.
Start of year 3.
Mhm.
So new approaches at Garfield, which could explain why there's some changes. Ms. Harris, how long have you been, or how long has the leadership been at Richard Wright?
So we've had various members, a part of our leadership, but our most recent principal, he joined us this school year.
And how long have you been there?
I've been at Richard Wright since its inception, so since 2011-12 school year.
And Ms. Watson,
I have been with Rocket Ship for 11 years.
how about the leader of the school?
Of our 3 leaders currently, 2 out of 3 of them have been with us 3+ years. One of our campuses has a new principal this school year.
I'm sorry, 2 of them have been there for 3 years, you said?
Yes.
And Mr. Long? As executive director, you're the school leader?
No, Brandon Johnson is the school leader, but we've both been there since our inception, and this is year 6 for social justice school.
Interesting, okay. So not necessarily new leadership has resulted in changes, just pursuing these different strategies. Let me ask each of you, what kinds of support could you use from other government agencies like CFSA or Department of Human Services or OSSI? And the question has to do with attendance, not other kinds of support. Who wants to go first? Or Mr. Rawl, you want to go first?
Definitely manpower. We're excited to start a partnership with OAG this year and with their Attend program, where they're really going to be focusing on our most truant families and having like very clear conferences to sort of back us up among some of those things. So I think definitely the manpower. I think frequently when we're looking at budget reductions and additions, some of the more administrative roles are ones that quickly go. So when we think about attendance team, and I love that everyone talked about all hands on deck, it really does become that, but it's all hands on deck when we're also trying to improve test scores and improve instruction and do all the other things. So having more manpower period would be a great help.
Ms. Watson?
I'd second that. I think with CFSA specifically, when we think about our students who are exceeding 20+ absences throughout the school year, I know we do the referrals, but really getting that backing and getting that support, whether through case management or supporting our schools with connecting with other organizations that support with case management, because to the point just made, we are also trying to increase achievement. And a lot of efforts are going there, and our front office teams as kind of our front our front runners in this work can, if this is not caught early and it starts to snowball throughout the year, it can become very difficult to be able to really reach not just kids getting to chronic absenteeism, but those kids who are well beyond chronic absenteeism. And just the support of getting them in school, identifying what those barriers are, and supporting.
Thank you. And Ms. Harris, do you want to venture what kinds of support you could use from other government agencies?
Sure. Just to piggyback on what those before me have said, just putting more emphasis on support for those case managers. I really think that if we all could get on a same consistent page with that, then it'll make things a lot easier as far as tracking the factors behind why students become truant or chronically absent and just figuring out solutions that work for both case managers and schools.
And from social justice, either Mr. Long or Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I would say that I would want us to increase our data sharing because the reality is that now that they have the middle school data sharing with high schools, if our students go to Richard Wright, those students and their data will be able to be sent to them. But the reality is that if we have to wait until kids come to school that are new to us for them then to be chronically absent or truant, it's too late to put in, I wouldn't say it's too late, but it's harder to put an intervention. So if we had a data sharing from schools where we could look at a kid's historical and attendance rate so that as soon as we get a kid on our roster, we would actually be able to see and be able to support that student and their family and increasing their attendance rates as well.
Thank you. One other question. I'm not sure I'm going to articulate this very well, but would you prefer to be able to refer families to services directly or to refer them to a government agency that they would then make the service referral? So let's say transportation, that you would go to CFSA for them to figure that out, or that you would figure that out and then refer the family directly? Who wants to go first? Please don't all speak up at once.
I don't mind. I believe that direct referral is probably best just to cut out any type of middleman or miscommunication in the process of sharing that information.
Ms. Harris? Ms. Watson.
I'd agree with that. I think when I think about the work that some of our social workers and front desk team do, having access to the services and direct contacts with the agencies could help move things faster. And I really think that particularly as it relates to housing, transportation, and food assistance, those are things that we see when families get connected quickly help kind of close the gap with attendance. And if we could do that, as opposed to waiting for, the many cases that CFSA is likely trying to address, we could address it quicker.
How about social justice or who are we skipping here, or Garfield?
Yeah, I would say directly would be probably a lot more beneficial. I do sort of wonder, to Mr. Long's earlier point about data sharing and just the transient nature of kids across the city, just who holds that information. And I think sometimes with turnover of employees within schools, a lot of times that institutional knowledge becomes so important. So my question would just be, if we're going directly and there isn't an intermediary like a CFSA that's like housing all the information on the kid, how are we making sure that that's cataloged so as kids move or, have other issues arise, that we have all that data in one place?
Fair point. Social justice?
I would definitely echo and say directly, but I would also say that because of the multi-steps that the referral process takes, that's another reason why we launched Guaranteed Together, our cash assistance program, because we were worried that with all the referrals happening, families and students wouldn't get their direct support. And so in our program, in our pilot, families get up to $300 per month and students get $100 per month in order to remove some of those economic barriers that prevent them from coming to school. So I would definitely echo our colleagues and say, if we could skip the middle person and go directly to those support services, or create ways for schools to be able to administer some of those supports and services directly to to families from schools, I would echo that as well.
So social justice does provide some funds to families?
Yes, as a small pilot. Yep. So we have about 40 families that we support.
Thank you. I'm over my time. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And it's good to see many of you. Again, it's good to see all of you, but some of you I know. Principal Roll, I want to start with you. Research is clear early intervention is one of the most effective ways to disrupt truancy patterns. Can you walk me through the timeline leading up to 10 unexcused absences of how the school is intentionally intervening and reaching out to parents?
I think it starts with just early education about it, right? I think from the beginning, back to school night, like 10 days, you are truant, 18 days, you are chronically absent. I don't want you to be anywhere near any of these, but you should try to think about how we're getting there. And I think with our team, we look at truancy as a number that we actually can control, right? As long as we can get to a parent to tell us why they are not in the building, that is something we can actually control. Chronic absence becomes a little bit trickier. ISA becomes trickier, but if we can get to that parent, we can find out why they are not in the building, which is something we can control. So I think it is the early intervention that everyone is talking about. Our attendance team meets
But what does
weekly.
that look like? So day
Mhm.
one, little Johnny doesn't show up to
Yeah.
school. I'm assuming the teacher is calling home to say, your young person didn't show up.
Yeah.
Day three, is it still the teacher's responsibility, or does that then become a school-wide priority?
So we have attendance team members calling every day. So the second little Johnny doesn't come to school, like when our attendance is submitted to the district, we have two people who are calling those families immediately. So
Got
at
it.
11 o'clock that morning, they'll get a call like, hey, like we missed you, like what's going on, and trying to figure out like what that barrier is or why they aren't in school.
And OSCE requires that schools establish these teams at day 5, I believe. And let's say now there's 7 days absence. After you've been doing this, then what happens? Is it a lot of the same, or are you escalating to something different?
So I think we escalate to a little something different. We also use our Panorama platform and actually do formal MTSS attendance plans the same way we do for academics, which is something that is huge. I think a lot of times as school leaders, we are so laser focused on the academic data that the SEL and the attendance data is not prioritized in that same way. The same way I have a plan for you to pass DC CAPE, like I have a plan for you to come to school, whether that's eliminating that barrier, whether it's figuring out, what is needed.
And so every young person that has accumulated absences would have one of those plans.
Yeah, as they're approaching chronic attendance, because we obviously try to avoid it, like we would look probably between 5 and 10 days, we start to think about a more strategic and like regimented plan for that kid.
Understood. A gap that I've heard repeatedly from school-based teams is that we are doing our part. We're calling parents, we're triaging, we're escalating. We then make a referral and it kind of goes into the abyss. I talked about the screen in, screen out process. And to be clear, when I say screen out, that essentially means the system is kicking that referral out and nothing really happens. Do any of you all want to just share or provide context of what communication are you receiving back from relative agencies about a young person being screened out, or is there any communication?
Yeah, I'll share a little bit. So I just remember being extremely frustrated because the amount of time that it takes to fill out one of these applications when you are referring someone is tremendous. And
How
being
much time does it take on average?
anywhere from 60 sometimes to 90 minutes, only because you're trying to collect a variety of different forms and background information to submit to the agency. So it can take a tremendous amount of time to just do one. So if I have 22 kids or 30 kids and I'm a team of 3 or 4 people, let alone in our year, we only had 3. It was just a lot. That was a lot of our undertaking. So we could literally spend all our day writing referrals, waiting to hear back, making phone calls, and I'm the head of school. So that's a lot of time to be focused with a social worker and one other community support worker on trying to complete these tasks. More often than not, we're always getting screened out.
And do you receive a notification that says that your referral was screened out?
Yep, you'll more often than not, you will receive communication that says it's been closed out, but no like information as to why. So when I'm thinking about writing additional referrals, like I want some insider information about, well, why is it being screened out? Like what are we missing? I feel a tremendous sense of responsibility to be able to make sure that our kids are getting the education, but there's no like reciprocal communication to say this is why this has been screened out. It's a very like generic email.
And I would imagine there's also no additional resources to ensure little Johnny is showing up to school after it's been screened out. It seemed like you wanted to jump in. sorry.
Yeah, it very much feels like tremendous accountability to make sure that we're doing everything on our part, but not necessarily reciprocal accountability to make sure something is, we're being supported to the most of our benefit.
Understood. Ms. Watson, I don't know.
That part. The accountability. There is a lot of accountability on schools to ensure that once students are meeting these thresholds, we are reporting out. And it does require that we're capturing our student support team notes, SST, our MTSS, all the documentation, all of the chronic absentee notices, all the phone calls. You have to document these as part of the referral. And it feels like a very heavy lift with very little to no return. There is a new system this year that was just rolled out where it is not as time cumbersome. You can submit your referrals online. But even with that system, we received communication about 3 weeks ago that that system was rolled out, but we're still waiting for our front office teams to be trained on how to use it.
And who's responsible for training them?
I'd have to look back. I believe it's someone through ASI.
Understood. And I'm over time. I just want to give these numbers again to contextualize it. CFSA received 7,857 referrals from schools. The frustration you all are expressing is because 7,432 were screened out, meaning nothing happens. And 400 and some odd of those referrals were followed up on, and only 52 of those referrals were substantiated, meaning there was intervention by CFSA. It is a clear breakdown in our system, but thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you so much. Really helpful testimony, everyone. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you in person. We especially like folks in person and the others of you online. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Salim Adolfo, Chairperson of ANC-HC. Danielle Robinette, Senior Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. Teo Bell, Deputy Director, School Justice Project. Scott Goldstein, Executive Director of Empower Ed. Nicole Travers, Senior Director of School Support and Program Data at DC Charter School Alliance. Hannah Mason, Senior Education Research Analyst at DC Policy Center. Jody Avka, Founder and Executive Director of Access Youth. Jessica Giles, Executive Director, Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. Maya Martin Cardigan, Founder and Executive Director of PAVE, which is Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Tiara Stewart, Chief Program Officer at DC Scores. And you are here. Excellent. Teklivs Johannes and Nehemiah Johannes, I believe, are both virtual. I'll stop there. Commissioner Dofo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the council. My name is Salim Adolfo, and I have the honor of serving as Chairperson of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C, representing the residents of Congress Heights and surrounding communities in Ward 8. I'm here today on behalf of the commission to present the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C resolution to reduce chronic absenteeism and truancy in Ward 8. A call to action for coordinated, compassionate, and sustained solutions to one of our most urgent educational and public safety challenges. Consistent school attendance is not just an academic issue, it is a matter of public safety, mental health, and economic justice. Chronic absenteeism and truancy have risen sharply across the district, and Ward 8 has been disproportionately impacted. Every day that a child misses school is a day that widens the gap between potential and opportunity. Behind those absences are real barriers. Unsafe routes to school, unstable housing, unmet mental health needs, family responsibilities, and the growing sense among some of the students that what happens in the classroom is not connected to their future. Research and experience shows that these barriers can be overcome when the district responds with a coordinated, human-centered approach, one that unites schools, families, health providers, community partners, and city agencies around a shared goal to keep every child present, engaged, and thriving. Our solutions outlines practical evidence-based steps that can be implemented now. Among them are creating a standing attendance action team for Ward 8, bringing together education, health, transportation, and public safety agencies to coordinate early warning symptoms and tiered supports for students most at risk. Restoring a balanced safety presence at schools, pairing trained school safety specialists or school resource officers with behavioral health clinicians to promote both physical safety and emotional well-being. Expanding mentoring and attendance case management, ensuring that every student with emerging risk has a trusted adult checking in weekly. Launching career-connected learning blocks and paid internships that promote and make students feel relevant and reward students and match students with older students. Scaling community school supports by embedding on-site navigators who can connect families to food assistance, healthcare, and housing stability services. Improving safe passage and transportation so that students feel secure and supported from the moment they leave home until the moment they return. Expanding after-school programs that provide structured, engaging opportunities for middle and high school students in the critical hours after dismissal. Strengthening family partnerships through proactive home visits, two-way communication, and problem solving before attendance issues become crisis. And recruiting and retaining more educators from Ward 8 because representation and local connection foster trust, accountability, and attendance outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Danielle Robinette.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Nadeau, and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney with Children's Law Center. We've been glad to see the council stay focused on persistently high rates of chronic absenteeism in the district. DHS's recent report on the truancy pilot provides valuable insights into why DC students miss school. Specifically, schools report that struggling academically was the most common barrier, more than the second and third reasons combined. Where a school knows that academic challenges underlie a school's absence, the response must be driven by the school. While the DHS pilot has been working to address out-of-school barriers to attendance, the education sector must do more to ensure that students' academic needs are met. When a middle schooler misses school because they're embarrassed about their second grade reading level, no punitive intervention will address their underlying need. Unmet educational needs are not new in the district. For years, OSSE's annual attendance report has found that students with disabilities consistently miss more school than their non-disabled peers. To quote OSSE's report from school year 17-18, the prevalence of absenteeism among the district's students with disabilities undermines efforts to narrow the achievement gaps between students with disabilities and those in general education. Not every student struggling academically has an unmet special education need, but the district has long known of the link between absenteeism and academic struggle among students with disabilities. To improve attendance, the education sector must do more to identify and evaluate students with disabilities and to provide adequate special education. CLC regularly sees cases where unmet special education needs have undermined school attendance. In one case, a student missed more than 20 days of school last spring while awaiting a special education placement decision from DCPS. In another case, a 17-year-old student was deeply disengaged and exhibiting academic struggle, but was never evaluated for a learning disability. We fought for initial evaluations, which indicated a 5th grade reading level. Only then, in the student's senior year, did DCPS create an IEP and offer services. As we have testified many times before, referral to CFSA is a harmful and ineffective tool to improve attendance, especially where unmet educational needs drive a student's absence. For example, we represented a child with an open neglect case due to extensive school absences. DCPS had never identified or evaluated the student for potential disabilities.
Comprehensive evaluations conducted by DBH's Assessment Center revealed significant academic and cognitive deficits. The evaluator specifically recommended a school eligibility meeting. However, DCPS never held an AED meeting and did not find the student eligible. The absences continued, and CFSA indicated an intent to remove the student from their family. Seeking a more supportive school environment, the parent moved their student to a charter, which immediately convened an AED meeting. The student was found eligible for special education under multiple disability classifications based on the same evaluations that DCPS had ignored. After developing and implementing an IEP, the school reported significant progress on the student's attendance, and CFSA paused their plan to remove that child from their family. In the end, this family was subjected to a child welfare investigation because DCPS failed to adequately support them. Even after DBH covered the costs of evaluating the student, DCPS refused to meet and review those assessment results. This child needed a school that understood their complex needs and offered special education services. CFSA was not the right tool to address these needs. DCPS must be more proactive in supporting and educating students with disabilities. DCPS's failure to fulfill its IDEA obligations in the first instance creates significant costs, not just litigation costs, but also the harms to students and families and persistently high rates of chronic absenteeism. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Teo Bell, I believe, is not here. Scott Goldstein is virtual.
Good afternoon. First, let me begin with the emergency before us. Right now, DC is imposing an enormous self-inflicted wound when it comes to student attendance. The mayor's failure to end collaboration between MPD, ICE, and HSI is not only a moral abomination, betraying our basic DC values, but is causing terror for our school communities and substantially impacting attendance at schools with the highest immigrant family populations. Schools have written to the mayor and to you on the council demanding answers and action and have been met largely by silence. If you care about attendance, this must be addressed now. A Massachusetts school district reduced chronic absenteeism by 50% by having a field trip every week. A Detroit school decreased chronic absenteeism by giving every student a bicycle. We have to be creative here as well, but we must also address the basics. To consider why we're not making more progress, we must examine both our attacks on the root causes and the balance of our investments. With attendance as with academic outcomes, the truth is that school-based reforms and efforts will only get us so far. Every dollar invested in fighting poverty, a child tax credit, enhanced food security efforts, affordable housing, will go further in addressing the reasons many children do not have the basic level of stability that makes daily school attendance possible. With stability in place, our school investments have to strike a balance between structural change and individual case management. We have very effective models for case management happening in DC. For example, community schools improved absenteeism and truancy on average twice as much as non-community schools, but we face barriers to scaling them up. One issue I haven't sufficiently raised in this venue before I'd like you to focus on is the degree to which we do not have an established method for ensuring that everyone who works with our students and has critical information that can affect our ability to improve attendance is capable of sharing information and working together. Our social workers and other behavioral health staff are far too frequently not treated as part of the full staff. While in DCPS they share the same ET15 designation, schedules often don't allow them to be in the same space as teachers to regularly share information. Some schools utilize homeroom-like structures, allowing educators to focus on smaller groups of students. For others, educators are charged with family communication for everyone on their caseload. For elementary school teachers, that may be 25 students. For high school teachers, it could be 150. Yet because of the amount of required inputs and systems, we're spending more time duplicating documentation than actually talking about the students in many cases. If you want to improve attendance from a case management perspective, we need to examine the integration of behavioral health teams and teaching teams. We need more bilingual social workers and counselors, and we need to expand community schools models that connect students and families to services. The second level of attack to improve absenteeism is the experience of school itself and how our investments align with the most effective at increasing relevancy and engagement for students. Right now, they just don't. Since the pandemic, we've doubled down on increased time in reading and math, taking time away from other subjects. That's not just bad for engagement, it's bad for reading outcomes. Research shows broad content exposure is more important to literacy gains than explicit reading instruction. When the school curriculum becomes more narrow, student engagement plummets. We must invest in experiential learning, and we need the council to consider re-implementing core elements of the comprehensive staffing model. People attend school when they know there's an adult looking for them and caring about them. We should invest in co-teaching models, flexible scheduling, and other interventions to improve school stability. Finally, I'll repeat what I've said before. which is there's two things we know don't work: a focus on accountability and consequences, either for students or parents, or attendance incentives programs, which research is conclusive are not effective and can actually have a negative effect. And this council must legislate to ensure that special events experiences at school must not be denied under any circumstances based on grades, behavior, and attendance. I have some additional comments in my extended testimony, but we must focus again on relationships, programs, and culture, as Principal Roll stated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Nicole Travers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Nadeau, and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Travers, and I'm the Senior Director of Strategic Partnerships at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. Thank you for inviting us here today to discuss chronic absenteeism and truancy. I'm pleased to report that we have made progress based on the data from the mid-year reports. Charter schools saw a small decline in chronic absenteeism and a 2.1% decrease in chronic truancy this year. Our schools also made up 90% of the top schools for reducing chronic absenteeism and 100% of the top 10 for reducing truancy. What we do know, attendance drives achievement. The social justice school cut absenteeism by 18 percentage points and saw DC CAPE scores rise 19.5 points in the math at the 3+ level. Overall, we know success stems from strategic collaboration. We thank Abdul Kareem Ewan Boyd at the DME for ensuring charter representation on the Everyday Counts Task Force and for engaging in the DC Alliance's July 2025 Charter Attendance Summit, which brought nearly 100 participants from half of our charter LEAs to develop attendance improvement plans and share high-yield strategies. Also, we want to thank the DC Collaboratives, IC's Health and Wellness Division, and School Talk DC, and many more partners for attending and supporting that event, because attendance teams walked away with revitalized attendance improvement plans, new partnerships, and renewed momentum. As a result, 37 charter LEAs are now participating in the DME-sponsored Everyday Labs attendance resource tool. Additionally, at the Alliance, we host our monthly student support sessions where over 70% of our LEAs regularly engage and leverage the space to share best practices and advice. However, new challenges threaten this progress. Recent heightened federal presence has created safety concerns for students of color and immigrant families, some of which are too afraid to come to school. While our communities have mobilized walking buses, legal support, wellness resources, gaps remain. Students also need mental health support now more than ever. We recommend 4 critical actions. First, there's a need for adequate staffing of mental health clinicians and nurses. Early 2025 data show that 43 charter campuses are without a mental health clinician, and currently 17 schools continue to operate with less than full-time nurse coverage at a time when student mental and physical health needs are increasing. Second, we recommend coordinating a structured citywide response with the mayor, council, schools, and parents to address family safety concerns about travel to and from school given the recent interactions with law enforcement. Third, we ask IC release attendance last quarter data before the school year begins. Current timing means school year 24-25 data won't arrive until November, too late to identify at-risk students. Fourth, we encourage city leaders, elected officials, business leaders, and the faith community to work with school leaders and advocates to launch a joint public campaign on attendance. Every day a student misses school is a missed opportunity. We're seeing progress, but we must sustain these efforts for true equity and excellence. The DC Alliance looks forward to continuing our partnership to keep students safe and in school. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Travers. Hannah Mason.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hannah Mason, and I'm the Senior Education Research Analyst of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a strong, competitive, and vibrant economy in DC. Today, my testimony will focus on an uptick in chronic absenteeism, trends from post-pandemic years that may still be influencing attendance patterns, and strategies that schools are implementing that support improving attendance. Post-pandemic in school year 21-22, chronic absenteeism rose to 48% from 29% in school year 2018-19. However, DC is working hard to mitigate these high numbers and has committed to has committed to cutting chronic absenteeism in half to 24% by school year 27-28. Our recent findings have found that chronic absenteeism is a barrier to college and career readiness. For example, 7 in 10 high school graduates with satisfactory attendance enrolled in post-secondary compared to 3 in 10 graduates with profound chronic absence. These metrics show how critical attendance is to success after high school. The Education Policy Initiative's recent publication on chronic absenteeism uses student-level data from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education for 4 school years, 2 pre-pandemic and 2 post-pandemic, to highlight 3 main findings. 1, chronic absenteeism has shifted in who it affects and when it escalates. Chronic absenteeism spikes at the transition to high school, with 9th grade serving as a clear inflection point. 8th graders experienced the largest post-pandemic increase in chronic absenteeism by 21 percentage points. Female students are more likely to be chronically absent post-pandemic, and Black and economically disadvantaged students experience the largest increase in chronic absenteeism. Despite missing, a larger share of chronically absent students are meeting or exceeding expectations on statewide assessments. Lastly, pre-pandemic, a school's overall chronic absenteeism rate was associated with individual behavior, but post-pandemic, this peer effect is less pronounced in high schools. 2, chronic absenteeism is persistent and sticky. Once students become chronically absent, they tend to remain chronically absent. Among those chronically absent in school year 21-22, 82% were also chronically absent the following school year. Students right above the chronic absenteeism threshold and economically disadvantaged students were more likely to improve their attendance year to year. 3, the strongest predictors of chronic absenteeism are consistent, but their weights have changed. Economic disadvantage, 9th grade repetition, and prior year chronic absenteeism are the strongest predictors for future absenteeism. Students scoring below expectations on the 8th grade statewide assessment are more likely to be chronically absent the following year, and attending a DCPS school rather than a public charter is also associated with higher absenteeism. These findings are important to highlight why chronic absenteeism is an important metric to decrease. Final attendance data for school year 24-25 shows that chronic absenteeism increased by 0.3 percentage points to 39.5%, and chronic truancy remained unchanged at 36.8%. Mid-year attendance updates with school information show that schools in wards 1 and 4 have larger increases in chronic absenteeism. Lastly, in interviews, school leaders pointed to strategies such as increased student check-ins and trusted adult relationships that led to their students' attendance growth. Other promising methods for improving attendance include providing school-based healthcare, developing relevant curriculum, free meals, and laundry. Implementing evidence-based recommendations to improve attendance, especially among high school students, is critical to enhancing student outcomes and continuing the academic gains shown in the CAPE results. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Jody Afka, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Good to see you and members of the council. My name is Jody Afka, and I am the founder and executive director of Access Youth, the longest serving truancy prevention partner in DCPS middle and high schools. For over 15 years, my team and I have walked the halls of DC schools, working directly with students who are struggling to show up. After all this time, one thing is clear: what we are doing as a city isn't working. Despite millions spent, DC still lacks a comprehensive unified plan to address chronic absenteeism. Responsibility is scattered across agencies: DCPS, OSSI, DME, DHS, OAG, CFSA, all working in silos using different metrics and reaching students too late. DHS's PASS program has a multi-million-dollar budget, yet last year received only 480 student referrals. Only 38 completed brief case management, and only 4 students completed full intensive case management. These students' attendance may have improved slightly, but the timing and the low sample size make it impossible to determine whether the program is effective. DHS's own report concedes that its 90-day model is too short for students with deeper needs. OAG's Attend program claims a 24.5% reduction in unexcused absences, but the report does not define its baseline, timeframe, or whether the data reflects actual in-seat attendance. Finally, the Mayor's Everyday Counts Task Force has still not released the 5-year strategic plan it promised this summer. There is no clear leadership, no shared goals, no common success metrics. Meanwhile, organizations like Access Youth, who have been in schools every day, year after year, are left underfunded and underutilized. We intervene early, one-on-one with students who are beginning to display patterns of chronic absenteeism, and we prevent it. We provide trusting relationships, attendance plans, accountability, and progress monitoring, and opportunities for ongoing skill building and support. We also help shift the broader school culture around attendance, welcoming students at the door, addressing patterns of absences quickly, providing attendance awareness events and incentives. We see real results. The students in our program demonstrate annually on average 15 to 20% lower unexcused absence rates and 5 to 10% higher ISA rates compared to their peers. We know that if we had consistent, sufficient resources, we could broaden and deepen that impact. Yet the city continues to double down on costly, short-term, unproven interventions. We can't fix chronic absenteeism with 90-day interventions. You cannot build a sense of school belonging through agencies outside the school building. And we can't expect large-scale results when every partner is following a different playbook with no shared metrics. What works is consistent in-school relationship-based support. We know this because our model is evidence-based, rooted in best practices. It has demonstrated meaningful improvements in attendance, and we serve over 1,000 students every year in 8 schools, every day helping students feel seen, supported, and like they belong. Today, I ask you, stop funding fragmented short-term solutions. Invest in a real coordinated system. Include proven community partners as a valued part of that system, and give us a seat at the table and multi-year funding to grow our impact. Our students are doing their part, fighting through real challenges to be present. It is time we do ours with the same urgency and resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avka. Jessica Giles.
Greeting, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. The Action Fund is a new 501c4 organization committed to ensuring every student, especially Black, Brown, and low-income kids, in all 8 wards of the district attend a high-quality, well-run traditional public or public charter school. We are part of a growing national network committed to transforming public education by making it more effective, more equitable, and more responsive to the students who depend on it. Learn more about our organization at strongschoolsaction.org. Chronic absenteeism and truancy are among the most insidious challenges facing our public school system. Students who do not attend school simply do not learn, and persistent absenteeism undermines not only academic achievement, but also students' ability to form social connection. DC cannot improve academic outcomes, college completion rates, or workforce readiness, or weather economic downturns if we fail to reduce chronic absenteeism and truancy significantly. Progress has stalled over the past year, and we know that too many high school students are missing too many days. DC can be the best public education system in the country with earlier, better, and more collaborative responsiveness to attendance and academic achievement. The reasons students are chronically absent or truant are as complex as the students themselves. Challenges range from barriers to attendance, aversion to school, disengagement, and misconceptions about the impact of missing class. Yet the data tells a clear story. DC students who are economically disadvantaged and in high school experience the highest rates of chronic absenteeism. That means our work must be focused during the middle school years, especially. We must build a culture of attendance beginning in the earliest grades, where showing up is celebrated, relationships are strong, and students understand that every day in school is a step toward their future. Middle school is especially pivotal. It's when students begin imagining life after high school, whether there's college or career or service. Our question must be, how are schools preparing students in middle school for consistent attendance and for life after school? In recent years, the mayor and DC councils have strengthened interventions by referring students with unexcused absences to the Department of Human Services and tracking outcomes to the truancy reduction pilot. Early results show promises, but there are questions. How much additional caseload can DHS absorb, how many more staff and supports will it take to scale success? With the federal government's role shrinking and right now disappearing altogether, DC leaders must double down on its safety net. Ultimately, improvement depends on whether schools are engaging families as true partners in their children's education. Students can't learn if they're not in classroom, and families can't support learning if they're left in the dark. That's why we've been encouraged by the earlier evidence shown that EdSite's attendance nudge notifications have led to real improvements. Relatedly, DC must ensure that families have clear, accessible updates about their child's academic progress. There are great examples of this in Florida and Idaho. But last but not least, every family deserves to feel safe and supported in sending their child to school. DC leaders must ensure that fear is never a barrier to learning and that every student, regardless of background, has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Tiara Stewart?
Yes. The child not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. That's an African proverb that informs my practice as a youth development practitioner, community builder, and organizer. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tiara Stewart, and I serve as the Chief Program Officer at DC Scores. And we are celebrating more than 30 years of serving young people in the district through our school-based whole child youth development after-school program that combines soccer, poetry, and service learning. We currently partner with 68 public elementary and middle schools, reaching more than 3,500 students each year. We hire and train in youth development methodologies, SEL strategies, and community building practices. About 350 teachers as our coaches, trusted adults who create a seamless bridge between out of school time and the school day, which reinforces our positive youth development model, strengthening young people's natural support system. DC Scores is empowering youth to lead healthy lives, be engaged students, and have the confidence and character to make a difference in the world. Chronic absence take roots early and accelerates in middle school. The most effective countermeasures we've seen are consistent school-embedded OST programs that give students a team to belong to, a stage to be heard, and caring adults who notice when they're missing. When a child knows my team needs me at practice and on game day, then they have a daily reason to be in the building and on time. Across our site, school partners consistently report two patterns, and may I know Principal Roll, who is also a partner of ours, when he mentioned the strong partnerships that has helped him achieve those type of results. So what we see is individual students attend more consistently after joining DC Scores, and DC Scores participants attend more than similar peers who are not enrolled in our program. And may I also note, we used to run morning schools, scores supported by 21st Century, a before school attendance booster that got the kids in the door on time, especially in grades where truancy spikes. When the 21st Century funding ended, we lost a tool that worked. So restoring and scaling morning programs would immediately strengthen on-time arrival. OST programs are more than a stopgap for unsupervised hours. They are strategic interventions for youth. They're a powerful, proactive investment in a child's life, and OST programs have a measurable impact on their physical health, academic success, and overall well-being. The Washington Post article, Empty Desks, published this last summer, highlighted the importance of programs, including us, DC Scores, that act as a policy solution to combat truancy, especially in middle school. In closing, we can share our impact through data and statistics, but as the Chief Program Officer, I have the honor of witnessing transformation firsthand. I have been intentional in creating spaces where middle school girls, especially those from Ward 7 and Ward 8 who have been deemed rivals, can connect, belong, and build community. Some said to me, you can't bring these schools together, they don't get along, but through trusting relationships, intentional community building, SEL strategies, we didn't just bring them together, we changed how they thought about themselves and each other. Now they greet each other by name and support each other on and off the field and stage. Teachers are even asking if we can train more school day educators in our methods. This impact is only possible through our deep partnerships with schools, principals, and dedicated teachers teachers who serve as our coaches, ensuring the values of teamwork, belonging, and connection extend far beyond the stage and field, keeping kids engaged in their school and community. And if I may, just this one little excerpt from one of our poet athletes, a poem she wrote, which is titled, "If I Ruled the World." In my world, everyone would know the love and care that my family shows me. I praise the woman that pushes my excellence. And to be the best model that I can be in my world, there is no such thing as sadness or a storm's cold sting. Everyone is kind and true, and every day feels fresh and new. If I ruled the world, I ask you to come. There is space to share. Together we make magic in a world full of kindness and love because I care. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have the two Johanneses. So you guys are up. Although it looks like there's only one online. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Tekles Johannes, and I'm the father of 4 boys, all of them who attend or have attended Friendship Globe Pierce Academy. 3 of them are still there now, in 2nd, 5th, and 7th grades. In our household, nothing comes before our children's education. From the time they started in preschool, we set a clear expectation there is no reason to stay home from school. They all know that missing school is not an option. Education is the foundation of everything we want for them. I came to this country from Eritrea. When I was growing up, going to school was not something everyone could do. There were not enough schools. Where I came from, people sacrificed to learn, often walking great distance just to attend school. That experience shaped me. Here in America, I think sometimes we take education for granted. But when you have seen how precious it is, you understand that every day, even one day, matters. Missing one day means missing an opportunity to grow. My boys love going to school. They love their teachers, their classmates, and the atmosphere at Friendship. What makes their school special is the deep relationship between teachers and students. My children feel known, supported, and challenged. That makes them want to show up every day. I work full-time driving for Uber, and I chose that job because it allows me to structure my day around my children. I drop them off at school every morning at 7:45 before I start driving, and many days by 8:15, I will pick up another parent who is just then dropping their own children off late. It reminds me how important it is for all families to share the same high expectations for attendance. Consistency matters. I believe schools and families have a shared responsibility with students' attendance. If we tell them that every day and every minute of school matters, then schools must make that true. Every day has to be meaningful. Every minute has to count. When students feel that their time at school is valuable, they will want to be there. So what can schools and what can this council do to help more families build that mindset? How can we help parents and children understand that every school day is a gift? I don't claim to have all the answers, but I know where it begins. It starts at home, with parents who set high expectations and moral commitments, and it continues with great schools like Friendship Globe Pierce. Support all families and all schools to be better and stronger, and more students will show up every day. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
And then is Nehemiah going to testify?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Nehemiah Johannes. I am a 10 years old and in the 5th grade at Friendship Blowpierce Elementary. I started at Friendship when I was in pre-K 4, so this is my 7th year here. My favorite subjects are math and science because they're challenging and push me to higher levels of knowledge. When I grow up, I want to own a business that does cybersecurity because I like solving problems and helping people stay safe online. I've noticed that people who run their own businesses work hard and seem successful. I want to be like that. My school is like a second home to me. Every student and teacher has my back. When I'm upset, there's always someone who tries to cheer me up. I love learning and I look forward to seeing my friends every day. I get straight A's because I work hard and because I'm at a school that believes in me. The biggest reason I never miss school is my mom and dad. Every morning, even when I don't want to wake up, my dad gets me up and takes me to school. Sometimes I feel tired, but I persevere because I know how much it matters to my parents and to me. My dad always says that going to school gives me more knowledge and a better chance to be successful. If it weren't for him, I'd probably oversleep and miss some days. Both of my brothers and I had perfect attendance last year, and that didn't happen by accident. It's because our parents make sure we get enough sleep, do our homework, and are ready for the next day. My parents don't let me play video games on school nights. I have to do educational activities like reading and playing learning games. They set rules to help me focus on school first. I think the city should help more parents understand how important attendance is. The way my schools in the city could give parents more tools, reminders, or encouragement to help with their kids get to school every day. When parents are involved, it makes a big difference. I also think it would be fun to the city if the city rewarded the students for perfect attendance, maybe with money, gift cards, or free lunch passes. Kids like challenges and rewards that could motivate more students to show up every day. For kids who don't have a parent like mine to wake them up, I'd tell them to take the lead and set an alarm to get up early and to remind your parent that school is important. You can be the one to make sure you are ready to learn. Thank you for letting me share my story.
Thank you, Nehemiah. I think that includes all the witnesses for this group. I had a couple of questions. Ms. Avka. Jody Avka. I'll come back to her in a second. Mr. Goldstein, I did not understand. Can you explain more this need to examine the integration of behavioral health teams and teaching teams? Isn't that something that a school leader does or does not do, as opposed to it being policy?
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily something I'm proposing, the council legislate or pass. I mean, there may be budget implications to the ability to do it. I do think there's just structural impediments to it being possible often. And I think there's also kind of mindset barriers, which is often there's a lot of misunderstanding about the role of the differential role and responsibilities of the social worker, of a school counselor, of the attendance counselor, of the classroom teacher. I think the structures, and I mentioned the caseloads, which can be especially high at high school, the structures and our daily schedules, which I think is why something like flexible scheduling is part of the solutions to this, just don't allow the time often for those people to be in the same room talking about students together. And then I think secondarily, there are a lot of systems that we require that actually duplicate efforts, and teachers, social workers, et cetera, spend time inputting into multiple systems what they know instead of talking to each other about what they know, which I think is a more efficient use of their time. So I think there's probably from a policy level, not at the council, but in our schools and our LEAs, barriers that can be removed to make it more possible for them to collaborate in the way they need to share information.
Under the law, every school is required to have a student support team, or SST. I think it's been renamed when kids reach so many absences. Of course, they could do it sooner, but the SST is supposed to have folks from these different professions or responsibilities meeting together. So that's a way that they're brought together.
That's right. But I think that that is happening as an intervention once a student is in the position of having missed school. And what I'm talking about is more proactive communication that would happen routinely, because I do believe, as you've heard from just about everyone, relationships is the reason we have good attendance in school. And I think that that has to be more proactive.
Yes, I agree. Relationships, more hands-on dealing, well, relationships between the school and the parents, for example. But I don't know if that's so much a policy as it is a practice. I'm not quite sure I like how I articulated that. It's I don't see that there's a barrier other than that schools that aren't doing well with attendance probably are not causing this integration of professions.
I do think scheduling is a real barrier, and I think caseloads are a real barrier. So those are the two things I would concretely name in that case. And I think schedules and designations do prohibit often them from having substantial time together to have that conversation that is just, let's go through the rosters, let's go through student by student, and share the information that we know about where they are and what might then lead to absenteeism or truancy down the line. And I do think when you see additional staff whose job it is to make that coordination happen, like in community schools, for example, where there's someone designated to do that, you see better coordination and you see reduced absenteeism and truancy. So I think making the space for it in the schedule and having someone who's responsible for facilitating it, not just after we see the trend happening, but proactively, is important.
Thank you. Ms. Avka, I have a request, not a question, and that is, I don't have a copy of your statement. Could you please provide it?
Yes, and I've got some additional materials I'm going to send also. Thank you.
That would be great. Yes, because you did some analysis, which I would like to look at more closely.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you all. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Goldstein, you also mentioned that students are being denied experiences and special events based on grades, behavior, or attendance. Do you have an idea of how often this tactic's being used as a tool in schools?
I don't honestly. I've seen it as a parent in many cases, and we consistently, it's something we consistently hear from teachers, and I don't think there's, because there is not a policy against it explicitly in many cases in DC. And that's something we do think, to go back to policy versus practice, should be policy and should be legislated, that people not be denied special events or experiences that take place on a school-wide level because of attendance, for example. I understand why people use incentives and consequences and why it's compelling to do so, but there's extensive research on this. There's a very extensive, the most extensive research done by Harvard, which shows incentives actually can have more of a negative effect than positive effect. And teachers and principals want to use them a lot, and I understand the incentive to do that. But as much of a positive effect as it can have on the people getting the incentive, it can have a negative effect on the people not getting the incentive that is worse than the positive effect it has for the people getting it. That's the summary of the research. And so there's not data, I think, on how often that exclusion is happening, but it's something in other places that has been legislated against.
So is the best practice then just consistency of expectations about, special events and things like that?
Yeah, I think, making sure first that they're for everyone. I think the special events, the experiential learning, the field trips, as I've noted in research, there's enormous research about the positive effects that has on student attendance. So we should just use those things as things that are practices that increase attendance and not, as exclusion or punishment.
Incentive-based. Okay, thank you so much. We also heard from Danielle Robinette from the Children's Law Center. You mentioned the relationship between absenteeism and students with disabilities. Is there a grade level where you're seeing this disparity most frequently?
I don't know that we see it at a particular grade level. The examples I gave in my testimony, one was a very young elementary schooler, one was in their senior year of high school.
Yeah.
I think maybe the type of impediment to special education changes. So when we're looking at very young students, we're looking at delays in placements when they're coming out of early stages and waiting for a self-contained placement within DCPS. And those delays might look different for older students who are either have been identified but aren't receiving the services or need more services, or who are being identified for the first time much later instead of through the early intervention process at early stages.
And are you seeing a greater disparity in schools that have lower funding levels or higher rates of low-income students?
I think that's hard to say based on it would have a selection bias looking at our own clients based on who we're able to take on as clients.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So how do you recommend DCPS in schools improve their evaluation and support system for students with disabilities to ensure we aren't leaving our kids behind?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think that in particular, as CLC has testified before, we're really concerned with how litigious DCPS seems to be in really making parents fight tooth and nail to get access to services.
Yeah.
We've seen an increase in DCPS filing due process cases against parents when that's typically done by a parent towards a school, fighting for every single step along the way, fighting to get an educational expert in to observe a classroom, fighting to get initial evaluations, fighting to have meetings to update IEPs if old evaluations aren't technically due, but like the parent has a concern, right? Every single step along the way is being fought, and this process shouldn't require a lawyer like those at CLC, but increasingly it does to have access to even the very beginnings of that process.
I have also shared that observation. And in fact, was just talking to a friend last night who won a case for placement that was very specific for his child with some incredibly special needs, where it was the only school in the country and had to go several rounds with DCPS and OSSI to get that placement. But the law was real clear. And it just felt like it was such a waste of government resources to fight for that and then pay the legal services back, the legal fees back.
Yeah.
And I don't understand it.
Agreed. We are similarly confused.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Goldstein, I was reminded by Councilmember Nadeau's questions. Could you share citations, some of that research with regard to incentives or disincentives?
I literally just put it in the chat there. So, but I will share it with you by email as well.
Okay. And then does that speak as well to the issue of monetary incentives? We now have a couple schools in the district that are paying parents or paying families or students.
It does not speak to that, and I think that's more compelling, though I don't know the research on it. I think it's more compelling because poverty is very much at the root of the problem in many cases, and families' ability to have their kids go to school. So I'm much more compelled by that. But no, these studies are about incentives, school-based incentives. You get to go on an extra trip. You get a pizza party if you have high attendance, and the effect showing it has more of a negative effect on the people not getting it than a positive effect on the people getting it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony, especially those of you in person. We like people who are in person. Thank you who are online. So the next group, Maya Martin Cottigan, David Trudeau with the Washington Urban Debate League, Angelica Castanon, Kristen Sinclair, Joy Taylor with Capital Athletics. I have 3 people at the table. I have 4 people at the table. All right. Mr. Trudeau, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dennis Martinez. I'm a program associate at the Washington Urban Debate League. I'm here on behalf of David Trudeau, our executive director. Our organization works to create and support debate programs in DC public schools and public charter schools. We currently partner with more than 40 schools in the district. Out of school time programs like debate directly reduce absenteeism and truancy by building community and motivating students to grow. When young people know debate practices after school, they understand that their teammates are counting on them to show up. Monthly tournaments reinforce that commitment, providing consistent attendance and effort with opportunities to compete and succeed. The data bears this out. Research from multiple urban debate leagues nationwide shows measurable impacts on attendance and engagement. For every debate round a student participates in, they attend one additional day of school and are less likely to face disciplinary incidents than their non-debater peers. New findings from the Minneapolis Urban Debate League show that urban debaters have 66 to 77% better attendance than the average student in their district, and that female debaters were half as likely to be tardy. These programs reach the very students most at risk of chronic absenteeism. In DC, our participants often come from schools and neighborhoods that face higher rates of attendance challenges and limited access to enrichment opportunities. Many of our participants go on to keep in touch with their teammates, coaches, and those who they competed against. From personal experience, I am great friends with many of those who I debated with throughout my debate career. I've made lifelong connections with the community I found when I was in high school. Debate helps build these communities for students across the district. As policymakers examine the root causes of truancy, we encourage the council to view debate and other evidence-based OST programs as part of the attendance solution. Sustained investment in these programs builds school communities where the students feel seen, supported, and motivated to attend every day. Thank you for your time and commitment to DC students.
Thank you. And your name again is?
Dennis Martinez.
Thank you. Ms. Cottigan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I'm a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and the parent of a nearly 3-year-old 7th-generation Washingtonian. DC has made incredible gains in academic outcomes since the pandemic. Still, PAVE parent leaders recognize one of the most pressing challenges in education, chronic absenteeism, given that close to 40% of our students miss at least 10% of the school year. This is a call to action. Fortunately, our brilliant families, school leaders, and community partners have told us what we can do to change this trajectory. First, parents want and need to be informed and engaged in what their child is learning and what's happening in their school communities. Clear, consistent connection between schools and families must be foundational to any attendance strategy. I encourage you to read our PAVE Post and Academics in DC report, which has a roadmap to student achievement to learn more. All of this was inspired by parents' decisions to prioritize academics and understanding that attendance is a key component of that work. Second, families need safe passage support. Many parents, especially families east of the Anacostia River and immigrant families, worry about whether their child will get to and from school safely. Investments in neighborhood safety, safe transportation options, and community-based partnerships like the Safe Passage Ambassador Program and DC School Connect are critical so families can feel confident sending their children to school each and every day. We are grateful to the mayor and the DC Council for sustaining investments in these programs in last year's budget, but given the unprecedented times that we are living in, we have to do more to make our children feel safe getting to and from school. One of our most important rights, established by Bowen versus Sharp right here in the district, is every child's right to liberty and racial equality in public education. And unfortunately today, every child and family does not feel protected in that right. Finally, parents remind us that joy is essential and a powerful motivator. When students feel connected, valued, and excited about learning, as so many of the OST providers today have shared with us, they want to show up. We're extremely proud of the nationally recognized impact that high-impact tutoring has had on student performance and attendance. The best practices that we've heard from families are reflected in what we have seen from our school partners across the district, even in the highest needs areas. Schools like DC Prep Anacostia and Center City Congress Heights demonstrate that chronic absenteeism can effectively be addressed through shared responsibility, data-driven supports, and relationship-centered culture. Every adult, from teachers to front office staff, takes ownership of attendance. They track data weekly, they celebrate attendance milestones, and they partner directly with families to address barriers. Students see that missing school means missing out of joyful learning, field trips, and being a part of a community that they love. Their staff work with families to understand the why behind absences and co-create solutions with families that meet them where they are. It's this combination of care, consistency, and accountability that is driving results. Tackling absenteeism is going to require a multi-agency, multi-layered approach. Schools cannot do it alone. Agencies like the Deputy Mayor of Education, including especially the OST office, CFSA, DHS, and OSSE have to work hand in hand with schools and families. That coordination has to be upstream and downstream. From early warning systems to address risk factors to wraparound supports that address housing instability, transportation, or mental health needs. We look forward to continuing to partner with you to ensure that every child in our city that should be a state is showing up safely and joyfully and ready to learn each and every day, regardless of their race, their socioeconomic background, their zip code, or their economic immigration status. That is a DC that will live up to our motto of justice for all.
Thank you. Angelica Castanon. Kristen Sinclair.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kristen Sinclair. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a proud parent of 2 DCPS elementary students, professor of education policy at Georgetown, and a member of Defend DC Education. I'm testifying today to share some of my experience supporting vulnerable families this school year, concerns about the lack of safe routes to school, and to urge the council and DCPS to take action that supports necessary collaborations between DCPS school leaders, educators, and parent organizers. For years, students have shared that anxiety around school commutes is a major contributor to absenteeism. Traveling on public transit, exposure to unsafe adults, and community violence all makes commutes treacherous for students. While many issues that I'm sure other folks will talk about today, such as the criminalization of fare evasion, insufficient access to kids' ride-free cards, have exacerbated absenteeism, I am here primarily to talk about the impact of federal immigration enforcement on safe routes to school. In the past several months, my community east of the park in Ward 4, alongside many other communities across the city, have experienced a huge uptick in ICE presence and related detainments and kidnappings. Federal agents have taken parents, caregivers, and community members on their way to work, with their children in the car, and even in front of some schools, such as the incident outside DC Bilingual during dismissal on September 25th. Amidst these increased federal threats and an increase in policing in general, families are often keeping students home. Because for the most part, DCPS has failed to give schools clear or useful guidance related to protecting vulnerable families from federal immigration threats, or has discouraged them outright from proactively taking steps to keep their community safe, such efforts have fallen on parents, community members, and teachers instead. So essentially, in the absence of clear strategy by leadership to make commutes to schools safe for youth, communities themselves have stepped into the void and have created and implemented safety plans themselves. Across my community in particular, and I know this is the same across other parts of the city as well, parents, teachers, and community members have been transporting students to school every day, students whose caregivers are too scared to leave the house, and have also been working to place familiar adults at key routes and locations along the way to school to provide extra safety and security for families, particularly in elementary schools. Without these efforts, attendance and truancy numbers this fall would likely look much different. Essentially, failing to understand and address how additional policing, particularly ICE, exacerbate absenteeism is a failure of public policy and public safety. While I understand that the council and DC government has no authority or control over ICE or other federal agents' presence in the city, they do have control over is how our government and schools respond. So I'm urging the council, the DME, and DCPS to provide clear, proactive guidance for school principals that encourages them to provide, when appropriate, information related to immigration enforcement and know your rights style trainings to their school communities, and to coordinate directly with parent and community organizers. Schools have really important information about who has been chronically truant and most need of extra supports that then parent volunteers can provide. To summarize, schools must be able to coordinate and fund viable safety plans for students, including carpools, multilingual and emergency communication plans, and capacity for staff to volunteer as neighborhood presence. Relying solely on parent volunteers may not be sustainable as it becomes clear that extra supports for immigrant families may be needed on a longer-term basis. We should all be working together to keep our students, families, and communities safe in the face of federal threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Joy Taylor.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name is Joy Taylor, and I'm Executive Vice President of Capital Athletics. As you may remember, I and my partner, Coach Parker, created Capital Athletics after I was tasked to figure out the best way to prevent truancy and absenteeism back when Robert Bob was the chairman of the Board of Education. As you may remember, the report ended up saying that athletics, music, were the three things that if we focused on, they would be the reasons why we would be able to prevent truism and absenteeism. We were able, thank you to the council, to be able to raise $6 million for those programs, and it worked great. When, especially after the Board of Education was taken over, what we realized was the experiences that the children received by being able to participate in athletics, where it wasn't just the attendance person, it wasn't just the coach, it wasn't just the athletic director, but as someone else mentioned, it was everybody on their team that was looking for those children to make sure that they came to school because they didn't want to lose their game. So everybody was on task. So the parents were on task to make sure that the kids participated. The other students were on task. Even sometimes it was the other teams that knew the students that were playing were making sure that the kids actually participated. So when we look at all of these programs and looking at ways that we have to do something, we also have to understand that the kids are probably the most important factor of making sure that the other kids actually attend and participate. But before I actually go further with that, Coach Parker unfortunately isn't here right now to speak, but what he told me on the way to this meeting was it actually may also be the cause of the fact that we are now allowing so many of the schools to be chosen by the teacher, by the parents, because the parents now are able to pick schools that are way across town. And the older children are now having to take the younger children way across town, then come all the way back to another school that is way across town. And that is causing many of the reasons why a lot of the children are absent or late to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And I take it Mr. Parker is not here?
Yes, unfortunately, he is not here because he has to be at school.
Ms. Sinclair, you said you're a member of Defend DC Education. I've not heard of them.
Yes, it's a fairly new group of folks that emerged out of Empower Ed's work, particularly after inauguration, that have been coordinating across the city to basically provide sort of rapid response when needed when schools are facing threats.
Came out of Empower Ed.
Yes.
It's focused on right now response to, for instance, these ICE raids.
Yeah, a lot of the organizing has been related to, it's sort of in the moment. That's since late summer and the beginning of the school year, a lot of it has been kind of cross-ward coordination, sharing resources, and figuring out how to keep communities safe in response to threats of federal immigration enforcement.
Yeah. Had not heard of Defend DC, but aware of some of that parental work, which I think is really good. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have any other questions for you all. If I don't have copies of your testimony, and for most of you except Ms. Cadogan, I don't have copies. Oh no, Ms. Sinclair, I have yours. Please provide. Thank you all for your testimony. Samantha Trumbull, Alexandra Simbana, Nyasha Rasunguko, Caroline Pryor with Power Ed, Laura Fuchs, President of the Teachers Union. Olga Kano. Sarah Ross, social worker with Lee Montessori. Diera Dupree. Jeanette McCoon. She's Executive Director of School Talk. Ms. Fuchs, I called you, so why don't you sit down at the table? Isabel Sloniger. Do I have too many people? All right. Then we'll stop with Ms. McCoon. Samantha Trumbull. And we have a 3-minute limit, which I've not been paying attention to, but I'm going to start paying attention to it. And you all can as well, because there are clocks all over the place. So you're up, Ms. Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Samantha Trumbull, and I'm a parent and Empower Ed and Defend DC Ed ally in Ward 5 at a school that is about 1/3 Latinx students. And I'm here today to talk about the impact of the federal occupation and of ICE presence in our communities on truancy and absenteeism, and to ask the council to address our mayor's complicity in inflicting violence upon our communities through intimidation, fear, and collusion with federal forces. I'm here because the first week of school, I stood outside my child's elementary school while educators welcomed our children with music and bubbles, while I welcomed their parents with Know Your Rights red cards. Because we've had to create an ad hoc network in our community to monitor law enforcement actions to ensure that our children don't have to witness their or a classmate's family member being abducted in front of our school. As a parent, I cannot even imagine what it must be like to choose between my safety and sending my child to school. The choices are all bad, and we see them playing out every day. The high schooler who's chronically late to their school because they try to make sure that all of their younger siblings get to other schools. The family who makes 2 completely different trips to school, round trips, so that they can bring another family's children to school. Classrooms full of empty seats. I'd like to share a couple more examples from my school community. Last month, when Rhode Island Avenue was closed to traffic for the funeral of a firefighter, which nobody knew about, we were all worried that it was another ICE checkpoint, and several of our families were afraid to send their kids to school that day. One of our families witnessed ICE kidnap someone from the bus stop where they wait every morning to take the bus to school. And another of our students has missed school because of a family member's deportation. I know that our schools have issues with absenteeism that go beyond our current status as an occupied territory, ones that can be solved by community schools that support whole child learning and hands-on programming, but that's not going to solve this problem, the problem of a mayor who is giving full cooperation to a regime that's terrorizing our citizens. At a time when the already most over-policed city in America is being flooded with even more police from out of state and military and civilian troops, our police force should be standing in opposition to that, protecting us, protecting our children from a Fox News TV lawyer who's gunning for the most punitive sentences for the crime of being out past some arbitrary curfew time. I don't expect the council to fix the trust in law enforcement issues, and I think that might be too far gone anyway. But what you can do is strengthen our sanctuary city laws and ensure that they're enforced. Make sure that the kind of ride-alongs that are happening between MPD and federal law enforcement are illegal here in DC. We must end any engagement by MPD with immigration enforcement through physical presence, information sharing, or any other means. And we must ensure that impacted families are not impacted further through truancy investigations. These families deserve to be free of further invasions into their lives by law enforcement. If we aren't going to allow them to come to school without fear, how can we possibly reasonably hold that against them? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trumbull. Ms. Simbana, I believe, is not here. Ms. Rasungoko, or is online? You're up.
Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole,
This is my first time testifying at a hearing, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to address the council. My name is Yashara Sunaguko, and I serve as the Director of Program Operations at Higher Achievement, and I'm also the proud parent of a 7th grader at Brooklyn Middle School. Today, I'm here to speak about the critical role out-of-school time programs play in engaging students and keeping them connected to school. Higher Achievement has been serving middle school students in Washington, D.C. for 50 years. We were founded on a simple but powerful belief: talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. Our mission is to ensure that every scholar enters high school with the skills, confidence, and support they need to thrive. This year, we're serving 250 students across 5 DC middle schools: Ida B. Wells, Brooklyn, Elliott Hine, Kelly Miller, and Achievement Prep Academy. As a staff member for the past 9 years and as a parent of a student who participates in Higher Achievement and other extracurricular programs, I see every day how out-of-school time programs boost attendance and reduce chronic absenteeism. These programs do far more than keep kids busy after school. They create a sense of belonging, consistency, and motivation that carries into the school day. Anyone that has worked with young people knows that when they feel seen, supported, and connected to caring adults and peers, they want to show up. This is certainly the case with my son. I know my son is safe when he is at school during the afternoon and early evening participating in his extracurricular activities. The research is clear. Students who regularly participate in high-quality after-school programs attend more consistently, perform better academically, and are less likely to become chronically absent. At a time when curbing absenteeism has never been more important, out-of-school time programs are a proven local solution already making an impact here in DC. Last year, when we looked at chronic absenteeism rates of scholars in Higher Achievement compared to their schools' rates, Higher Achievement scholars were 3 times less likely to be chronically absent. While we are confident in the program we provide to scholars, we also know this is due to the effective partnership we have with principals and teachers at the schools we operate out of. This relationship is extremely important, and we are grateful to be trusted partners working in concert to best support our scholars. At Higher Achievement, we train and equip our staff to build authentic, lasting relationships with scholars. That's the foundation of our work. We weave together mentoring, academic support, and enrichment opportunities that spark curiosity and joy. But above all, we focus on relationships. Because if a young person doesn't feel valued and supported, no amount of data or instruction will keep them engaged. With the future of federal funding and support being uncertain and unpredictable, we need local government funding at a minimum to remain steady and consistent so opportunities in the after-school space can continue without disruption. When we strengthen OSC programs such as Higher Achievement and work collaboratively with our principals and teachers, we strengthen school attendance and ultimately we strengthen the future of our young people in our city. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to DC students.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council staff. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. I'm excited to testify before your committee today on the topic of chronic absenteeism. No one here needs a reminder of the academic outcomes that result from chronic absenteeism, nor of the slow but steady progress DC schools have made post-pandemic. And although I'm sure your committee is sick of hearing me speak about how these are unprecedented times, I'm back today with the same message. I've spoken to members of school communities too anxious to speak today for fear of the attention it would draw to their schools. But the simple fact is this: there are times students are uninterested in school because we don't make it a supportive, engaging, or developmentally appropriate environment. And there are times students are simply afraid to come to school. This is not to mitigate the fact that many students would rather be elsewhere. We know that time and time again, what keeps students engaged and academically motivated are the same factors that improve attendance. And as a preview of my testimony on academic achievement, it's exciting experiential learning that draws students in and moves the needle, not testing boot camp. And when schools become hubs for students to rely upon, because they connect students to much needed resources like accessible food, clothing, healthcare, or post-secondary experiences, community schools can slowly but surely transform attendance metrics. Recently, we've even had teachers propose solutions like free bike share access for healthy, safe pathways to school that avoid metro safety concerns and lean into travel modes already popular with kids. If you've been out during morning commutes near a school, you've probably seen kids opt to ride a bike or a scooter rather than to walk the 3 blocks between the metro and the school. But to quote a teacher leader, it's relationships that bring kids to school. And many of our students in this environment are unable to form those relationships. Maybe their nervous systems are too dysregulated to form connections with staffs or other students. Maybe they are too fearful to take the metro for fear of encountering National Guard. Maybe their families have kept them inside the house for a week straight out of fear for the masked immigration officers the city has refused to curb, despite our standing sanctuary city status. What I do know is this. Every day, there are countless students who only get to school because parents and teachers have organized, neighbors driven them along a safe route, or there's a volunteer who's a friendly face in the neighborhood. For some schools, this need is so acute that there aren't enough volunteers to accommodate the need, and yet schools are too fearful to raise their hands and draw attention to the crisis. So after attending previous absenteeism hearings, where conversations revolve around the fact that students who aren't in school may be out making the city unsafe, I urge you to consider the opposite. Has long been the case, and is particularly dramatized now, that students are not in school because there are adults actively making the city unsafe for them. And when students do reach our school, our policies don't allow schools to be as joyful or as safe as students need to thrive. Critically, we need you to lead the narrative shift that uncouples conversations around chronic absenteeism from the idea that the school alone can fix this problem, and instead situate them within an ecosystem, locating root causes in poverty, fear, and apathy for a rote learning environment that holds back teachers and limits students in an unsafe environment in our city, given the
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Ms. Fuchs.
Thank you. So we know chronic absenteeism is a very large problem. The district, we need to orient our budget and legislation to prioritize the support of our communities. Instead of pouring council dollars into over-policing in cooperation with ICE, we should focus on ensuring every family is a safe, stable, and high-quality housing, the food and income they need to thrive. There's more on that there, but essentially tax the rich and hold DC government accountable to spending it appropriately. When it comes to our public schools, we need to acknowledge that the system of choice creates a larger problem, and that it creates insurmountable number of middle management instead of focusing on the actual investments in the people who work directly with our students that we need. As charters push students out who present issues like chronic absenteeism, it then forces certain schools to have a higher concentration and therefore need additional funding instead of being labeled and punished as bad. We need to be cognizant of what we're asking teachers to do. Especially when it comes to strong attendance. Teachers know attendance is important. We are the ones who have to adjust our lessons based on an ever rotating number of students. Teaching for 18 years at HD Woodson, I know this firsthand as a school that has challenges with chronic absenteeism. But it's also very frustrating that especially at the secondary level, DCPS policies actually encourage people to be in the building but not attending class because essentially we're forced to have extremely low standards. We know that there is a balance between being very available to our students. I certainly am not one who enjoys punishing students with grades over issues that might be beyond their control. But on the flip side, basically not having to attend class and then teachers being forced to pass students doesn't help them attend either. Often our solutions that we put onto schools are demanding that teachers do more. While our other partners take the credit. We often have to make more phone calls, conduct home visits, and we are never given any additional time to do that. While teachers do recognize that these are important touch points and we want to be doing them, when you're getting increasing class sizes as well as having high concentrations of high need students, it does increase the workload a lot. And oftentimes even scheduling decisions DCPS refuses to acknowledge might double our workload. For example, moving from a 4x4 system to an A/B schedule, suddenly I have to make double the phone calls. And there's zero acknowledgement of that fact. And there's no like assistance or support or any additional time given. There's just more and more mandates, more and more requirements being added on. So educators have no time. And on top of that, the very little contractual time that we have to plan is constantly being encroached upon in violation of our contract. So we believe you should ensure the OSSI report card does not label our schools based primarily on attendance and standardized test scores. stop with the standardized test scores, work with our LSATs to decide how to help the schools because each school has individual needs and LSATs are a key place where we could be doing that. And DCPS should enforce our W-2 contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Olga Kano, I believe, is not here. Sarah Ross is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Sarah Ross. I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a social worker at Lee Montessori Public Charter School, East End Campus in Ward 8, which serves 271 students from pre-K 3 to 5th grade. I'm here today to testify on Lee's work to address chronic absenteeism and respectfully ask the City Council to continue to invest in needed resources to address this public health crisis. I'm proud of the work our team has already done to decrease chronic absenteeism at Lee Montessori East End. Last year, we raised in-seat attendance rates for both our school population as a whole and, importantly, for our at-risk students. We did this by looking comprehensively at our data across the Lee Montessori network, identifying students who had prior history of being chronically absent, and using consistent messaging and positive incentives to celebrate their increased attendance. Those gains would not have been possible without the collaboration of our families, who worked with us to identify and address significant barriers to their child's school attendance. We hope to increase those gains this year by incorporating our attendance work into our multi-tiered systems of support and increasing attendance touchpoints for our students. Our conversations with families have surfaced two consistent barriers to successful attendance: safe transportation and child and family health. We appreciate the mayor and council's continued investments in programs that address those barriers, like DC School Connect. I ask that the City Council continue future funding for programs that help children get to school despite challenges their families may be having with transportation, parental health, or work schedules. Children's health challenges can also be a barrier to school attendance. However, with the transition of the school nursing program from Children's Hospital to DC Health, our school nurse, who was previously full-time at our school, had to reapply for her job and is now only part-time at our school site. This means that families with children who have chronic health conditions like asthma and diabetes may have to worry about consistency of care at school. I ask that the City Council provide oversight and sufficient funding to ensure that each school has a full-time nurse. Thank you for your leadership and partnership in ensuring the highest possible attendance for all DC students.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Tierra Dupree.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Middleton. My name is Tierra Dupree, and I am a Ward 7 resident as well as an active member of the DCPS community. I've worked in the education and youth development sector for the past 7 years, where I've seen the barriers to attendance from the professional side. But today I want to focus on those barriers and what it looks like from a parent's perspective, specifically a parent who sends their daughter out of boundary. To be clear, I'm not testifying on behalf of any PTA or any organization that I may be a part of. As a Ward 7 resident, I made the intentional choice to send my daughter out of boundary so she can attend the school that best fits her academic goals, interests, and community needs. That choice speaks to how much I value education, but it also means facing added challenges to get her to school each day. Getting a young child to school on time every morning is important, but it's not always easy. Families face real barriers: transportation issues, unpredictable work schedules, unaffordable before and after care, stolen vehicles, and children's health needs. Personally, I'm fortunate to have support, but the school day is 7 hours and the work day is 8. Before and after care would add an additional $500 a month to my budget on top of my daughter's other activities like dance and gymnastics. And then there are the moments every parent of a preschooler faces when we have to leave early and suddenly she has to go to the bathroom or spill something on herself and we're back inside. Add that to the Ward 7 traffic heading to Educational Hill, where there's 5 schools clustered together, plus ongoing construction at Spingarn and on Benning Road. It's easy to see how small delays turn into tardies, which we know can turn into absences. Beyond logistics, parents are struggling with a lot mentally, especially Black and Brown parents who face unique pressures. Many of us are managing work, childcare, and safety concerns in a city where stress and fear have been heightened in recent months due to the federalization of police in our city. And finally, not every school makes it easy to report absences. At my daughter's current DCPS school, I can excuse an absence by text, ASPN, email, or note. And that flexibility makes all the difference. But across the city, that's not consistent. If we really want to tackle the issue of chronic absenteeism, we have to remove barriers, not add new ones. That means clear family-friendly attendance policies, reliable communication, support systems like transportation and affordable childcare that meet families where they are, and most importantly, making schools equitable across the district. If you look at some of the schools' demographic data that have the most improvement, a lot of these schools are not east of the river, but have high numbers of east of the river families. It's more than just improving the programming and achievement gaps. I also urge the council to invest in the strategies to decrease trauma and in schools east of the river and improve community safety. Schools are supposed to be the safest place for kids to be, like Councilmember Pinto said. But in some neighborhoods that experience gun violence in the community, students having to walk past people overdosing on drugs, prostitution, homeless encampments, which have been reported, ignored, and falsely marked as completed by 311, trashy streets, which again have been reported, ignored, and falsely marked as completed by 311, navigating multiple deaths in their family and other sicknesses. These traumas and circumstances don't make it easy to go to school and pushes parents like me to send kids out of boundary, which adds on all the barriers that I already mentioned. I say all this to say that parents want their children to come to school. We just need systems that make it possible. Thank you for your time and commitment on this issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions or forward my 311 request to your office.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Jeanette McCoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeanette McCune, and prior to joining the role of Executive Director at School Talk, I was a 24-year member of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, leading our local and national arts education programs, and also working closely with you, Chairman Mendelson and Chairwoman Pinto, on supporting the Duke Ellington School of the Arts, for which I am still on the board and was formerly president. But in my time in joining School Talk, I just want to share a little bit about our investments and being part of the ecosystem in supporting the investment in education, in improving the school climate for educators by supporting different initiatives. So School Talks programs actively work to improve post-secondary outcomes for youth through proactive initiatives such as youth leadership and mentoring, skill building and workforce development, and direct intervention to resolve issues in productive ways, such as mediation and restorative justice. Our programs support youth with disabilities and those who face barriers to inclusion to succeed in school. What I want to speak about today is the support in investment in educator and student support and family engagement. OSSI has been a longtime supporter of our work at School Talk, and School Talk has provided over 15 years of high-quality technical assistance with over 100 DC public and public charter schools. An important part of our process is to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment in partnership with the schools we're supporting, which is included but does not limit school walkthroughs, review of data and policies, community member input through focus groups and surveys. These processes are developed through years of evidence-based practices in restorative justice and the National School Climate Center. Students don't want to go to school if they're not going into an environment where they're cared for and mentored and supported. And so we use these practices to support the work at School Talk. We support our schools because we want them to be able to do this work on their own, and by supporting them through needs assessment and implementation, including identification of both their strengths as well as their needs of their schools and restorative positive school climate, physical environment, relationships, and routines, we believe we are able to help support the work that happens in this area. The reason I am appealing to you today is that School Talk has a number of partners, but our funding has been reduced, unfortunately. We have technical assistant schools that are still very much looking to work with us, but we are facing a $400,000 loss in support to reach the schools that are making positive progress in our work. So we request with your support restoring funding to help us continue to support our schools, to help them change the climate and work in which they're involved. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. McCoon. We don't have a budget before us, so there's nothing we can do with regard to funding. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I just wanted a little bit of exchange with Ms. Trumbull. Near the end of your statement, you said strengthen our sanctuary city laws. Like what?
Honestly, Chairman, that is not my area of expertise. But I do believe that we have existing sanctuary city laws that aren't currently being implemented the way that they could have been. Specifically, data sharing between MPD and ICE is something that we could strengthen strengthen the walls between?
Well, so you do speak about that as well in your statement. The council is not responsible for implementation. So we do have a policy with regard to interaction between DC government officials and ICE. Whether it's being followed or not, that's not us, that's the mayor.
But oversight of the mayor and of the
Oversight,
executive
yes.
branch is your purview, sir.
Yes, but you said strengthening the laws. I'm sounding too argumentative and I don't mean to. There's not a law for us to strengthen. How it's implemented is, I think, the issue, and we can't legislate that. You know,
I'm sure that there's areas for improvement both on the legislative and implementation side, but it sounds like Ms. Pryor wanted to.
I thank you so much, Ms. Trumbull, for the excellent testimony. And I think to your questions, Chairman, one thing that we have noticed is that we might say technically there is not direct collaboration between MPD and ICE, but there is direct collaboration between MPD and other federal agencies that are collaborating in immigration enforcement. And so,
like what?
Like Homeland Security, which has been deputized by ICE in many occasions. And so although technically we are somewhat following sanctuary city status, de jure, de facto, that is not the lived experience on the ground.
Well, I would have to look at the law again, but my recollection is that the law is general enough that it would apply to sister, do I want to say agencies, are all within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. But I just want to go back to the point. I think I want to actually say several things. First of all, even though the 2020 Act, I think, is entitled Sanctuary City Values, sanctuary city is a term that's used without definition. What we have in the law is policy with regard to interaction. And the mayor did, with the Budget Support Act, ask that that be repealed. The council did not repeal it. How it's implemented, though, is an executive function. I mean, that's true across the board. And it's not that I'm trying to pass the buck here, but when we say that there's not supposed to be police, MPD directly involved with ICE efforts like we saw at DC Bilingual, I mean, the law is clear and how that's implemented. So in that case, I did contact the Office of Police Complaints as well as the chief with regard to what appeared to be a violation of the law. But we can't legislate that. I see that all the time with, the whole gambit of stuff that we do. We pass a law and whether it's followed or not, like schools first in funding, you know how that's gone, right? We passed a law, then the DCPS ignored it. This year they got closer, a lot closer. In fact, I think they actually tried to follow it. So in the case of education, I hold oversight hearings. But that's education. That's not public safety.
But I think, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I think the council can be putting more pressure on the mayor to implement these laws in the ways that you intended. Especially if, as Ms. Pryor said, we're getting around this little loophole by sharing it with another agency that then shares it with ICE. As you say, you think that that's not how the law should be implemented. I think that there's pressure that can be put on the executive branch to implement things as you wrote them.
I can say with certainty that members have expressed their views on that to the mayor. So anyway, I just wanted to touch on that. I didn't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here in person. Isabel Sloniger, promoter, youth advocate with Latin American Youth Center. Rustin Lewis is executive director of communities and schools. Dylan Amenqua, who's with communities and schools. Jordan Frazier, who's a site coordinator, as is Mr. Amenqua, with communities and schools. Give me just a second. I have Kat Park, who is Executive Director of Breakthrough Montessori Public Charter School. Adrian Smith, who is just listed as a public witness. I've skipped a couple of people. I don't think they're virtual, and what happened to Mr. Frazier?
Ms. Frazier.
Jordan Frazier. Oh, okay. Irene Jacobs? Here, Ms. Jacobs? Okay. And Nadia Pope? Oh, I have no more seats. All right, you'll be next up. Ms. Sloniger, and thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Isabel Sloniger, and I'm a promotor youth advocate for the Promotor Pathway at Latin American Youth Center, where I have the privilege of serving young people here in the district. I'm here today to share what I've been seeing on the ground, to discuss the real barriers that are keeping our young people from school, and how culturally informed, evidence-based interventions like the Promotor Pathway are critical to improving attendance and youth engagement. As a promotor at Cardozo Education Campus in Ward 1, I serve as a long-term mentor and case manager for at-risk youth who face a multitude of barriers that prevent them from coming to school. These barriers include housing instability, gang recruitment, mental health challenges, and more. We focus on trust, consistency, and holistic support addressing the root cause behind disengagement. However, this is becoming increasingly more difficult with growing safety concerns in the district. Many students simply don't feel safe traveling to and from school. I've supported young people who've lost friends to violence, been victims of crimes, and who have been targeted by gangs trying to recruit them. When walking to school feels like a risk, attendance becomes a safety issue. For many of the immigrant families I work with, there is a constant fear of ICE. People are afraid to engage with their schools because they worry that it might expose their family. That fear leads to avoidance, not just of school, but of every system meant to help. Youth carry that fear too. I'm seeing youth stay home because of ICE presence in our neighborhood or at the metro station. I'm watching teenagers take over duties for their parents, like transporting younger siblings to school, grocery shopping, taking over bills, and working, worried that if their parents leave home, they may never see them again. LAYC, despite funding cuts, continues to engage young people in a meaningful way. I want to share with you the story of a young man who I'm currently working with. He was referred to me 2 years ago for truancy, behavioral issues at school, and suspected gang involvement. I developed a working relationship with this young man and found out that his father had been involved in gangs and had been in prison. He was constantly getting into fights at school, unable to process his emotions in a healthy way. He told me that his future was in the streets and that there was no other option for him. After years of consistency and speaking life into him, he is now taking advantage of his senior year of high school. He even wants to pursue post-secondary education and has dreams of becoming a therapist. Truancy initiatives like the Promotor Pathway are critical to creating spaces for youth to process trauma, re-engage in school, and reclaim their neighborhoods as safe places to gather. This isn't just about attendance, it's about belonging and hope. I ask that the council continue to grow investments in the Promotor Pathway and other community-based truancy reduction models that focus on long-term, trust-based engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sloniger. LAYC is one of the grant recipients from the Show Up Stand Out funding. That's what I thought, yes. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Lewis?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today and your efforts to address chronic absenteeism and truancy. My name is Rustin Lewis, and I serve as the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of the nation's capital. I'm a father of a 3-year-old, a charter school student, and a Ward 7 resident. During the 2023-24 school year, 39% of DC students were chronically absent, with high school rates reaching 56%. These numbers are more than statistics. They are warning lights for students whose needs are unmet. By 9th grade, attendance predicts graduation more strongly than test scores. At communities and schools of the nation's capital, we meet students with support, not punishment. Our full-time site coordinators work inside schools to build trust and connect students with vital resources. They partner with mental health providers, housing organizations, treatment centers, and academic supports to deliver wraparound services. By tracking case-managed students, they identify early signs of absenteeism and intervene with personal supports. In the 2024-25 school year, CIS supported over 5,000 students across 11 schools. Our impact is measurable. 100% of our case-managed students improved academically. 63% showed improved attendance. 90% demonstrated better behavior, and 67% of schools reported improved climate. These outcomes show the power of relationships. When we invest in people, not just programs, students thrive. Chronic absenteeism reflects deeper issues: housing instability, food insecurity, mental health crisis, and systemic disinvestment. Absenteeism isn't just a student issue, it's a systemic one. To address it effectively, DC must invest in school-based early intervention strategies. We recommend expanding funding for integrated student supports through community schools model, ensuring every school has a full-time site coordinator to identify, case manage, and respond to early warning signs before disengagement takes hold. We also urge the Council to support cross-agency data sharing and resource alignment, particularly in housing, mental health, youth services, to remove barriers to attendance. This is not just about attendance, it's about equity, opportunity, and the future of our city. When we invest in relationships and remove barriers, we don't just change metrics, we change lives. Let's make sure that every student in DC is seen, supported, and on the track to succeed. Thank you for this hearing and for your commitment to DC students.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Amenkwa?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the staff. My name is Dylan Amankwa, and I serve as a site coordinator at J.O. Wilson Elementary School for communities and schools of the nation's capital. This is the third year in my role, and in that time, I've witnessed the power of what happens when we truly invest in the whole child, inside and outside of the classroom. Every day, I work to identify and break down non-academic barriers that keep students from showing up ready to learn. Barriers, as you all are aware, include housing instability, food insecurity, untreated health needs, and family crises. These are not excuses, these are real circumstances that can and do determine whether a child walks in through the school doors each morning. The chronic absenteeism crisis we're facing is not just about missing school, it's about what these absences represent. When a student misses 10, 20, 40, I've even seen 100 days of schools missed, it often signals a family in distress, a child who feels disconnected, or a community need that has gone unmet. To illustrate this, I'd like to quickly examine my school. J.O. Wilson has been in a swing space since January as our school undergoes modernization, and since then, we've seen a notable decline in daily in-seat attendance rates. Parents have cited transportation difficulties, childcare issues, safety concerns, and anything else that can be feasibly attributed to such a change. At the same time, I've seen how trusted relationships and coordinated support can make a difference. When families have someone at the school who knows them, listens to them, and connects them to the right resources, attendance improves. Students come to school more regularly when they feel seen, supported, and safe. That's the heart of the community schools model, bringing together educators, social workers, and community partners to address the root causes of absenteeism, not just the symptoms. It's not about punishment, it's about paperwork, it's about partnership. So as the council re-examines the processes and infrastructure surrounding truancy, I urge you all to consider the influence and utility of the community schools model. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. And Jordan Frazier, I believe, is online.
Greetings, Chairman Wilson and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Frazier, and I serve as a site coordinator at H.G. Wilson High School with communities and schools of the nation's capital. Thank you for the opportunity to share how our community is addressing chronic absenteeism through programs and partnerships that support the whole student emotionally, socially, and academically. At CISNAP and H.G. Wilson High School, we know that chronic absenteeism often reflects deeper issues that go beyond academics. Many of our students face challenges related to unmet basic needs, mental health, and lack of motivation. As a site coordinator, I work daily to remove those barriers and create an environment where students feel connected, supported, and eager to attend. A key part of our approach is early intervention. I monitor attendance daily, closely, and reach out to students only after a few absences to identify challenges before they become chronic. This proactive approach often reveals barriers such as transportation issues, family responsibilities, or anxieties about going to or returning to class. Early check-ins and consistent follow-up help students feel supported rather than punished, which strengthens truth and accountability. One of the most meaningful supports that we have created is a safe space, a calm and welcoming room where students can take a break, talk through challenges, and reset before returning to class or home. This space helps prevent early dismissals and unexcused absences, and it has become a trusted area for reflection, problem solving, and emotional regulation. Being that consistent, trusted adult in the building is essential to building the kind of relationships that keep students engaged. To make attendance more meaningful, I assist in leading monthly incentive campaigns with our attendance team that recognize both excellent and improved attendance, not just perfect attendance. These celebrations build excitement and pride around showing up. Students look forward to being recognized, and over time, we have seen attendance become something students take ownership of, not something that is simply expected. Through our programs such as Rocks, Within Our Experiences, Most, and Wise, I facilitate group sessions that help students build confidence, self-awareness, and leadership skills. When young people feel empowered and supported by mentors and peers, their motivation to attend school consistently increases. This year, one of our most impactful partnerships has been Vision to Learn, which provides free eye exam and glasses to students at school. Several students shared that once they received their glasses, they could finally see the board clearly and their interest in learning immediately improved. Meeting health needs like vision care removes barriers that can quietly drive absenteeism. Reducing chronic absenteeism means addressing the whole child. Through safe spaces, incentives, and empowerment programs and health partnerships, we help students show up, stay engaged, and believe in themselves. I encourage the council to continue investing in integrated student supports through the community schools models and in wraparound partnerships that meet students where they are and help them succeed. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the students of the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Kat Park, who I believe is virtual.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Kat Park, and I'm the Executive Director of Breakthrough Montessori Public Charter School in Ward 4. Thank you for this opportunity to share our school's experience and efforts to address chronic absenteeism. Breakthrough Montessori serves 385 students in pre-K 3 through grade 6. Over the past 2 years, we have struggled with chronic absenteeism. During the 24-25 school year, 188 students were chronically absent. This challenge has not affected all students equally. 56 of students with disabilities were chronically absent. 58 of emerging multilingual learners were chronically absent. 73% of students identified as at risk were chronically absent. The impact on learning outcomes is clear. On the DC CAPE assessment, 67% of students with satisfactory attendance met, approached, or exceeded expectations in ELA compared to only 35% of chronically absent students. In math, that gap widens 54% versus 15%. Attendance truly is the first domino to fall. When it drops, everything else follows. Last year, we created a new attendance protocol with multimodal family communication, text messages, emails, phone calls, and in-person meetings. Administrators, teachers, and social workers all participated. We learned that consistency and dedicated time for family engagement are essential to success. A significant challenge we have encountered in supporting families with attendance is access to safe and reliable transportation. This issue disproportionately affects our students with disabilities, as transportation provided by OSSI has often been inconsistent and at times unsafe. To respond, our school provided shuttle bus services and ensured these services were free of charge for qualifying families. Moreover, we provided door-to-door transportation for students experiencing higher rates of chronic absenteeism, partnering with a company that employs vetted and background check drivers to ensure students arrive at school safely each day. However, this solution is extremely costly, with our school paying as much as $8,000 per month. Even when a school is able to make such an investment, this approach cannot scale to serve all students who would benefit. We are committed to doing everything in our power to reduce chronic absenteeism, but schools cannot do this alone. We urge the council to provide dedicated funding and strategic support to schools to mitigate the costs that are incurring, to enhance safety and provide direct services to students and families. Thank you for your time and commitment to addressing this critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Park. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could submit it.
Yes, how do I do that?
Beats me. I think when you registered, it's, there's a way to do it then.
Okay.
So if you go back to the council's website, the hearing management system, correct me if I'm wrong, click on this hearing, and then I think that's how you submit it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Irene Jacobs?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members.
Microphone. Microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. I'm Irene Jacobs, the policy manager at Black Swan Academy, and I'm here today to urge you to consider the systemic barriers keeping youth from school. Truancy is defined as school absenteeism without good reason. However, many different factors can cause students to miss school, including personal, family, school, and community issues. Before we talk about solutions, we need to look at the many systems and challenges that make it hard for youth to attend schools. Circumstances youth face at home are often factors influencing school absenteeism, including family instability, caregiver health challenges, and a lack of resources. OSSE indicates that nearly 10,000 youth experienced homelessness during the 2023-2024 school year. Housing instability and a lack of financial resources impacts a young person's mental well-being and ability to consistently attend school. Organizationally, Black Swan Academy youth have at times had issues with attending school due to housing challenges and have stayed with staff. These youth often had to choose between securing the basic needs of safety and housing or getting to school. We have also had youth that have not gone to school due to not having clean clothing or uniforms and have relied on BSA staff to use their laundry machines or get rides to the laundromat. For some youth, if greater access to resources such as hygiene products and counseling occurred at school, there would be more attendance and greater engagement. Student safety in the community is another barrier that makes it challenging for youth to attend school. Unlike many of their other peers in other cities, DC youth are currently living through a federal occupation, which results in a higher likelihood of youth experiencing negative interactions with officers. An encounter with police can be traumatic for a young person, even if it does not result in an arrest. Learning researchers have displayed that youth who experience or witness police stops and intrusive tactics are at risk for significant psychological and emotional distress. These experiences can also lead to increased fear, school absences, and negative educational outcomes. In light of heavier policing in the district, our youth have demanded that schools revoke the cell phone ban to enable youth to communicate in times of emergency, initiate greater safety protocols, and provide more resources, such as timely Kids Ride Free card distribution toward youth safety on public transportation. Over-policing in and around school pushes students away instead of bringing them in. When young people, especially Black and brown youth, are constantly surveilled, searched, or disciplined harshly, school stops feeling like a place of learning and starts feeling like a place of punishment. Many students begin to associate school with fear, anxiety, and disrespect. Instead of being met with care and understanding, they are met with police presence and criminalization for behaviors that often stem from trauma, poverty, or unmet mental health needs. This environment discourages attendance, increases disengagement, and leads to higher rates of truancy.
When we talk about truancy, we need to be honest about where the real absence lies. The lack of community resources, mental health support, and adequate educational resources represents the truancy of the governing system itself. If we truly want to address school absenteeism, we must start by fixing the conditions that push students away and invest in schools that are safe, welcoming, and worthy of their potential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Nadia Pope, I think, is not here.
She's here.
Oh, I'll get you next one then. Adrian Smith, who's virtual. If she's not accepted, then we're gonna just move on. Mr. Lewis, I was a little intrigued of the students that your organization has worked with. You said 100% of case managed students improved academically.
Yes, sir.
Pretty good, but then only 63% showed improved attendance. Explain that difference.
Yeah, I think there's, in terms of how we're tracking just the case managed students, we're able to implement supports, integrated supports that are helping our students come to school. We have about various opportunities for students to meet with their principals for breakfast before school. So we've tried a number of approaches to addressing attendance. So I think we're doing better than we have historically, certainly pre-pandemic, and the number seems to be going up from year to year.
Well, that's good. And I don't know that this is significant line of questioning that I'm following, but I just think it's curious that if 100% are improving academically, why aren't 100% improving in terms of attendance?
Well, it is a subset of the school because we're just focused on the case managed students that we're serving. So I think there's probably a correlation between the number of case managed students that we're serving and really providing sort of the academic supports, the mentoring, tutoring supports, but also really trying to invest in getting them to come to school. So that's where we're certainly putting more of our effort, energy, and investment.
All right, I'll leave it there. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. Nadia Pope, I apologize, I somehow skipped you earlier. Sarah Hill, volunteer coordinator with Washington Urban Debate League. Josh Boots with Empower K-12. He's in person. There he is. Tara Iqbal. Luis Martinez, program manager with Latin American Youth Center. Kiana Lamans, parent leader with PAVE. And Sharon Boone Ruffin, a parent leader with PAVE. And I'll stop there. Ms. Pope.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Pope. I'm a staff attorney at Advocates for Justice and Education. AJE provides free legal representation of families in the district on issues related to special education, school discipline, school safety, and more. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the increasingly pervasive issue of chronic absenteeism. My testimony today will focus on creating safe and welcoming environments for students with the help of the more transparent and efficient grievance process, specifically for incidences involving bullying, harassment, and staff misconduct. In my experience, I've heard stories of students being harassed by staff because of their disability, a young man being bullied by peers for the entirety of the school year due to his racial identity, siblings being picked on, and informing staff every day of their increased fear of physical violence, and more similarly disheartening stories. These are not isolated incidences. DCPS's grievance procedures fall short of its mission to create a safe and positive learning environment based on universal respect. Entities like DCPS Care Team and the Labor Management and Employee Relations Office are meant to act within the support structure. However, their lack of transparency undermines trust and does the opposite. Families routinely reach out to AJE after they have exhausted every other avenue after reporting their concerns to school administrators, submitting safety concerns to the DCPS Care Team, or raising staff issues with the DCPS Limmer office. We hear consistent concerns about DCPS Care Team. Families report a lack of adherence to required timelines for investigations to be completed, inadequate reviews and closure letters that contain inaccurate or incomplete findings. With Limmer, perhaps the most concerning, families receive no communication at all, no updates when an investigation is concluded, no notice of whether allegations were substantiated, and no information about any corrective actions taken. This lack of communication breeds deep mistrust of the system's ability to adequately address the issues and cause anxiety around the family's decision to allow the student to return back to school. While families wait for investigation outcomes, students are often left unprotected. Some students remain in the classroom, but no safety plans are implemented. In the meantime, the students often continue to experience bullying or harassment. Other students are kept home because families no longer feel confident in the school's ability to protect their child. In both scenarios, students are losing instructional time, becoming disconnected from their peers, and experiencing emotional distress. To improve this system, we recommend that City Council prioritize the following actions: provide more oversight to DCPS and the DCPS Care Team, ensuring that the team adheres to established investigation timelines and provides accurate reports; mandate transparency from Limmer, including making the office public-facing and notifying families about the status and outcomes of their investigations; strengthening school-based responses to bullying and harassment by ensuring safety plans are implemented immediately, and provide schools with additional resources and training in behavior and social and emotional well-being to help prevent incidences of harm from arising. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Sarah Hill.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Sarah Hill. I'm the volunteer coordinator at Washington Urban Debate League, or WUDL, and I'm the proud product of debate at a Title I high school, though that's been a long time ago. We provide debate programming competitions to nearly 1,000 students in 90 schools across the city and some in surrounding counties. It's about 40 schools here in DC. An overwhelming majority of our schools are Title I. The last few years, we've been expanding our Spanish language debate division as well. My colleague Dennis earlier talked today about attendance outcomes improving through debate and out-of-school programming, but I want to take it one step further and talk about the outcomes that come after attendance, like high school graduation, college readiness, and civic participation. Urban debaters are 70% more likely to graduate on time than debate peers, 90% including 70%, 75% of most underserved students. 100% of our students here in Washington Urban Debate League graduate on time. And this increased graduation doesn't happen without our students being present in class. Urban debaters are also 18% more likely to be college ready because of the academics and social emotional that we promote. And debaters, generally speaking, are 3 times more likely to vote in elections. So while these outcomes are further down, they don't happen without our debaters being present and engaged in the classroom, which they are. This weekend, as an example, this Saturday, we had 140 middle and high school students in the classroom for 6 hours learning reading, taking, and public speaking skills. Many of the instructors were actually older, senior debate students coming to teach their younger peers. So again, on a Saturday, we had those students coming out to participate, and we know that correlates to them going back to the classroom with those skills. Like many community organizations here today, there are interested students in these activities than the schools have resources and capacity to provide for at this time. And with the end-all be-all solution, we're so proud to be a piece of this puzzle, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Does the Urban Debate League sponsor debate competitions?
Yes, we provide food, the tournament, we run the tournaments, and sometimes provide transportation as well.
And are you or the debaters members of the NFL?
The National Forensic League.
Yep.
Yes, it's now the National Speech and Debate Association. We operate outside of the NSDA. We have students who compete in a travel team. We have tournaments regionally, but then we had 80 students participate in our first travel team. So some of the students who spent more time involved, we allowed them to join us there. And that some of those are the NFL circuit. We compete in a couple other circuits as well.
When did they change the name?
About 2016-ish. I was competing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Mr. Boots?
Mr. Chairman, did you participate in the NFL when you were a child?
Yes, and I have a pen.
Figured. Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. My name is Josh Boots. I'm here today to talk about one of the most urgent challenges facing DC students, chronic absenteeism. The data are clear and alarming. About 1/3 of all students and nearly half of all economically disadvantaged students missed 4 or more weeks of class last year. That amount of absenteeism, the consequences for it are severe and measurable. Our research shows that for every single day a student misses class, their CAPE test score in math and reading declines by 1 point. And when the difference between approaching expectations and meeting expectations is 25 points, being chronically absent drops you 1 level. Yet, some schools wait until after the first quarter to identify these students. We feel like that there's a lot of opportunity to engage in chronic absenteeism as early as September before attendance patterns become entrenched and the opportunity to fully re-engage those students is lost. However, there's hope. Schools like Center City Congress Heights and DC Prep Anacostia demonstrate what's possible when we act early and intentionally. These schools, serving students who face significant barriers, have among the lowest chronic absenteeism rates of all schools east of the river. Their approach is straightforward. Attendance at that school is every adult's job. They use data from day one. They work to build strong relationships with students and families and make school a place that students want to be. They also utilize predictive analytics, and Empower K-12 has historically been able to identify better than 85% of the students who will be considered chronically absent in June as early as September. That allows them to act earlier. To move the needle, we suggest the DC government take 3 concrete steps. First, we should invest in timely, rigorous data systems. When students transfer between schools, their attendance history should follow them as their test scores do. Currently, chronically absent students, those who are most likely to switch schools, fall through the cracks. We should also deploy predictive analytics across the district to help schools and agencies identify students at risk of chronic absenteeism as early as September, before those patterns solidify and CFSA requests become overwhelming. Second, we should create an accessible dashboard for LEAs and provide comprehensive training for educators on utilizing predictive analytics tools. Schools need user-friendly early warning systems and professional development to interpret data, intervene effectively, and then use that rigorous data to track what's working. Data without training is just numbers on a screen. Third, we should invest in what gets kids to come to school. Programs like DC School Connect to provide critical door-to-door transportation in safe passage neighborhoods, extracurricular activities that give students a sense of belonging and purpose, and field trips that make learning come alive. The bright spot schools that we've elevated don't just track absences, they create cultures where students feel celebrated, and where showing up means experiencing joy and opportunity, not just an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Iqbal, I believe is virtual.
Yes, I'm here.
Please.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for continuing to shine a light on chronic absenteeism. My name is Tara Iqbal. I'm the director of SEL at DC Prep, which just got a shout out for our Anacostia campus. We operate 6 campuses across wards 5, 7, and 8, serving approximately 2,100 students preschool through 8th grade. Before the pandemic, our data was pretty consistent with the schools you described earlier. We were reaching 93% attendance. Post-pandemic, that dropped to 88%. And since then, we've seen a modest increase only to 89.6, which is just a 1.6% improvement. However, despite that consistent attention, our chronic absenteeism has decreased over the past 2 years from 36 to 40%. We've not taken this lightly. We have spent a lot of time restructuring our approach to attendance. This summer, we drafted a comprehensive attendance playbook, which was a strategic plan outlining how we monitor and intervene with moderate and chronic absenteeism every single month. We trained all of our staff, teachers, leaders, and student support teams on this plan, and we built a whole new data system to help us support this. And yet, despite this, 2 of our campuses are seeing slight declines in consistent attendance. 2 have maintained steady, and 2 are showing improvements. This is a bit disheartening given the scale and intentionality of our efforts this summer, and it tells us something important. Schools cannot solve this alone. When we analyze the root causes of absenteeism across our campuses, we see patterns. We see transportation instability, we see family and community wellness issues, student mental health and well-being issues, and a lot of caregiver burnout. I want to expand on 2 of those. First, transportation. Many of our families lack access to reliable transportation. Even when we provide Metro cards or support, families often face unpredictable bus schedules, long travel times with multiple transfers, and safety concerns, especially for some of our younger students. Families with multiple children attending different campuses or schools face additional barriers. And when one family member is sick, it often makes it impossible for the rest of the family to come to school. And then connected to student mental health, we are seeing a notable rise in school avoidance rooted in anxiety, depression, and trauma. And many of our students are not refusing school out of disinterest. We are currently lacking DBH clinicians at 4 out of our 6 campuses, which is another burden because we can't provide those mental health services. So that is a big gap. In closing, our school teams are deeply committed to this work. We urgently need partnerships, community-based organization, mental health providers, housing advocates in the district to create a coordinated response. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to this critical work.
Thank you, Ms. Iqbal. Luis Martinez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Luis Martinez, and I serve as the program manager for the Promotor Pathway at the Latin American Youth Center. I am here to speak in support of LAYC's Promotor Pathway, an evidence-based youth development model that works to address truancy in DCPS through OSSI's Show Up, Stand Out program. It is critical that there is continued investment in community-based partnerships that are already in place working to address chronic absenteeism in DC public schools. Through our partnership with OSSI, LAYC's Promotor Pathway has deployed 7 promotors or youth advocates to 5 campuses: Roosevelt High School, McFarland Middle School, Cardozo Education Campus, Coolidge High School, and Ida B. Wells. These staff members provide intensive long-term one-on-one mentoring and case management to students facing serious personal and socioeconomic challenges that contribute to chronic absenteeism. Our staff and programming are thoroughly integrated into the school communities, and we have developed trusted long-term relationships with school administration and teachers. Our promotors work collaboratively with staff to support up to 175 students. They build strong, transformational relationship and serve as consistent advocates linking students and families to critical resources both within and beyond the school. With the current challenges in DC and the fear in our communities, our promoters have been lifelines for youth and families. We are deeply concerned as to how the current climate is impacting attendance for students, and our individualized approach and reach that can extend beyond that of a school staff is more critical than ever right now. Additionally, our promoters are often among the few bilingual staff in the schools and looked to as a resource beyond youth in our program. I would like to read a statement from one of our youth so that you can hear directly from a DCPS student benefiting from our services. This has been one of the few programs that have truly made a difference in my life. Ms. Lila has helped me and provided me with support, and she has been one of the reasons why I feel excited about going to school, since I feel that there I have a safe space. I can escape from the monotony of daily life, a space where I feel comfortable and calm, where I do not have to worry about fitting in, since I know that there I can be myself. I know that I'm not the only one who has been helped by this program and feels this way. The Promotor Pathway is rooted into two external evaluations. A 2016 randomized controlled trial by the Urban Institute, which found that in the program, 33% youth were more likely to be engaged in school, 33% less likely to have a child, and 60% less likely to experience homelessness. And in 2022, a follow-up study which confirmed the program's long-term impact included higher rates of high school completion, employment stability and earnings, and self-efficacy among participants. We are actively working with OSSI to find innovative and effective ways to continue measuring outcomes of our truancy reduction efforts. OSSI's on-the-ground involvement at the school and with our staff demonstrates a deep commitment to student success. Today, I urge you to continue funding and supporting community-driven programs like the Promotor Pathway. We are seeing real results. We are reaching students others often can't, and we continue to build on the foundation for long-term success.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. LAYC is one of the recipients of the Show Up Standout grants.
Correct.
Is Promoter Pathway what you call your program?
Yes.
Just asking, because that's not the city's name, that's your name for your program.
Yes, that's a program within LAYC.
Thank you. Kiana Lamans, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee of the Whole. My name is Quiana Lamont, and I am a paid parent leader in Ward 7. All my children attend DC public schools. Today, I will be speaking about the chronic absenteeism and truancy, an issue that is a symptom and not a disease. Chronic absenteeism and truancy have continued because of the daily unexpected crisis our children and family faces. For Black and Brown low-income students, the journey to and from school often is the biggest obstacle to attending school. DC students and families have extensive choice in where they send their children to school. However, there is not always a safe and reliable way for the children to get to school. To improve attendance, we must increase safe passage effort. We must continue to invest in and expand programs that work like DC School Connect. We should expand the areas safe passage ambassadors are present. We must be attentive to traffic safety and ensure there are crossing guards at busy intersections near school. OSSI should hire more bus drivers and attendants for the OSSI DOT program to ensure the students with IEPs are able to get to school on time. Providing children with a safe, reliable, and convenient way to get to and from school will positively impact attendance. Not only do our children need a safe way to get to school, but they need to be excited about what happens once they get there. My son is involved in an out-of-school program, involved in a boxing out-of-school program, just like his siblings were. Knowing that he had boxing after school motivate Clever to be excited about the school day. All students should have access to programs in and outside of the classroom to get them excited, push them to learn, and help them develop new passion. Investing in out-of-school program will encourage children to attend school and increase attendance. Additionally, DC families are grappling with the stress of financial burden, rising costs, housing instability, and inadequate to access health and mental health care. Children experience this stress as well. We must equip our students with the tools they need to navigate the world we are living in. We must invest in school-based mental health to support the whole student. If students is experiencing trauma, this can negatively impact attendance. If a student is equipped with the tools and support they need to navigate trauma, attendance will improve. Finally, a new wave of fear has struck our community. The threat of deportation, detention, or arrest by law enforcement at schools, workplace, or on street corners. This profound fear of being separated from loved ones is now a major factor in driving absenteeism. We cannot address this crisis with the simple attendance mandates. We must recognize and address the deep compounding issue facing our students and community to see consistency in our classrooms. I urge you to consider the reality of all that our children experience as barriers to attendance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sharon Boone Ruffin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward A resident and a paid Ward A and citywide PLE board member. I am also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Learn DC Public Charter School parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and an educator of the importance of addressing all contributing factors to chronic absenteeism and truancy. As you have heard from my fellow PAVE leader, chronic absenteeism does not exist in the bubble. It is a reflection of a larger challenge that families face every day, especially around safe passage and communication between schools and families. One of the biggest factors contributing to absenteeism is a lack of reliable and safe transportation. DC students travel all across the city to attend schools that fit their needs and interests, but getting there is a struggle. They may walk, they may drive, take the bus, take metro, take an Uber, or even a combination of these things to get to school. With recent changes to the bus routes, students have had their commutes completely changed and made even longer. My daughter now has to take 2 different buses just to get to the train station and then get on a train to have another 22-minute walk from Mount Vernon to Dunbar every single day. This long commute is even more difficult for students who have the responsibility of getting their younger siblings to different schools before heading to their own, which adds even more to their daily travel. Not only are students' commutes longer and time complicated, but they also must place their unsafe situations as they're navigating public transportation. If we want our students to be in school and ready to learn, we must invest in programs that are getting more convenient, more consistency, and more safe. This means we must invest in expand programs like DC School Connect and Safe Passage Ambassador programs. Not only should we invest in these programs, but we should be more creative. DC students are lucky to have access to great schools across the district. We must work together to ensure that they not only show up, but show up safely. In addition to invest in safe passage, we must also have clear communication between the schools. Last year, my daughter, who is an honors AP student and an athlete who will be graduating early this year, on her report card, she had 54 absences last year. No, not from illnesses, but from her school games, from school trips, as well as college visits. Schools must maintain a clear line of communication to ensure that we have a strong understanding of attendance. They also must make sure that we are providing accurate information and not have everything as an all-in-one bundle package when it comes to absences. We must address the chronic absenteeism and the truancy for our DC kids because the scores show we put love and faith into our communication, we put love and faith into our schools. We will see the results with our schools succeeding. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Boots. You mentioned a couple of schools, Center City, Congress Heights, DC Prep, Anacostia, reducing or improving attendance. You also look at schools in terms of bold schools. I think that's the term you use. Are these schools bold schools, or how does absenteeism correlate with bold schools?
Both schools were bold schools last year. We will publicly announce the bold schools in 2 weeks. I will say that one of them is. They are both in bold schools have statistically significantly lower chronic absenteeism rates than similar schools serving similar demographics. It is the things that they do to do that. What are those things? It is the combination of incentives to get kids to school, consequences if you do not come to school, and the supports for students who need supports to get to school on time. And so it is that combination, but it is also about building the relationships. I would think that, and what we hear from those bold school leaders is the value of the relationships, teacher to teacher, teacher to student, teacher to caregiver. And it's the value of all of those things, but while keeping in balance rewards, consequences, and supports.
I'm intrigued that you said consequences, because didn't we have testimony earlier about how consequences backfire? They're negative?
Yes, I believe Mr. Goldstein referenced a Harvard study that I would argue is small and flawed. It was just about middle school and high school students in California who some of them received letters that would receive consequences for the month of February in the middle of the school year. And I think if you ever taught middle schoolers and high schoolers, if you start something new in the middle of the school year and it doesn't apply to everyone and only some get to do it, that was about to occur will fail. And so I think it's not surprising to me that that's one study that looked at giving rewards and consequences to some students in 1 month didn't succeed. And I would say that what we have heard, even that another example is Harmony Public Schools or public charter school. Most schools have chronic absenteeism rates that tick up throughout the school year. At Harmony last year, between the 60th instructional day and the 100th instructional day, chronic absenteeism went down. And so then I asked that school leader, what is it that you changed between the 60th and 100th day that moved the needle to bring chronic absenteeism down? And one of the things that they did was institute a potential consequence. They talked with families that like, your students are missing school. School is valuable. We want them to get as much instruction as possible. If your student is considered chronically absent at the end of the school year, we will ask that they come to summer school. And then that moved the needle in getting chronic absenteeism to come down. Amongst other things, again, it has to be in balance. Consequences, incentives, and supports in balance.
So the consequence there was more school. And to avoid more school, they all showed up. I'm oversimplifying that, but.
And you correct. And I also participated in the NFL debates and never placed in any district or regional competition. So,
I didn't bring that up.
Just like, if we get in debate, you will win, Chairman.
No, I was horrible. I was horrible. I managed to get my pin because I participated. Although actually, I think we did go to the state, maybe we went to the state finals, but we were not worthy. But that's beside the point. Well, I'm intrigued with your statement, Mr. Boots, because you said to move the needle, we must invest in rigorous data systems, which will cost money, that we must create an accessible dashboard for LEAs, which will cost money, and you invest in what gets kids to come to school, which doesn't necessarily cost money, although you mentioned DC School Connect, which does cost money. But we've had testimony and even your own statements that making school be a more hands-on approach to kids who are having attendance problems, working with families, that's some of the testimony, better communication, those things don't cost money. And you didn't mention any of those in terms of moving the needle. I'm going to go a little further before I let you respond. You, I think, might have been here at the beginning of the hearing with my opening statement, and we looked at schools. I have the list in front of me. We didn't do a comprehensive look. We just picked some schools, like Sousa, that school year 21-22, 68%. Truancy, the next year 57.8% truancy, the next year 4.9% truancy. And then the last school year, 58% truancy. There were, I think I identified 5 schools where they improved and then regressed. So in moving the needle, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because you used the expression moving the needle, which I use sometimes about this. How do we move the needle when schools improve and then regress?
I'm obviously not familiar with Susan Middle School, so I can't speak to that. I'm sure that DCPS will be up here later. You can ask them. But just in general, one of the reasons why I didn't mention the things that also do move our relationships is because I knew that most people here would talk about it. And the things that we would need from council do cost money. And so you're right that I'm asking for things that cost money. I do think our kids are worth it. And I think that these are the investments that have the return on investment. I'm not advocating for things that I think will cost money that wouldn't get us back that much money in return. Again, so when students come to school, it's 1 point for every day that that they miss school is 1 point off the test. If we can move and reduce chronic absenteeism by 10 to 20%, then we would have jumps of 10 to 20% on the state assessment. And we know that those jumps through the Urban Institute study would greatly increase the earnings of our own citizens and our own students by age 30. Like, we're talking in millions of dollars. And so to me, those are investments that are now, but are worth it for our future as our economy, as our students. I think our students are worth it.
So that would answer the question why you mentioned the things that do cost money. But you didn't answer the question, but maybe because it was unfair for me to put it to you, which is, so we move the needle on some of these schools. They go from 41% to 13%, from 57% to 4.9%. But then they regress. Can you, I mean, there were McKinley, Souza, Jefferson, Check, Cardozo, Elliott, Hine, Eastern. This was not a complete survey.
I mean, it's a great question, Chairman. I'm not going to disagree with you. I also do not work directly with those DCPS schools. What I can say is that these strategies do take time and effort. And in some respects, that time and effort can be overwhelming for individuals if we don't continue to support them. And sometimes when you have to make hard decisions financially for the next year, it can wear on those same individuals who were successful the year before. I'm not sure that that's the exact answer for the situations that you're talking about, but I can imagine that that could be the situation. I also don't think that that's the norm. In places where we do see declining chronic absenteeism, it is usually year over year. I think what you are finding are exceptions to the rule and are great. And it is a great question to ask those who might know.
Well, it is a lot of exceptions because, as I said, it wasn't a complete survey. So I shouldn't be putting you on the spot like this, but I am. So if we're going to talk about spending money, what about the best way to spend money? So I'm guessing that since you testified about how, you know, better data systems, better dashboard, you think those are the best ways for us to spend money. But we spent last year, or we budgeted last year and this year, pretty much the same amount. $15 million in FY '25. For programs like Show Up, Stand Out, that was 2.2 million, ACE 4.7, 4.07, PASS 3.2, Attendance Pilot at DHS 3.3. Are those good ways to spend money, or is that unfair for me to put that to you?
I mean, I think you answered your own question. I do think it's unfair for you to put that on me. But what I would say is that every time that we make an investment, we should require a study. And while DC School Connect didn't require a study, we were able to do a quasi-experimental analysis because we do work directly with the data from Statesman Academy and Center City Public Schools. And because DC School Connect, while there was maybe 100 students that were eligible to receive DC School Connect services, they could only serve about half of them. So we were able to do a quasi-experimental study to look at, well, how did then the attendance and tardiness of those students who received DC School Connect compare to those who did not? And we saw statistically significant improvement in both attendance and reduction in tardiness. To me, every minute matters. If students miss that morning meeting where they can ground themselves, get into a comfortable, safe position to learn, then that's also a problem. We talk about every day counts. We should also be talking about every minute counts. And so that is, to me, like being able to do that sort of quasi-experimental analysis with DC School Connect is something that we should be doing with every investment.
I think I'll leave it there. I'll invite if anybody else here wants to say anything on any of those issues. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Boots, for letting me put you on the spot.
Yes, LD or CX? What, Lincoln Douglas debate or cross-examination debate? Which one did you do?
Wasn't Lincoln Douglas. I don't think it was the other. It was a debate team where there were negative 1, negative 2, affirmative 1, affirmative 2. What is that?
That's cross-examination debate.
Okay.
I'm sure it was just a few years ago. That it's okay.
I still remember the debate topic, but I won't repeat it here.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ben Peish. Christine, oh, you know, I didn't ask. Yeah. Christina Hansen. Is Christina Hansen here? Dominique Moore. Devon Montgomery, Zachary Wilson, Elizabeth Weiss,
Those last three names are educators. They may be traveling.
Ashley Bryant. Going to be a few more because these are all Empower Ed fellows. Bryant's online. Ange Perko. Zali Jones. Kendall Shepard. Kendall Shepard. Jaquan Bryant. And that's the end of the public witnesses. Let's go back. Ben Peace.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Peisch. I'm testifying today as a Ward 1 resident and a proud DCPS pre-K, elementary, and middle school parent. Thanks for holding this hearing. I'm a daily attendance true believer. Back in the olden days, I had a perfect attendance all the way through high school, even on senior skip day. As DC hardcore legend Ian Mackay said, you always make the gig, no matter what. To me, if you're in school, that's your gig, so you always make the gig. However, this mantra that has been foundational to my life and my family fails in this current environment. And my goal in my testimony today is to bear witness to how terrifying it has been for many students and their families to attend school over the first months of this school year. We live in Mount Pleasant. It has been widely reported, but federal ICE agents in our neighborhood have cruelly and unlawfully arrested students' parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and family friends. In addition to the heartbreak and trauma, for the purposes of this hearing, young people are losing trusted adults who address common barriers to attending school. Families impacted often lose an income stream and accrue immense legal costs, which in turn destabilizes their housing. So the simple act of walking children to school is a huge risk for many families. Neighbors have stepped up with volunteer-led efforts, such as walking buses running every day in school communities across the district. I'm just one of many volunteers who are now involved in the daily attendance of students in their neighborhood. Many groups who have provided critical and direct support on the margins of these conversations, such as mutual aid groups and tenants associations. If attendance rates are stable at schools in impacted communities, it is likely because of immense efforts by neighbors that I worry are not sustainable. I understand that you, Chairman, have very limited leverage with federal law enforcement. However, I feel compelled to testify today that similar to what happened during COVID, our neighbors who have the least are being hit the hardest. Mr. Chairman, I also know that you believe that government should be an honest, efficient deliverer of services that helps those least able to help themselves. So my hope is that when you and your team are crafting policy, preparing advocacy, making constituent outreach, and identifying areas for further inquiry to improve attendance, you will prioritize the unique, pressing, and growing needs of families impacted by ICE. I hope you'll learn that the supports that they need to be in place for these families to feel safe and attend school every day. I'm happy to connect you and your staff with people, with volunteers who are more experienced and knowledgeable than myself, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Paish. Christina Hansen, I think, is not here. Dominique Moore.
I was gonna wait for my time to reset, sir. No worries, I just want to be punctual. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. My name is Dominique Moore. I am the founder and executive director of the community-based organization called Life Rain, and I'm also the community organizer for Empower Ed. I've also been a special education teacher for the past 15 years, and I've sat before this council many times before, advocating for equitable education funding, a standalone education committee, and investments in programs such as community schools, experimental learning, safe passage, and the expansion of out-of-school time programs. When we discuss absenteeism, historically, the conversation often centers around consequences. But consequences alone are not motivating, and in practice, they often mean referrals to courts and city agencies. This punitive approach feeds directly into the school-to-prison pipeline, and when paired with inadequate legislation and insufficient structural support. We continue to overburden already strained systems without providing more monetary, physical, or systematic investments. And then we question why agencies such as CFSA have declined to process the majority of educational neglect cases in their beginning recent months. Truancy is not an isolated issue. It is the outcome of intertwined barriers: unstable housing, food insecurity, unsafe transportation, youth criminalization, inequitable access to school resources, and the absence of culturally relevant and engaging curricula that reflect the realities of today's learners. We can address these barriers through equitable and consistent school funding, which would allow schools to retain key attendance and staff members like registrars and attendance counselors rather than losing them year to year. We must also revise and expand supportive initiatives such as decriminalizing fare evasion, safe passage, community schools, and strengthen partnerships with trusted community organizations that deliver effective programming inside and outside of school. Yet, year after year, these are the same critical and pivotal programs that we come to the council and urge to fund. I urge the council to establish a standalone education committee that can provide focused oversight and accountability on our schools. Councilman Parker noted earlier that the process is a little disjointed. I think an oversight committee on education could help some of that. Also, it is one of the biggest budget buckets, so it should have some fiscal oversight. Adequately and consistently fund schools so that they can sustain critical attendance and support roles. I think, Chairman, one of the things that you mentioned earlier was the continued retainment of educators. I think school support personnel is also important in that because those are the people that know our communities and families the most. I think that it's important that we continue to invest in school redesign, experimental learning, and the modernization of schools to make schools a place of joy, creativity, and belonging. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Devon Montgomery, I believe, is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students and Culture at Harmony DC Public Charter School, an elementary school in Ward 5, and an Empower Ed Fellow. As a building leader that works closely with families and scholars, I understand the impact that chronic absenteeism can have within a school community. I am here today to ask the council to address absenteeism by working to eradicate some of its root causes. In our multifaceted approach to lowering chronic absenteeism, over the past few years, we have implemented a diverse regimen of supports to ensure that our scholars and families are able to show up to school ready to learn. Absenteeism can be a symptom of housing insecurity, food insecurity, lack of transportation, poverty, sense of belonging, unengaging curriculum, or lack of academic supports, amongst a myriad of other factors. As such, chronically absent scholars should be supported rather than criminalized. As a school with a very high at-risk population, we had to implement a variety of supports for our scholars. Over the past few years, we have partnered with a third-party provider to support our scholars with counseling services and support, social and emotional supports, provide families with free before and after care programming, added an attendance coordinator to our student support team, provided ELA and math intervention to all of our scholars, partnered with a high-impact tutoring reading program, implemented restorative practices, and developed positive behavior intervention supports for scholars. As a result, our chronic absenteeism rate has dropped from 58.9% in 23-24 to 49.9% last year and continues to decline. This year, we may not be able to renew our partnership for counseling because of a budgetary or program discrepancies, and this will greatly impact our student wellness support system. Combating chronic absenteeism means dismantling barriers that scholars and families face on a daily basis. To effectively address absenteeism, we must meet scholars and families where they are by developing a district-wide system of community schooling, providing schools with adequate funding to implement viable safety plans for scholars like safe passage and restorative practice implementation, ensuring that scholars and families have supports in place both inside and outside of school to thrive, such as access to medical and mental health services, job training, food pantries, clothing banks, mentoring, and tutoring, implementing culturally responsive, project-based, and community-based approaches to learning, emphasizing hands-on and experiential learning opportunities, distributing kids ride free cards for all scholars, not just some. Same thing with providing free meals for all pre-K to 12 scholars, and providing safe passage to and from schools for all families. Rather than punishing scholars and families for being absent from schools, we need to make schools more hospitable environments for scholars. Establishing a system of community schools where scholar voice is at the forefront strengthens relationships in school communities, addresses systematic barriers to education, such as poverty, unsafe transportation, caretaker responsibilities, etc. And they make school fun and welcoming and reduces educator burnout and caseloads. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Zachary Wilson, who I believe is online. You'll have to wait because I don't have a seat. Elizabeth Weiss, I think, is not here. Ashley Bryant,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Great. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ashley Bryant. I'm an educator from Ward 6 who teaches in a Ward 3 DC public high school. I'm here today to ask the council to address absenteeism with a whole child perspective. Absenteeism is an issue because it directly impacts student learning, engagement, and long-term success, and is not experienced equally across schools or communities. I've been teaching social studies in the district for the past 4 years, and my experience with absenteeism stands in stark contrast to what many of my peers in other schools report. While other educators often describe classrooms half full or struggling to maintain continuity due to high rates of truancy, my classrooms are consistently full. I teach multiple sections of an advanced placement course, which is an elective that students choose to be challenged in and tends to serve those of more privileged backgrounds with safety nets outside of school. When class begins, nearly every student is present, and absences are typically excused for understandable reasons like sickness, appointments, family obligations, or extracurricular commitments. My school is one of the most racially and socioeconomically diverse in the district. It is not a Title I school and boasts a 90% graduation rate. We offer 30 AP courses and have multiple rigorous NAF CTE Academy programs. In both my AP and on-level history courses, for the most part, students and families are communicative with their absences and transparent about their cause. I share these facts not to boast, but to highlight that the low rates of absenteeism in my school are not coincidental. They reflect broader systemic inequities that lead to inconsistent attendance in other schools, inequities that must be addressed if we are to ensure all students, regardless of background, have equal access to education and opportunity. A more effective strategy for reducing absenteeism is investing in a whole child approach that prioritizes community schools, culturally responsive supports, and engaging rigorous programming that makes students want to be in class. Now, no school is perfect, and my school definitely has areas it can continue to improve in. However, my school's success with consistent student attendance is not accidental. It is a product of strong academic programming, diverse course offerings, and a school environment where students feel seen, supported, and connected. In a district where many schools are grappling with chronic absenteeism, we need to expand access to these kinds of environments across all communities. Community schools that provide wraparound services such as mental health support, family engagement, academic tutoring, and enrichment opportunities can address the root causes of truancy. At the same time, we must ensure all students have access to engage in coursework and extracurriculars that reflect their interests and identities. This action would create meaningful change by giving every student a reason to come to school and the support systems to stay. It means narrowing the gap between students and schools like mine and those still struggling, bringing equity, stability, and opportunity to classrooms across the district. This step is necessary, but it should also be sustained with funding, oversight, and a commitment to ongoing collaboration with educators, families, and students. It is vital that council take action because too many schools across the district lack the resources and support systems that help students attend consistently and thrive. Students need safety nets regardless of their privilege. As an educator who has seen the benefits of a naturally supportive school community, I urge the council to invest in a whole child approach, expanding community schools, wraparound services, and engaging academic programming to all students. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Ange Perko.
Good afternoon. My name is Ange Perko. I am an educator and community member from Ward 4 and a fellow with Empower Ed. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being referred to as just Perko instead of Miss or Mr. Perko, as I do identify as a trans non-binary person. Now, tonight, I am presenting at the State Board of Education on restorative justice, which I think is one of the most crucial issues facing our kids right now, especially in light of the movement on Congress on a national level to criminalize DC's youth by lowering minimum age restrictions. I hope the council will be able to follow me as I connect for you why restorative justice ties directly in with absenteeism, which is simply this. Kids don't want to be somewhere they don't feel welcome. Absenteeism isn't fixed by enforcement of curfew laws or truancy vans parading about the streets. Even if you bring a kid to school and force them to be there, if you have ever led a classroom, you know full well there is a difference between a kid being physically present and mentally present. This in turn wears on teachers and staff because then we have to spend extra time and energy trying to engage the student with the expectation that part of our job is to fix them being mentally checked out. Now, to a degree, this is reasonable. Engagement is part of the core of our work. But when a kid is overwhelmed to the point of not wanting to be in school, there's always something else going on. What we need to fight is a mental absenteeism where the kids are checking out due to sheer overwhelm of what we're asking of them. My kids came in from all over the city, sometimes starting their journeys to school at 4:30 in the morning due to how far they were coming in or their parents' or guardians' work schedules. Then they had nonstop classes and engagement from 8:15 to 3:40 with very little time to spend how they want that they don't have to carve out for themselves within the bounds of class time. Then after school comes the clubs and activities and sports, and then the same long trek home, then the hours of homework, and for some of them in Title I schools where I work, the part-time job that they have to help keep their family afloat or to save up for college. I am tired listing all of that. I have no idea how I did it when I was a kid, and I had less to do than these kids have to do now. No breaks, no times to spend with their friends, no safe spaces to explore the world outside of the strict confines that they're forced into. So then they make the kind of questionable choices that lead to summer school simply because they didn't show up. Like, is it any wonder they don't come to class? If this is the kind of schedule that they're being subjected to regularly, day in and day out, the cure to absenteeism isn't increased enforcement. It is a kinder and less demanding school environment and community programs that mean our kids don't have to work second jobs for their families to survive or for them to achieve higher education. If the kids are absent, then they're sending us a message. It is their own version of a protest. We don't like this. We can't keep this up. We are tired. Let's give it to them, please, not by lowering our expectations, but by rising to their needs. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Perko. Zalee Jones, I believe, is not here. Kendall Shepard, I think, is not here. Jaquan Bryant.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Jaquan Bryant, and I have the honor of serving as the principal at Rocket Ship Rise Academy, located in Ward 8 of Washington, D.C. Rocket Ship Public Schools' mission is simple yet urgent: to eliminate the achievement gap in our lifetime. At Rocket Ship Rise, we know that closing the achievement gap begins with ensuring every child is present, engaged, and learning every single day. In my 3 years as principal, I've worked alongside my team to relentlessly remove barriers that keep students from attending school consistently. That work begins not with policy, but with relationships. We know that families don't just send their children to the schoolhouse, they send them to the people they trust. For that reason, every Rocket Ship student receives a home visit from their teacher at the start of the school year. These visits lay the foundation for meaningful partnerships between our staff and families, relationships rooted in care, understanding of purpose, and accountability. Once the school year begins, we use data strategically to identify patterns in attendance and guide our outreach. When we see a student is beginning to miss days, our first response is not punitive, it's personal. Each student is paired with a dedicated staff member whose sole responsibility is to share care. That may mean making a call to say, we missed our student today, or reaching out to celebrate a success when we've seen students in the classroom. We center care first because we believe connection drives attendance. This work of building trust and demonstrating care takes time, but it works. From the 2022 to 23 school year, from 2022-23 school year to 23-24, Rocket Ship Rise saw a 9.6% percent decrease in chronic absenteeism. From 2023 to 24 to 2024 to 25, that decrease deepened to 19.2%. These numbers reflect more than just attendance gains. They represent stronger relationships, deeper trust, and a shared belief among families and staff that showing up every day matters. Our second strategy is rooted in leading with purpose rather than power. All families want to see their children succeed, but sometimes daily attendance can feel like one more hurdle in an already full life of competing priorities. That's why I often remind families there's no way to make up a missed day. Because learning happens live, every day missed is a missed opportunity for growth, friendship, and progress. We take time to explain what that means, not as a reprimand, but as a reminder that their child's presence matters deeply to us and to their success. Our third strategy focuses on celebrating progress and joy. We over-communicate the wins through daily and weekly shout-outs on Parent Square, our family communication platform. We leverage our daily whole school community meeting, known as Launch, to highlight the incredible work of our students and teachers. We paint a clear picture of learning and joy and send a message that school is a place where children are safe, loved, and thriving. As we continue this work at the school level, I urge the council to consider how system-level alignment can amplify these efforts. When students transfer between schools, critical information about their attendance and academic progress often does not transfer with them in real time. Family choice is one of the greatest strengths of our education system, and it must remain protected. But choice must also come with continuity and accountability. I recommend the district establish a system for real-time sharing of academic and attendance data at the time of registration across all schools. This would ensure that receiving schools are aware when a student has not met OSCE's minimum attendance standard, defined as no more than 20% absenteeism, and can take appropriate action to provide interventions, especially retention when recommended by the previous school. Students who have not completed the minimum course of study should not advance to the next grade level because of a transfer. These safeguards ensure fairness, protect instructional integrity, and maintain the credibility of grade level matriculation citywide. As a city, we cannot afford to lose a single child to the barriers that keep them from school. I urge the council to continue investing in community-based attendance strategies that prioritize relationships, transportation access, and mental health support. These are the investments that keep our students safe, learning, and on the path to success. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work we are doing at Rocket Ship Rise Academy and for your ongoing commitment to the children and families of the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Mr. Bryant, I'm trying to figure this out. Your truancy rate 22-23 was 79.5%, 23-24 51%. Am I right? Which is a drop.
Correct.
23-24. And then 24-25 is 32%.
That is not correct. I'm looking at Ms. Watson, who testified earlier. She has all of she's our numbers person, but that is not correct. Let me pull up our dashboard.
I have a table here. It's very hard for me to read it.
All right, so in 22-23 to 23-24, what I have are the reduction rates. So we reduced chronic absenteeism by 9.6%, in the 2020 from 22-23 to 23-24. And then from school year 23-24 to school year 24-25, we reduced chronic absenteeism by 19.2%. I don't have the chronic absenteeism numbers readily available.
I was looking at truancy numbers.
Truancy numbers, I'm sorry. Overall, the data that I have available to me is that as LEA, so all three of our campuses, we saw a 10.7% decrease in truancy.
But I'm asking about Rocket Ship Rise.
It's going to take a little bit longer for me to
Well,
pull
that-
that
okay.
up, but I can.
But it went
All right.
down, it's gone down significantly.
Significantly, correct, yes.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there. I think Councilmember Henderson might be here virtually. And if she is not identifying herself, we'll turn to Councilmember Fruin.
Hello? You're looking for Zelly Jones?
No, I'm not,
Okay,
but don't take it personally.
no worries.
But I will call you the next group.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for our witnesses for testifying. I don't have any questions for this panel.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Perko, I always see you virtually, so it's interesting to see you in person. Thank you. Zelly Jones, who's virtual, and
I'm here.
hold on. Zachary Wilson. We'll start with Zelly Jones, and then we'll go to Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Zelly Jones. I'm the 7th and 8th grade humanities special education teacher for Ward 4, testifying with Empower Ed. In addition to my roles as a special education teacher, I serve as the director of aftercare for my school and sit at the front desk of our Before Care program. The joy of all three of these responsibilities is knowing that I am on the front line, seeing my kids come to school every day, welcoming our parents, and being there when they go home. There are a myriad of reasons for the chronic absenteeism, and I'm here to ask council to address absenteeism with a whole child perspective. Absenteeism is an issue that goes beyond needing our kids in the building for test scores, data, or the biases and blames we unintentionally give the parents of our students. One of my students with 4 younger siblings, his mother works on an overnight shift as a corrections officer. Getting home to her kids with no additional support makes it difficult to get her kids to school by personal or public transportation. This school year, so many of our Hispanic students are missing school due to the fear of being approached by ICE waiting outside school parameters. A 7th grader missed the first week of school due to the fear of ICE approaching and deporting the family. Under Trump's order, absent students are at an even higher risk of contact with federal law enforcement, where they are likely to experience harm and trauma. Absenteeism isn't just about students not wanting to come to school or parents not being able to bring them. Our students are facing added stressors now that our politics are affecting whether our students get to school or have a family to come home to at 4 p.m. Some strategies for reducing absenteeism are funding for viable safety plans for our students, support for students and families inside and outside of school, experiential learning, and community schools, which provide wraparound services with health services, food access, legal help, and mentoring. These resources, when provided for, foster stronger relationships with our students and their families, ensuring the well-being of their child. A student whose family was afraid of ICE and some of our teachers coordinated ways to find them, ways to pick them up and avoid the checkpoints to bring them to school safely. Our school is not a community school. We rely on the dedication and the sympathy of our teachers to provide further outreach to our students in need. The most recent data of OSSI from February 2025 set out to due in November. 37% of our students were chronically absent, 21% of our students were chronically truant, and 52% of our students were chronically absent. With statistics like these, The council must take action to support our schools and teachers with chronic absenteeism and provide our students with resources beyond our own academic and economic means. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Jones and Mr. Wilson. Microphone.
My name is Zach Wilson. I'm a 10th grade English teacher at Columbia Heights Education Campus for DC Public Schools. I know you all have a lot of policy experts on the macro level working hard on the issue of chronic absenteeism, but I want to keep my own input on the local level, focused on specific case studies of students that I work with. So the first thing I'm seeing is that like a huge fraction of students are not making it to their first period class. And it's frightening. Like mornings are hard, but I have a student right now, we'll call Jessica, and she's a 10th grader with 24 absences in her first period Algebra 1 class. In just 6 weeks of school, she has 24 absences, and she's going to automatically fail Algebra 1 due to absences next week. And she took the same class last year. She's a sophomore, and she also failed it because she doesn't arrive the first hour of school. And this is a district-wide problem. It's not just our school. And so I have 3 suggestions for students like Jessica. First, we should offer a class at 3:30 where late students can attend the core classes they need to graduate. It doesn't need to be like everything is extended, but if you have 300 10th graders all taking one class, there should be one section of it offered after school because kids are missing their first period class. Second, I think it's important that the city needs to force schools to make the first period of the day not a class this child needs to graduate, because kids are failing graduation requirements. Meanwhile, we have things like homeroom or classes that are more SEL based, right? And so those should be at the start of the day when kids are more likely to attend. And the third thing that I recommend is just the credit recovery system is still dysfunctional. Like there's no oversight and it's not working for kids. The second thing that I think will really help with kids who are chronically absent is that a lot of them are already in the school building. These are kids that come to school every day. They access this wraparound services the school provides. They access free lunches. They access after-school programs. But some of them aren't going to class. Like they're in the building from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but they're not attending, right? And schools are not sending enough contact. And when I was looking at like what is the district already doing, I found that you guys have the Department of Human Services Truancy Reduction Program pilot. And as a teacher, I was impressed by what you guys were doing. From my understanding of it, like the relentless outreach approach of if parents decide that they want to opt into it, you don't force them, but if they do opt in, and about half of parents did, they had a 93 outreach rate, which school, when you try to contact families, it's much lower than that. So I think that spending your money trying to make sure that you're actually getting through to families, that you're contacting them, that you're letting them know that you're doing home visits. Teachers, we're stretched too thin to do that. Coaches, we also can't do that, right, for the number of kids who aren't attending. So if you need to invest in something, it's outreach, I think, is a perfect place to start. We need help with home visits. Then finally, we wanted to talk about students who are Latino males. I know that a lot of people are correct about the fact they're the most, they're dropping out at the highest rate. And the school I'm at doesn't force these kids to drop out, but it does push them to other schools. And when it does that, there's not a case manager who's tracking, like, is this child showing up at their new school? Are they building relationships there? And so I think that when kids transition from one school to another, especially if they show their freshman year that they've FA'd a lot of things, the district needs to have a person who's responsible for that kid, who knows that they transitioned from our school to opportunity academies or to adult public charter schools and is tracking, are they making it there? What's happening to them after that? Because we're talking about all the Trump stuff, but even before Trump was reelected, I still had Latino males dropping out from the start of 10th grade to the end, right? So I think we need to be more responsible about that. I think we want to look like we're not excluding or kicking anyone out, but if you're pushing someone to change schools, you need to know what happens to them afterwards. I think schools need to track that. So those are the 3 suggestions I have based on students I know that I've worked with who've been struggling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And do you have a copy of your statement you can give us?
I do.
Okay.
It's actually already submitted, I think. Do you see it?
Nope.
I can send it again.
Okay. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Henderson, if you're here, do you have any questions? She is logged in online. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions.
Okay. I think we do have your statement. I don't have it, but we have it. I don't have any questions. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Jones. So you're both excused. I'm inclined to take like a 5-minute recess to just like stretch my legs. So the next group of witnesses are going to be government, Louis Farabee, Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, and Paul Kine, if you all want to come up to the front. And we'll start in about 4:40, but I need to stretch. All right, we are reconvened. We're at the government witnesses portion of this hearing. And do you all want to go in the order I have here or a different order? Louis Farabee, Antoinette Mitchell, Michelle Walker Davis, Paul Kine. Is that order fine? All right. Chancellor Farabee, you're up.
Right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and members of the public. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Regular school attendance is critical for student success, and missing too much of school can have a serious consequence for our young people. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the topics of chronic absenteeism and truancy. Students can only maximize their learning and take advantage of the many programs that our school offer when they're present. This is why we are intentionally focused on improving student attendance. It is not work that we can succeed at alone, so we work close with partnership with our agencies that are testifying today. And while we made a lot of progress, we're not where we want to be. And in school year 2024-2025, DCPS maintained a district-wide in-seat attendance rate of 87%. And we invested in several approaches to improve student attendance. Today, my testimony will focus on proactive strategies, targeted interventions that connect students to their school. At DCPS, we use data about student experiences to understand what students need to succeed. Twice a year, we survey students about their experiences at school, and last spring, we saw more survey responses than ever before. More importantly, students reported their highest sense of belonging than ever before, and with about a third of our DCPS schools at or near the 99th percentile nationwide for urban elementary, middle, and high school. This year, for the first time ever, we have launched a monthly check-in tool at all of our schools so that our educators can keep a pulse on how students are experiencing school, whether they feel safe, whether they need support. In the first weeks of school, I'm proud to report that we have over 25,000 check-ins with students. These check-ins allow educators to respond to student need before a concern becomes a crisis. We know that rigorous academics and career-connected learning motivate our students to attend school. In school year 2024-25, 4,600 students enrolled in AP courses, and the district-wide pass rate rose to 56%, a 4-point increase. Our career and technical education programs now serve over 5,900 high school students with expanded middle school offerings and honors credit for advanced coursework. In a similar vein, DCPS students can also gain college credit and industry-recognized credentials through our 2 advanced technical centers in Ward 5 and Ward 8. These programs are aligned to high-demand industries and help students see a clear path to college and career. When students see the relevance in their learning, we know that they're more likely to feel connected to their school and be present. Our after-school and out-of-school time programs provide structured enrichment, academic support, and social emotional support beyond the school day. In school year 24-25, 7,000 students participated at our 55 Title I schools as a part of a DCPS free out-of-school time programs. This is in addition to the thousands of students who participate in programs run by our amazing partners, some of whom you heard from today. In previous years, students who regularly attend these programs came to school 9 more days on average than their peers and showed gains in both math and English language arts. Athletics also play a powerful role in student engagement. Students who participate in sports report stronger social emotional skills, deeper connection to their school community, and higher levels of motivation. In school year 24-25, over 7,300 students participated in athletics at DCPS. Student athletes have a higher in-seat attendance rate and GPAs when compared to their peers not involved in sports. We continue to expand athletic offerings and support new teams at request of their schools to ensure more students can benefit from these opportunities. DCPS continues to strengthen communication with families regarding attendance as well. We participate in everyday labs to nudge reminders and provide reminders to DCPS students and our local athletes who participate on the importance of attendance. If you walk around a DCPS school, you will see posters, graphics, charts highlighting the impact of regular attendance and recognizing students in classrooms with high attendance. Our goal is to ensure that every family understands how important daily attendance is to student support and success. Each initiative that I have described has an impact on the connection to school and student attendance. But proactive strategies are not enough. We also need to intervene when students are not attending school regularly. This happens first day of school, and it happens at the school level from day one. DCPS looks at the whole child and examines the needs and causal concerns. And when students miss 5 consecutive days in a term, we do this through what we call our referrals to student support team. This referral process is one of the supports that DCPS has put in place for students who are demonstrating support get the help that they need. This team works to understand the barriers to attendance and also education and support students as needed. While student attendance can improve after this intervention, it often takes time. And sometimes these barriers to solid attendance go outside our ability to support the student and the family and out of our control. This is why DCPS works closely with government partners such as Department of Human Services. Also, we work closely with Child and Family Agency. And we also work closely with the Attorney General Office and also with the Social Services Division, CCSD. When students miss a substantial amount of school, depending upon their age, DCPS refers the students to one or more of these agencies for follow-up. DCPS is an important partner for each agency as schools can provide contact information and important context about a family and their child's attendance. As you have heard me say before, improving school attendance requires a team effort. I want to close by speaking directly to one of the most important people in our student lives, our families and caregivers. We rely on the partnerships with our families to make learning possible. For so many of our students, particularly our youngest learners, they rely on their families, their parents, their siblings, their grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins to bring them to school. Thank you to everyone who travels daily from near and far to get our young people to school so that they can thrive. Attendance matters, and we care deeply about attendance, and we know that the partnership we have with our families allow our students to be at school each day. Council members, I look forward to continue to work together with you in support of our students and their school communities. I welcome your questions about this important topic.
Thank you, Chancellor. Dr. Mitchell?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. I am Antoinette Mitchell, the State Superintendent of Education. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on the important topic of chronic absenteeism and truancy. Regular school attendance is vital for success in school and life. Numerous studies have shown that chronic absenteeism and truancy have serious consequences for students, including falling behind academically, a higher likelihood of dropping out, stunted social emotional development, and increased justice system involvement. Research also shows why students are absent from school, with 4 overarching drivers of absenteeism: external barriers such as chronic illness and housing instability, aversion to school due to factors like academic difficulties, anxiety, and unwelcoming school climates, disengagement from school due to irrelevant content and a lack of meaningful relationships, and misconceptions from caregivers about the harm of absenteeism and the extent of children's absences. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education plays a unique and important role in overcoming these challenges and supporting strong school attendance in the District of Columbia. Through my testimony, I aim to share OSSI's role in strengthening student attendance and provide an update on the steps that OSSI has taken and will take to elevate best practices and improve student attendance. While local education agencies directly support student attendance by building positive school cultures that support regular attendance, OSSI, as a state education agency, focuses on the following levers and actions. First, we collect, analyze, and publish data to inform program and policy decisions. Schools take attendance daily and share it with OSSI on a nightly basis. OSSI then reflects that data back to the LEAs in dynamic student attendance dashboards. We also publish attendance data 3 times per year and produce an annual attendance report with unique analyses. Second, we use our regulations and policies to set meaningful minimum standards for student attendance and intervention. Our attendance regulations require schools to contact families after every unexcused absence and require a student support team meeting when a student accumulates 5 unexcused absences within a marking period. These meetings are an important part of an effective multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, and these meetings help schools identify the root causes of student attendance struggles and address barriers to attendance. Third, OSSI provides targeted resources and supports. For example, we launched a community of practice focused on reducing chronic absenteeism in our lowest performing schools, and we administer an attendance-focused grant program. I will elaborate on these initiatives later in my testimony. Lastly, we use our communication tools to regularly emphasize and uplift the importance of daily attendance, including by joining a national compact to cut chronic absenteeism in half in the wake of the pandemic. Too many students and families view school attendance as optional. We need to improve school cultures and student and caregiver mindsets so that every day counts for all students. At the state level, OSSI has taken numerous actions over the past year to promote strong student attendance, including implementing a district-wide school climate survey, strengthening attendance grant programming, and reimagining our attendance community of practice. Because school culture and climate are paramount for promoting regular school attendance, OSSI has prioritized the development of a district-wide school climate survey over the past 2 years. This OSSI-led investment supports whole school practices that promote positive conditions for learning. When positive conditions are in place, students are more likely to attend and be active participants in their own learning. After partnering with 16 LEAs for an initial advisory cohort in 2024, we launched the first district-wide school climate survey, DC Says, in the spring of 2025. Through this inaugural survey, we received input from nearly 15,000 families, close to 50,000 students, and more than 10,000 school-based staff. The surveys ask nationally normed questions across a wide range of school climate topics. We also added a DC-specific question for students and families about the importance of daily school attendance. While we have yet to conduct a deep analysis of the local results, national research demonstrates that students with low self-efficacy are more likely to be chronically absent. We look forward to publishing our survey results on the DC School Report Card in December and promoting positive school cultures across the district. From fiscal years 2012 to 2024, the Show Up Standout Grant was administered by the Justice Grants Administration and the subsequent Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. In 2023, an external evaluation of SUSO, the grant, showed the grant design had limited impact and the program was shifted to OSSI in fiscal year 2025. To better leverage this investment, OSSI researched best practices and engaged with the field to design a new grant competition that focuses on positive attendance outcomes. We intend to release the updated grant program called Partnerships for School Attendance in the spring of 2026. This timeline will enable new and returning awardees to know their budgets before the start of the 26-27 school year and avoid a gap in services during the academic year. OSSI has also revamped our attendance community of practice to provide more targeted and intensive supports to the district's lowest performing schools. While caregivers, students, and community members play an important role in making sure that students regularly attend school, the most important school lever is having a strong multiple tiered system of support practice in place. An MTSS framework uses a tiered approach that layers attendance prevention supports for all students, more personalized outreach or early intervention for those at risk of poor attendance, and intensive intervention for those missing the most school. Strong MTSS practices are guided by robust, multidisciplinary teaming routines, data-driven decision-making, community partnerships, and an array of interventions that increase students' sense of connection to school and address barriers to attendance. Through the Reducing Chronic Absenteeism community of practice, school teams work to strengthen staff expertise, deepen their understanding and use of data, and improve the implementation of MTSS. Our community of practice is intentionally sequenced, guiding schools from implementing foundational team and data practices to designing and monitoring tiered interventions, to building partnerships that address students' unmet needs, and finally to strategies to sustain momentum. In the 2025-26 school year, we will continue to strengthen these core agency attendance supports and use OSSI's platform to advocate for a relentless focus on improving student attendance. Our data demonstrate that we must continue to marshal the resources of government, rally community support, and build parental and student agency to improve student attendance in our public schools. OSSI is taking action toward this goal, and I am heartened that the Council also recognizes the importance of this charge. Thank you for your time and attention. I welcome any questions you may have about my testimony or OSSI's role in supporting regular school attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Walker-Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board, or DC-PCSB, the authorizer of public charter schools in the district. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today on school attendance in the public charter sector, and I want to begin by acknowledging the people who make our schools the safest place for students to be: our school leaders, teachers, staff, and families. I also want to thank this council for holding such an important and timely hearing. The start of a school year should be a joyful time, a time to celebrate our students as they catch up with friends and embark on new academic journeys. With federal authorities occupying DC, this year had a decidedly different feel. In the face of unprecedented federal intrusion, DC-PCSB hosted a virtual town hall on public charter school safety. Our board chair, Chantel Wright, moderated and asked DC law enforcement questions about student safety and best practices for schools when interacting with federal law enforcement officers. I'm proud to report that DC public charter schools have stepped up in huge ways to be responsive to this moment, providing escorts, hiring transportation, hosting Know Your Rights sessions, and offering support services, especially for families impacted directly. Public charter schools serve students in every ward, and the resources provided by this council are vital to charter leaders' ability to meet this moment on behalf of the district students and their families. I also want to recognize our partners across DC government and in the community, particularly the DC Charter Alliance, for their critical engagement in these difficult times. As this committee knows, schools across the country are working tirelessly to put the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic behind them. DC public charter schools are no exception, and they are making progress. Our data indicates that both truancy and chronic absenteeism declined last school year. Truancy fell from 34.7% to 32.6%, and chronic absenteeism dropped from 40.3% to 39.5%. And while in-seat attendance declined from 88.1% to 86.5%, there are bright spots there too. 17 of our public charter school campuses had in-seat attendance rates at or above 93%, nearly double the number when I testified 2 years ago. Some of the credit goes to our student support teams or school-based teams that identify and intervene to help students overcome academic and behavioral issues. According to our data, 12,277 DC public charter school students met with the student support team last school year for attendance purposes, a 28% increase from the prior year and a 62% increase from 5 school years ago. Student support teams are funded through the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula, or UPSFF, and I thank the chairman and members of this committee for their past and continued support for that vital funding stream. We know we have more work to do on attendance, and DCPCSB is making changes to reflect the post-pandemic learning environment. Last school year, for example, DCPCSB reinstated its attendance and truancy policy, which was paused during the pandemic. We issued 20 notices of concern to schools for exceeding the threshold, far more than DCPCSB has typically issued. So we took a hard look at that policy, which was last revised in 2016, and decided to update it to reflect hard-earned lessons. That process is currently underway, and I would encourage this committee to share thoughts and concerns when the public comment period opens. We are also making chronic absenteeism, defined as the number of students missing 10% or more of the school year, a key part of Aspire, our academic accountability system. By including chronic absenteeism as a trackable measure for the first time, we will give students and families a more nuanced picture of what is happening in classrooms when we begin publishing Aspire results next school year. So there are reasons to be optimistic about attendance across the sector. I'm also reminded that President Barack Obama kept a small plaque on his desk that read, "Hard things are hard." Truancy and chronic absenteeism are hard things. There is no quick or easy fix, as the chairman knows, having been focused on this issue for as long as I've known him. Solving this problem will require policymakers to address factors like access to housing or reliable transportation, which exacerbate truancy and chronic absenteeism and fall far outside DCPCSB and public charter schools' purview. As DC's charter authorizer, DCPCSB's mission is to ensure each charter school student receives a quality education. As part of that, we are committed to working with this committee to keep students in the classroom where they are safest and most supported during the school day. I thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Lewis George, Councilmember Fruman, other members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the important topic of student attendance. 4 years ago, the district's chronic absenteeism rate was 48%. Like many states and districts across the country, it experienced a shocking spike in students not attending school in the years following the pandemic. The district grappled with how to rebuild students' sense of connection to school and, more broadly, how to restore families' faith in our institutions. Thanks to the leadership of Mayor Bowser and this council, as well as local and federal recovery funding, we have reduced the chronic absenteeism rate by 18% and rates of severe and profound chronic absenteeism by 31% since the 2021-22 school year. Our schools, where the ground game of attendance is primarily won or lost, jumped into action. They created personalized attendance plans, implemented home visiting, provided resources to families, and crafted attendance incentives as just a handful of examples. At the system level, we also moved to support schools and families. We established evidence-based high-impact tutoring to accelerate academic achievement and improve engagement and attendance. We developed and implemented the district's first ever social emotional learning standards to improve school climate and support problem-solving and conflict resolution. We launched the DC School Connect program and expanded Safe Passage to keep students safe during their commutes to school. And we signed on to a national pledge to cut chronic absenteeism in half, as the state superintendent has already shared. Through our work with students, families, educators, agency partners, experts, and other key stakeholders, we have developed a deeper understanding of the evidence and what it takes to move the needle on attendance. National and local research on chronic absenteeism points to systemic disparities that resist simple fixes. Our data-driven Everyday Counts strategic framework drives us to measure, to monitor, and to act. And through these efforts, double down on what is working and improve our delivery of services to make a difference. In addition, we have learned from experts at the Johns Hopkins University Center for School Health, Kaiser Permanente, and Attendance Works about the importance of taking a so-called public health approach to improving attendance. This work is guided by three main principles: use data, develop strategic partnerships, and focus on strengths-based policies and programs. Improving the quality and usage of attendance data is one of the key levers to reduce chronic absenteeism. This past year, OSSI shifted to more regularly reporting of attendance data and is continuing to refine their approach. Additionally, our low-cost, evidence-based everyday labs nudge technology, which sends texts and letters to families when students are absent to remind families about the importance of attendance, also provides interactive data dashboards. These dashboards allow school leaders and staff to track attendance in real time, noting trends and reviewing student-level data so they can respond with tailored interventions. In the past year, uptake for everyday labs has increased from 26 LEAs to 38 LEAs, or an additional nearly 9,000 students, which means more educators and staff have daily access to updated data dashboards that highlight early warning indicators such as previous year absenteeism, early year absenteeism, and absence patterns by day of the week. Last year, we relaunched the Everyday Counts Task Force, our whole-of-government approach to improving attendance. Through this work, our strategic partnerships have expanded in new and exciting ways, such as more deeply engaging partners in the healthcare sector. The Collaborative for Attendance Resources in Education and Health, or CARE-H, is one such model, where Children's National Hospital worked with DCPS to share student attendance data with healthcare providers at Children's with parental consent. This data sharing helped pediatricians to engage in supportive conversations with families about the importance of attending school and address common health barriers to attendance. We are continuing to explore other ways to learn from public health. For example, DC Health's Maternity, Infant, Early Childhood Home Visiting Program offers an instructive local model on how home visiting, which is an evidence-based attendance intervention, could be leveraged for older students and families. In a time of more limited resources, these partnerships will allow us to go farther together. We are, of course, also doing more to tackle the root causes of truancy and act on the evidence. The Department of Human Services pilot truancy reduction program, which recently expanded from 5 to 10 schools, is showing positive results in remediating common barriers to attendance. Rather than first referring high school students to the courts when they are truant, students are referred to DHS for truancy education and supportive case management. 1 year into the program, we see that this pilot is showing promising results. Schools participating in the pilot had stronger CAPE scores and CAPE growth than similar schools during the same time period. Students saw modest improvements in attendance, and students who completed intensive case management demonstrated notable improvements in their behavioral functioning. We also know that students are more likely to attend school when it is engaging, relevant, and they see a path forward to their educational journey. The Advanced Technical Center does exactly that. Students who attend the Ward 5 Advanced Technical Center gained college credit, industry-recognized credentials, paid work experience, and had in-seat attendance rates nearly 7 percentage points higher than similar students who did not take classes at the ATC. Just 2 weeks ago, we were proud to launch the Ward 8 ATC at Whitman Walker Health in Congress Heights. It is already over-enrolled, and both ATCs maintain a wait list with hundreds of students. These programs and other post-secondary initiatives outlined in our Compact 2043 vision are critical to keeping students engaged in their learning and on the path to accessing family-sustaining careers in the district. We are proud of the hard work happening across the district every day to improve student attendance and know there is so much more progress we need to make. We look forward to working with Council, with our agency partners and the public to continue to be responsive to what we are learning and how best to support student attendance. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, each of you. Let's do 2 10-minute rounds. And I guess I will start. I'm going to begin with this to any of you. There was a lot of testimony, especially near the end of the public testimony today, with regard to the effect of ICE raids on attendance. While I think that ICE's tactics are horrible and counterproductive to public safety, and I get that families are frightened, reasonably so, how much is ICE actually affecting the numbers with regard to attendance?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We have looked into this, and I should say in the beginning that the data at the beginning of the school year is very dynamic because there's a lot of change happening in the schools. But what we've been able to see thus far is that in terms of attendance, it is very similar to the attendance from last year. We've looked at attendance for different student groups. The rates continue to be the same. We are also looking at the conversion rate from students who have enrolled with paper, which is called level 4, to those students who are actually showing up in the schools. That conversion rate is also very similar to previous years, particularly last year. So we're not able to see any differences right now in terms of attendance, though we understand that there are families that are being impacted by the situation in the city right now, but we don't see it in the data.
And I want to be clear in asking the question because that's my sense, Dr. Mitchell. I think what ICE is doing is horrible, and I get that it's frightening parents and students and school communities. But then at the same time, I'm hearing reports of like community coming together to escort a kid to school.
Yes.
So the kid showing up in school, even though it's a horrific experience getting there. So I wanted to ask that question. Any of the others of you don't have to if you don't want, but.
Yeah, I would just add, we see similar trend in DCPS where in many cases, our attendance rate is at or above where we were last year to date in comparison to this year thus far. And we also see, in many cases, a better chronic absentee rate as well. So it's something we track closely. It's also important to note, I've personally been in contact with Deputy Mayor Pia on this issue. I know it's raised about the National Guard, and she has been in communication with the National Guard to address that issue. I think that came up earlier today about the presence around schools.
And there might be some individual schools where there is an effect, but looking system-wide.
Yeah.
Dr. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't see that trend in a specific school, but it's something that we monitor regularly.
All I would add is I won't challenge the superintendent's data because we don't have any we get our data from OTSI in terms of the attendance, but I do want to say that I am aware of all of the efforts that many public charter schools are making to provide escorts, to provide a friendly presence, to encourage families to attend, to provide resources to allow them to do that. And so while we might not see it in the data, I do want to raise for the committee that that comes at a cost to schools to put in that effort, and that is not sustainable. So I just want to acknowledge that maybe that's why we're not seeing it show up in the data, because we have folks at the schools who are extending themselves to make sure that families do feel welcomed and invited to come.
For, in the schools as well as in the community.
The community, on routes to school, et cetera.
So let me ask some questions. I think I'll begin with the Chancellor. And I have to say, Chancellor Fairby, your statement, while it acknowledged the importance of attendance, really said nothing about strategies for improving attendance and reducing truancy. So at the beginning of the hearing, I noted that I think that the progress we're making for the amount of money that we're putting in is disappointing. I'm speaking actually district-wide when I say that. We spent last fiscal year, or we budgeted 15.8 million for truancy, and what we saw with regard to DCPS was actually in-seat attendance slipped a little, truancy increased a little, and chronic absenteeism increased. Looks like over a percentage point. We're not making progress for all the dollars we're putting in.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Microphone.
Thank you for that question. So in my testimony, I highlighted the importance of being proactive, and there are several steps DCPS is taking to be proactive. There are three areas that we've been focused on when we think about that work. One is a sense of belonging, and I mentioned in my testimony how DCPS collects information to ensure that there's a strong sense of belonging, the type of engagement.
I don't want to use up
students.
all my time, even though it's rude for me to interrupt you, but I think I heard the same thing last year, and we're not seeing the numbers get better.
Well, I think there's some strategies that are different that I highlighted in my testimony about how we build sense of belonging and the way we check in with students. Also in my testimony, I mentioned the importance of what happens outside of the school day. So our out of school time, our after school program.
That wasn't discussed last year?
No, we've made enhancements. So for example, we've added additional athletic opportunities for students, especially in middle school.
For the current school year?
For the current school year, correct. So there's several strategies I can point to that are different for this school year in comparison to last year. But I think if you look at last year, it's important to note that we were tracking an improved attendance rate for the majority of the school year. However, when we enter into the winter months in January and February, we saw a significant shift in attendance. And I can point to about 5 or 6 days that were really challenging for us. And so what we're doing this year is getting ahead of the winter months and talking with our families and caregivers around the mindset that we want our families to have going into the winter months, because we did see and hear a lot that inclement weather did influence the decisions that were made around.
Well, but we could have inclement weather this year too.
Absolutely, we want to get ahead of that.
So let me take a different approach. I mentioned this at the beginning of the hearing. Look at schools like Savoy, Turner, both elementary schools. The pre-pandemic attendance rate was pretty bad, truancy rate was pretty bad, 61% for Savoy, 64% for Turner, but worse last year, 69% for Savoy and 69% for Turner. Or actually, I think I want to take a little different approach here. I mentioned this a couple of times. I don't know if you heard this earlier. Schools that improved and then regressed. McKinley, school year 22-23, 41% truancy. School year 23-24, 13%. That's significant. But then last year, 63%. Sousa went from 57% in 22 to 5% in 23 to 58% last year. What's going on with these schools? And why is it we're not able to maintain the progress?
Yeah, I was having difficulty tracking the methodology you were utilizing on the regression analysis. So want to spend some more time on
Well,
understanding.
it wasn't a methodology. It was looking at reports and copying the numbers down. That was the methodology.
Yeah, so we don't see that reflected in all the schools that you referenced, but I think a good example that you highlighted is Savoy. So we had a change in leadership at Savoy last school year. The school leader was out for the majority of the school year. We had one of our resident principals leading the school. And so when you have transitions of that nature, it does have an impact on our ability to support the instructional program and ultimately influence attendance as well. But also will remind you that school cohort shift a lot year over year. And so while we think we're comparing apples to apples, in many cases, you got a Fuji apple and a Granny apple in some cases in terms of how the student population transitions.
Well, I appreciate the fruit, but I'm going to focus on McKinley Middle School. Again, 41% truancy in school year 22-23. 13% truancy in school year 23-24. 63% truancy last year.
Yeah, again, if you look at a middle school, a third of their student population change is year over year.
Well, yeah, but aren't we trying to improve attendance in a sustainable way? And should it really, if you change one grade, one cohort?
Well, a third of
it's
the
gonna-
student population is significant. Now, again, I'm not saying that these are acceptable numbers. You just ask why do the numbers shift year over year? And I would submit to you that the needs of the students often shift from year over year, and the supports that they need shift, which have an impact on their attendance.
So shouldn't DCPS as a system be getting ahead of that with the schools?
Yes, and again, I'll share with you some of the proactive approaches, but we do target our schools where we see a need for additional supports so that we can get ahead of any attendance challenges that we foresee that may happen for that school year.
Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions?
Thank you very much. Yes, I do. And I'm stunned that you left a minute on the table, Chairman Mendelson, but thank you.
I didn't.
So
That doesn't mean you get an additional minute.
yeah, no, and, it's just that you caught me flat-footed. I thought I had another minute. On this data issue, Chancellor Farabee, the 87% this year, 2024, 2025, what was it in 23, 24?
Yeah, so we were right around 87%. So there were not a lot of shifts if you look at the data in 2023 to 2024. But as I stated earlier, the majority of the school year, we were ahead of the year before. But that number, is significantly different than where we were in 22, 23. And I think Deputy Mayor Khan did a good job of highlighting where we've been post-pandemic and improving attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism and truancy. But we have started the school year strong. I want to emphasize this notion of checking in with our students. I think 25,000 check-ins with our student allows us to really be ahead of what the needs are and removing barriers. Also, creating more opportunities for our students out of school, whether that's athletics, clubs, our after-school programs. We see that those things do matter in terms of students' attendance and things that we're double down on in this school year.
Okay, thank you very much. You've sort of presaged a couple of things that I might ask about, and one thing about the data this year that it's a theory. I mean, it could be that for certain demographic groups, attendance is down, but others it is up, and then the net is little change. Have you looked at the data in that way to determine how it varies?
So we've looked at our subgroups, our race and ethnicity, gender, and again, we see similar numbers to what we had last year, in some cases better than what we had last year as well.
Okay. And one of the things that I thought was striking about your testimony is the degree to which schools are focused on this at an organic level. And one of the challenges that we face, there's a kind of alphabet soup of different programs to try to address chronic absenteeism and truancy. But there's also the school level work that's happening. And I'm curious, if you read the DHS study of what it is that's causing absenteeism, you get a sense of different things. But to what extent are you getting reporting up from your schools about what are the drivers and what are the techniques that are the most successful to address this issue?
Again, I think it comes back to the three principles that I highlighted earlier is the school ability to help remove barriers. And there are a couple of strategies. Connected schools is one you heard from the team today. Understanding, listening sessions. Some of our schools say they have sessions, excuse me, session with families before the school year starts to understand what their barriers are. And then what happens in the instructional day? What engaging the lessons are occurring. Somebody mentioned earlier about experiential learning and students' experiences. Those things do matter in terms of students being motivated to school. I think about one of our schools highlighted that their teachers preview with families what students are going to learn for the week and what's exciting happening in the classroom. So families get a sense of what students may miss when they're not in school, which can have an impact. There have been a lot of focus on changing mindsets to encourage families to rethink vacations, which often conflict with school attendance, addressing transportation issues. And so that is something that we've seen very successful at the school level. But what's been consistent is when there's a person in the building that owns the daily monitoring and tracking of attendance and does building-wide ownership and being responsive to any gaps that's been identified, in addition to what I mentioned earlier about what happens outside of the school day.
Okay, and when I get to you, Ms. Walker, I will ask about this in a different way, but 87% in-seat attendance, that has to vary wildly by schools. What do you do in terms of looking at what the performance is school by school and where it's a real issue from the central office perspective, engaging to try to turn that ship around? Do you have target schools where
we do? I would look at the target as levels because we see our most challenged attendance numbers at our high schools. And we know that some of the behaviors that we see in our early grades transcends across a student's journey in DCPS, and attendance gets chronically worse over time. And so we really targeted our efforts around middle school via our sixth grade academy and building relationships there, extracurriculars and clubs and activities with our middle school students. We worked last year to coordinate that more and also provide additional athletic opportunities. There are 19 more athletic opportunities for students at the middle school level. Our middle school students often say that they're looking for activities after school, and when they are engaged, we do see improved attendance. We believe that that is the sweet spot to influence what happens in ninth grade and beyond, because when students have stronger attendance in middle grades, it typically transcends to positive attendance in high school. And then we have an ultra focus on ninth grade. When students enter that ninth grade year to ensure that they get off to a strong start in our ninth grade academies. And we do see an improved attendance rate year to date for our ninth graders, but it's something that I monitor regularly.
So I appreciate that, and the advertisement for out of school time and athletics. And I had that on my list of things to ask about. I would underscore the importance of strengthening those things as much as possible. The deputy mayor is here, big booster for out of school time programming. That's a thing that jumps off the page as an answer. Athletics, I was struck by the data that you provided. The DHS report talked about how 9th and 10th grade were the biggest issues in terms of absenteeism and truancy. A thing that worried me about that is it that kids have dropped out by 12th grade, and so the kids who are still there in 12th grade are attending, but because the numbers of 12th graders are lower than the numbers of 9th and 10th graders, because kids have checked out of the system, it gives us an illusion that we're doing better at the 11th and 12th grades.
Yeah, I would argue that by the time students are in 11th and 12th grade, they have their eyes towards graduation in college and career, and a lot more focus and understand the importance of attendance. But you're right, there are more students typically in 9th and 10th grade than 11th and 12th, which shifts the denominator a bit. But I believe, again, the focus has to be on a strong middle school experience transitioning into 9th grade with the supports that we provide to our 9th graders. When 9th graders have a strong year, that typically translates to improved academic performance and attendance in that 10th grade year, and then students stay on that trajectory to graduation.
Okay, and Ms. Walker-Davis, in your testimony, you talked about the average rate, and then you had the 17 LEAs that were at 93% or above, but almost by definition, and you kind of imply this, then there's going to be some others that are significantly lower. I think you talked a little bit about this, how you're incorporating it into the Aspire, but can you talk to me about what you are doing to focus on those LEAs that are lagging in terms of addressing this issue?
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. So I mentioned a little bit about us updating our attendance and truancy policy. So we have a policy in our books that monitors the attendance rates at schools, and when they meet a particular threshold, we issue notices of concern. We issued a lot of notices of concern last year, and what we realized is that, one, we had not updated that policy since 2016, and our thresholds were off and out of step with what we're currently monitoring, which is chronic absenteeism. So we actually paused enforcement on that policy so that we can update it and have it more aligned to what our colleagues here have been discussing in terms of chronic absenteeism and that which is built into our Aspire framework. So that's one of the things. We do monitor the attendance rates, and our practice is to look at when schools meet a particular threshold to actually call them in for a conversation, figure out what the particular challenges are, and then connect them to resources if we realize that they need to be connected to resources. So that's first, ensure that our monitoring is up to date and aligned with our future accountability system. What I will say is we've always, even though we are not issuing notices of concern, we do monitor that data so that we could actually connect schools with other schools that might have effective strategies that they could learn from. I want to say that context matters. So just because a particular strategy worked at one charter school doesn't mean it's going to work at another, but we do try to create opportunities for schools to understand what other schools are doing. And then lastly, we connect to all of the resources that you've heard my government witness colleagues speak about in terms of the nudge calls, in terms of the supports that might be available outside with our partners. And we also work with the DC Charter Alliance to connect schools to them for the resources that they also provide.
All right, well, thank you very much.
There'll be another round. Is Council Member Henderson here?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
You're up.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I actually wanted to start with you, Dr. Walker-Davis, just as a follow-up to the notice of concern. How long before a school hits that threshold? Or rather, can you say a little bit more about what that threshold looks like? Like, what's the metric?
Sure. So the metric that we were using previously was an in-seat attendance metric, and we looked at, and I might misspeak here, so I'll stop, because we actually paused this because our threshold was, I think, too low. Many of our schools were meeting that threshold very early in the school year and then not coming before us until later once we verified the data. So we look at absenteeism, truancy, and we did not for this year look at chronic absenteeism. So we are adjusting it to actually look at chronic absenteeism in the future.
Okay. Apologies, my interns are home. In terms of the schools that you issued notice of concerns for last year, are there any on track that you feel like you're monitoring now at the start of this school year?
So you've heard from the superintendent that we are getting attendance data now, but it's still pretty noisy at the beginning of the school year. So I don't have data to look at for which schools might have approached the threshold that we were previously using. But I want to underscore that we actually paused enforcement of that policy so that we could get a better understanding of the chronic absenteeism trends for this year and set appropriate thresholds for the future. So I don't have data to speak to that right now.
Okay, so that's, I guess, what I'm trying to get at, and this could be a question for anyone on the panel, is it's October 15th. I was hopeful that by the time we had this hearing, we would have some updated data to speak to what are some of the trends we are seeing at the start of the school year. When will we have that information, and when will we be able to respond and or act on that? That could be anybody.
I'll begin. Thank you for the question, Council Member. OSSI produces data 3 times a year. The data for the first few months of school will be available at the beginning of the beginning of the year. We have been working very hard because we have heard lots of council members as well as others ask for data that is much more delivered sooner. And consequently, we are working towards a data dashboard that will make data available much earlier. Right now, though, we are still in the process of validating data once we define the time that the data will be for, and that validation process takes time. Once we did that validation process 3 times a year for the 3 reports that we provide. We have decided that starting this year, we will no longer validate the data 3 times. We'll only validate it 1 time at the end of the year. And that means that once again, the data will be able to be pushed out sooner.
Okay, so I think then the question is, right, because on some level, it's not necessarily all on you, Superintendent. From the LEA side. So, I mean, Chancellor Fairby, I have to imagine you're hearing from your school leaders, some of whom may be raising levels of concern before you're getting this data from OSSI. Yes?
Yeah, so we have our own internal data monitoring and validation process, and it's something that I monitor regularly. As I reported earlier, we are tracking attendance rate year to date higher than we were last year, hovering around 92%. And for every race and ethnicity group, their attendance rate is tracking above where they were year to date as well. And in some cases, we also see improved rates and reductions in chronic absenteeism and truancy.
Okay.
Councilmember, may I just quickly interject? What is also the case, and maybe we're not being clear enough about, schools and LEAs have immediate access to their attendance data.
Right.
They have access through OSSI and through the Everyday Labs dashboards if they're participating in that program. So they're able to see their rates, patterns of attendance, individual attendance over time, and use all that as they're working with their students.
Sure. I'm not necessarily talking about on the individual school level, but if we're seeing some trends district-wide, I feel like it would be appropriate for us to try to talk about those now as opposed to waiting until February or March when we get more information on that as well. Chancellor, I want to ask, so my understanding is that Dunbar is reallocating approximately 1.3 million from their school's first funds to pilot essentially in the development world, they would call it unconditional cash transfer, but essentially a cash-based incentive program aimed at improving students' attendance. Can you talk more about this and sort of the learn and earn approach?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember. So we have been very pleased with the earn and learn approach that we've been utilizing over the summer, where students learn and are able to earn resources for that time period so they don't have to worry about work. And what we find is that many students describe some of their challenges in supporting their households similar to what we see over the summer during the school year. So we challenge schools to think about that differently. Dunbar High School has elected to utilize their school and first and budgeting dollars, as you described, to create a model that is tailored to the needs of their school community. They spend a lot of time engaging with students in their community to create this model, and will be underway soon. And they'll look at attendance. They also look at students' academic performance as well. But we do believe that it could potentially be a winning formula. It's something we've studied and seen as a promising practice from our colleagues in Harlem as a part of the Harlem Children's Zone.
Okay. We actually have a school here in the district, I believe, that had a similar model. Dr. Walker Davis, didn't Digital Pioneers Academy do something like this similarly?
Yes, thanks, council member. They're piloting it now. They're doing it now.
Oh, they're doing it now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Chancellor, when does Dunbar launch?
So Dunbar is looking to launch in the second term. Term one will end later this month on the 31st. But they wanted to ensure that there was rich engagement with students about what to expect before they launch. But I think this is a great reminder that many of our strongest solutions have been student-led. Think about H.D. Woodson. We challenged them in other high schools to create some solutions. They created student-led solutions, and some schools have also been working around transportation solutions that have been led by students. So we're excited about what will come from this pilot and whether or not this is something that we should expand to other schools in the district.
Okay. I would love to get some, once they have it kind of fleshed out, some more details about, what is the eligibility, what is the amount, and then also, how they're tracking it. There's a little bit more, we have a bit more information about what Digital Pioneers is planning to do this school year. And so I think that would just be very interesting to kind of know.
Yeah, we'll be happy to share more information about the pilot at Dunbar.
Okay. I never asked this question before, and I want to kind of ask it again. The compulsory education age is at 5 years old, in the district, but obviously we have, students who are attending pre-K 3, pre-K 4. When we get data, I have two questions. One, is the data reported to OSSI, the attendance for pre-K 3, pre-K 4?
Yes, we have that data.
Okay. And then two, I guess overall, how have you all explored starting kids off for success in those early childhood grades? Because what I can imagine, or what we hear sometimes from teachers and we see, is that some families don't necessarily view pre-K as like actual school. And then we all of a sudden are expecting them when they get to kindergarten to sort of shift into a different gear and arrive each and every day. And so have we thought about approaching that differently?
I can start, and I want to again thank the committee for hearing from so many LEAs directly today. I will just say anecdotally, we hear, number one, when we do bring schools forward to discuss what some of their challenges are, they actually lift up the fact that the early grades are not compulsory as part of some of the challenge in in-seat attendance and absenteeism. And we also know that their strategies are being employed at that early age to create this sense of the importance of school-going culture. So precisely, we don't have those problems in kindergarten. And so I think many of the schools that I've spoken to are starting some of the same compulsory attendance grade strategies as early as early childhood, so that you do have that culture and climate in the entire school, and there's no separation from those early grades. So I would be happy to connect schools that are doing a good job of that to your team, council member.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis.
Yeah, and we recognize the importance of establishing strong habits for attendance early. So it's something that our pre-K educators, our school leaders have leaned into to ensure that we set the culture and the standard for attendance early. Year to date, our pre-K attendance is tracking higher than where we were last year, but it's something that our school leaders have also been focused on.
Okay, I'm over my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Good evening. I want to start first. I know the chairman already acknowledged ICE as a ward who has been particularly hit very hard. We just had an incident at E.L. Haynes last week, as well as DC Bilingual, and many of our schools, all of our LEAs have been hit. I want to thank you all for acknowledging the community and the effort. And I think Dr. Davis, you're right, it's unsustainable, sort of the ways that our community and school communities are showing up, but we do appreciate that all that they're doing. My ask is very simple in the beginning, which is please continue to advocate for our school communities in the way of asking. I talk to Chief Smith regularly about just sort of when they're doing these warrant lists and checks, like not doing warrant checks during pickup and drop off hours in vicinities of schools, doing some of the things to mitigate harm. And so I just ask you all to be continued partners in those asks as we deal with this very unprecedented situation. Chancellor Fairby, I want to start with you. The truancy reduction pilot showed that consistent contacts, the check-ins, the postcards, and the text nudges were sort of boosted attendance. So those were strategies that really worked. How many schools are still using those everyday count strategies, and sort of what outcomes have been measured since that pilot has ended?
Thank you for that question, Councilman Lewis George. So when that pilot ended, we really learned a lot about the power of check-ins. And so that is one of what we call our power practices. And as I reported in my testimony, I'm proud that we have had already 25,000 check-ins with our students. And we've created a tool so that our educators can understand what student needs are. And as I said earlier, really address a concern before it becomes a crisis. We believe that this is a winning strategy for us to understand what student needs are academically, socially, emotionally as well, but to curb some of the attendance challenges that we've seen.
So is it fair to say that all our schools still, all the schools that were sort of using those everyday count strategies are still utilizing those strategies currently?
Yes, but I would say that the strategy that we've really leaned into this year across every DCPS school is the check-ins.
Got you. Okay. DCPS also said that 74 schools have attendance liaisons this year. Is that correct?
I will confirm that number for you.
Okay. And if so, how are those staff particularly being trained and supported to, I guess, continue evidence-based engagement with families?
Yeah, so we utilize a tiered approach based on student need and data that we've seen with attendance. It's more intensive for those schools where we've seen greater challenges, particularly at the secondary level. We have intensified our supports because we know, especially in 9th and 10th grade, is where we see our greatest challenges. But I will confirm the number for you. I think you said 74.
Yeah, 74 attendance liaisons. Because if they are being effective, I mean, that's another strategy that is a part of DCPS's overall strategy that I think is important to look at and see how we can replicate the strategies or training being used for them. The other thing is DC Policy Center had testified about that attendance is heavily tied to the student's sense of belonging and access to enriching programs. How is DCPS evaluating whether schools with strong out-of-school time programs, mentorship, or athletic programs have lower truancy rates, and will those insights shape where new partnerships are prioritized?
Yeah, so we have seen stronger attendance for those students who participate in extracurriculars, out of school time, and athletics. What we have done with athletics specifically is to seek an understanding around where students have interest in athletic programs that we currently don't offer. And we've been laser focused, especially on our middle grades, because we know if we can change mindset and behavior there, that will also be a winning strategy. So we have established 19 more opportunities for students for athletics with our partners and also our clubs that are being run in our middle schools. We spent a lot of time last year on coordination and understanding the landscape of what's being offered at our middle grades level. And this year, we have leaned into where we have opportunities, but we don't have participation. And where there be greater interest and we don't have opportunities. To ensure that we can align interest and opportunity and again, maintain that strong coordination with our partners and also our staff. We have many staff members that are leading clubs in middle schools as well.
Got it. Dr. Mitchell, I wanted to ask, the truancy reduction pilot identified major inconsistencies in attendance tracking across systems, which I think are being improved from the testimony we've heard today. Has OSSI finalized sort of a single citywide attendance data standard that all LEAs must use?
So I would say no, that we have not yet. I think that the Charter School Board and DCPS have slightly different business rules so that we don't have that data across the board. We do, have the data that we have, that we collect. We are very clear about what our business rules are, and we share that across the board.
Got it. And I know, your testimony said schools sort of already submit attendance data nightly.
Yes.
So I guess what's, still preventing some of the real-time agency coordination and data sharing since you all are getting that data nightly?
So there really is nothing preventing it, and it is happening. We receive the data, and then we send it back to the LEAs. They have access to the data. They have access to data that is daily, weekly, and monthly. They have access to data that is by student, by grade band, and by school.
Okay.
So the data is always there. We also send back error codes so that if there is a reporting of data on a student that is suspended, or reporting of data on a student that is not enrolled in that LEA, then we provide that information to the LEA so that they can correct the data. But everybody has their data almost immediately in a dynamic fashion.
Got it. Is it OSSI's intention to create a sort of single citywide attendance data standard for all the LEAs in the future, or is it something that you think?
Well, I think we create that by the data that we have, but we're going to continue to work with our partners. Absolutely.
Got it. How will that grant for Show Up stand out? Partnerships for School Attendance Program that launching in 2026 differ from the current model? And what metrics will OSSI use to determine whether those community partners are actually improving attendance rates?
Yes, one of the reasons that we are recompeting the grant is because the grant structure doesn't really set up outcomes. Very focused right now on inputs and meetings and things of that nature, but we seek to make the grant much more outcomes oriented. And so that'll be a difference. Another difference will be, it'll be a continuing grant. It will turn into a continuing grant so that it's a 3-year grant, so that sub-grantees will know that they have this funding for 3 years and they'll be able to plan accordingly. In addition to that, the grant period is changing. One of the things that has been something that I've wanted to look into for a long time is that our grants are not based on a school year, they're based on the fiscal year.
Okay.
And so with the new grant, it'll be based on the school year with a planning opportunity during the summer. And we think that that's a really nice improvement as well.
Got it. Thank you so much for that. The minute 28 seconds left. I'm going to ask 2 questions at once. That's how I'm going to get past strategy wise. My first question, as Chancellor Fairby, is about transportation and safety for you and Deputy Mayor. Transportation and safety remain major barriers to consistent attendance. Have you all mapped out chronic absenteeism against safe passage routes? And will those findings be shared with DDOT and MPD to sort of target high-risk corridors? The transportation problem persists and exists in the city, and and it is related to our truancy issues. What are we doing to address that? And then my other question for the entire panel is, with OAG stepping back from truancy prosecutions, how are you all planning to adjust attendance regulations to reflect the shift that is happening as a result of OAG stepping back?
So there were a couple of questions. So I'll try to go back to answer your question about attendance liaison. Every school has a point of contact or a attendance counselor. In terms of the question around transportation, as needs are identified, we work to remove barriers. There's a number of strategies that we employ, but if there's a need for safe passage, we've gotten a lot of response that's been positive back in expanding that program. For example, I'll point to the need to have greater safe passage presence around Brookland Middle School and the Brookland Metro. The public safety team was very responsive and stood up the supports that were necessary. But I'll let Deputy Mayor Khan talk a little bit more about, how the city agencies have come together around transportation and safe passage.
Yeah, thank you. And Councilmember, I think you're very familiar with the program, so I don't think I'll share anything that you don't know. And I think unfortunately, what's also true is that attendance is highly correlated with poverty, and it's highly correlated with low-income communities. And of course, that's where lots of our safe passage programming is stood up also. And so you've basically got this correlation where there are many community challenges that cause both some unsafe routes and also lower than we would like to see attendance. So we are focused on both of those things. And as the Chancellor said, where we see the need for increased safe passage programming, we have been able to do a little bit of surging this year in those areas and in those neighborhoods. So I think we've got that programming in the right place. DC School Connect, of course, was stood up in neighborhoods where we saw the highest incidence of violence amongst young people. So I think we have that in the right place as well. And I've actually forgotten your second question. I'm sorry about
With
that.
OAG stepping back, everyone else will have to adjust.
Yeah, we overall, and I really appreciate that question. Overall, when we did the full review of our referral process and we came up with our so-called uplift legislation last year, which we introduced, which led to this pilot that we're conducting right now, we realized that it is much more important to lean in with supportive interventions that are positive and affirming for youth and families. And that's what we're doing through the pilot, and that would be our overall intent. We kicked back also the number of days that young people could be absent before they were referred to OAG as part of that as well in the schools and as part of that draft legislation, because we do think that needs to be. I think it's probably a very important part of the referral process and should happen later. And as you will recall from that legislation, we said, well, if OAG gets a referral, they need to do something with it. So we were also defining a little bit what that should be. But what we're doing now is focusing on the supportive interventions first.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Second round. Chancellor, we asked you to provide attendance intervention data for Ketchum and Savoy Elementary School. The two schools have very similar demographics, yet Ketchum has about 30% fewer truant students. Why do you think this is?
Yeah, I said earlier, there are two different student populations while there's similarities, but I will point to the leadership challenges we had last year. Savoy having a huge impact on not only attendance, but our ability to support the instructional program of the school.
Well, how about this? Ketchum apparently has a attendance mentorship program, and Savoy does not. So I get the point about the principal, but
Yeah,
sounds like there also was a program there.
Yeah, I don't know that I would point to that as the sole driver in the differences in results. I just firmly believe that school leadership matters when we think about important strategies like this and the monitoring, tracking of data. So I'm not sure that I would point to that as the
Well, I'm
distinguishing
grimacing
factor.
because I think when you and I last talked, I asked you about principal turnover, and it's the lowest this year.
Yeah, our
Correct?
principal turnover has been very low for the last consecutive years.
Yes, but it's even lower this year.
I would say it's consistent.
Well, it's like 3 or 4. It's not like 15 or 20. So we have stability in terms of principals,
We do.
but we have this enormous inconsistency between schools. I mentioned 2, but there are others. Enormous inconsistency. And it seems to me that systemically, DCPS is from the top is not pushing down. You're not going to like my saying this, but not pushing down enough of a sense of importance to these school leaders who are not changing, that if some can do better, they all need to do better.
Yeah, I would challenge you to bring me a principal that would tell you that this is an important conversation that we have every time we convene principals. Like, this isn't something that we take lightly. So you find me a principal that doesn't believe that this is a priority. It hasn't heard that from me. It doesn't feel that emphasis from our central services team. So the
Well, I hear you on
elevation
that.
of that is not, I promise you, is not a factor in
Well, I
how
hear you
schools
on that,
operate.
but the data is DCPS went
I
from,
think there's various levels of implementation at the school level. But again, I would argue strongly that the supports and the emphasis from the central services team has always been elevated around this issue.
this is going to sound horrible, but this is an oversight hearing. To talk is to talk, but we're seeing some schools make significant progress. And we're seeing some schools who make progress and then they regress. We kind of know from all these hearings I've had for the past decade what needs to happen, which in a word or two is hands-on approach to families and students. And yet a whole lot of schools are not really doing that. And I say that because for DCPS, the data got worse between a year ago and this past year. But let me move on. Because I want to.
As you move on, the data was relatively consistent year over year.
For all the things we're doing and the $15 million that we're spending, and you're telling me about new strategies for this year, and I guarantee you last year you talked about new strategies for last year, and the year before that, you talked about new strategies for that year. What I see is that at the start of the hearing, I was shocked when I saw the testimony from Brenda Donald. Deputy Mayor, you were here in the room when I read it, I think. DCPS went from 15% to 11% truancy rate 15 years ago. We are so far above that, but I want to ask the Deputy Mayor some questions. So I looked at the DHS pilot report, and I may have this wrong, but I wanted to press you on this. The impression I get is that there are these referrals that are made to DHS, and then DHS kind of looks at them, and then they reach out to the family, and they're going to have a more intensive case management. Mike, do I have it right so far?
You are mostly correct. Obviously, the director will be here in a moment to answer more specifically, but there are one of three paths that the person who's reaching out to the family will determine that family needs to go down. And one of them is intensive case management, one of them is brief case management, and one of them is you're just giving them some truancy education and they're declining any further service.
Okay, but the opting for the case management is sort of voluntary?
Yes. Meaning that you're engaging with the person from DHS is engaging with the family. They're trying to understand what is the root cause of
And the family can opt out of all that.
The family will have the discussion. In fact, they had 93% of families responded to them, which is very, very high. So the family will talk to them about what's going on, and they will say, look, it's really important that you get your kids in school. This is a real problem. They've got to be going to school. And they say to the family, is there a problem we can help you with? And if the family says it's transportation, they go to brief case management. If the family says it's a whole host of things and I don't know what to do about it, then they go into the intensive case management. So it's a differentiated approach.
Yes, but it's not mandatory. So the family can not do the case management.
Correct. The family can say, thank you very much for the information.
Yeah.
Thank you for the counseling, but I really don't want
So as I read,
I don't want any help.
As I read the report, roughly 50%, no, roughly 44% of the parents requested case management. Does that sound about right? About right. I'm not going to hold you to.
I think it was 10, 20, 35, 45, yes, almost 50%. Got some form of this. They were either referred back to their primary provider, they got brief case management, or they went to PASS or STEP, yes.
Well, don't make me have to pull up the report and find out where I read this stuff, because it'll take me forever to find it.
I think I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, okay, so 44% of 409 parents requested case management. And of those who got case management, roughly 50% saw student attendance improve.
Yes.
So 44% participated. and half of them saw attendance improvement. That means 22% got attendance improvement.
Here, your math is not exactly accurate because the algebra is more complicated because a portion of the other groups that did not take case management also improved their attendance.
I think I saw something to the contrary. As a whole, students whose families received truancy education but declined case management services or were reconnected to their primary provider did not improve their overall attendance. Page 23.
That's as a whole.
Well, okay.
But that, what the question you're asking is what percentage of them improved their attendance?
Well, so what I'm getting at is, as I do the math, I get that you don't like the way I do math. 22% of these referrals actually saw an improvement in attendance.
It's not that I don't like the way you do math, it's that you end up with a number that's not accurate, which is the 22%. So you'll be with the director in a moment. I'm sure she's busily working on because you're looking for the number of overall of the 480 people who got referred.
It was 409.
I have 480. What percentage of them saw improved attendance? That's your question. Is that right? And if that's the question, we'll be able to answer.
Well, maybe if the director, I don't recall the. Yes. Okay, well, she's getting a premiere of what the question is going to be because it says on page 23, as a whole, students whose family received truancy education but declined case management did not improve their overall attendance, and only 44% of the 409 parents requested case management. What I'm getting at is we're putting a lot of money into this program, and I'm not seeing a huge increase. And I think we have to ask ourselves, with all of the programs, what are we getting in outcomes and how much are we paying per student?
Yes, I completely agree with you. And we are seeing other very positive outcomes from the study. As we said, 84% of folks who engaged in some way saw better behavioral outcomes according to the specific assessment that DHS does. And what's important, I think, from my perspective, I assume from your perspective, is that we're learning from the pilot how to differentiate our approach to truancy referrals. So what we are learning is in the engagement with the students and the families, what are they seeing as their barriers? What does the case management actually work best for? So that we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. I mean, it really is legitimately a pilot, and we are learning from it as we go.
And as a pilot, that's why I've supported it, so that we understand this better. And also the report that I looked at was based on year one, which was not a full school year for any of the schools, if I remember correctly, and certainly not a full year for many of the schools. I mean, it's like half a year or not even half a year.
That's right.
For some of the schools. So I'm out of time here, but I'm just going to toss out here that we did some analysis. We are, we're the pilots in 10 schools. We're spending $4.3 million. The cost per school in the pilot, therefore, is $430,000 as an average. If we were to expand this to every school with over 30% truancy, there are 125 schools and the program would cost $53 million. That's not sustainable.
It also would not be our intent, I don't think, to do that. As I said, we want to learn either the school communities and, or more importantly, the specific circumstances of young people that would make this kind of referral the most appropriate intervention.
So I'm going to go over my time a little bit, which will get me in trouble. But, when I was listening to Councilmember Parker earlier, and he was focusing on whether referrals are to DHS or to Child and Family Services Agency, if we really want to deal with attendance and truancy, we want to deal with the schools, not the referrals. What do I mean by that? The referrals, in a sense, are the back end of the process, in a sense. We want to deal with the front end of the process. One of the things that I thought was interesting with the DHS report on the pilot was that the it looks like the number one intervention provided by DHS was academic, as in that the school needed to, the student needed help with his or her academics, which is to say that this actually resonates with testimony we got before. When kids are not doing well in school academically, why would they attend? They don't like going to school. It's not productive. It's not fun. So they're not going to attend. So that says we need to improve the academics for kids. I'm looking at the chancellor. You'd be looking at Dr. Michelle Walker. We need to put more emphasis on what are we doing to make sure kids are, and I think this is in the earlier grades, since attendance is a bigger problem in the upper grades. Kids are academically failing. They're going to be truant in the upper grades. So what more focus are we putting at elementary school in the lower grades?
Well, I think the results that we've seen in our academic outcomes suggest we actually are being successful in our approach to improving learning outcomes in the younger grades and in fact in all grades across.
I mean, because of the CAPE scores.
CAPE and NAEP, yes.
Yeah, the CAPE, which went up like this much on a scale of 1 to 100.
Well, they've gone up more than any other jurisdiction in the country.
Okay, tell that to the 60%, 55% of the kids who are not doing well.
Yeah, I don't want to be argumentative about this. I understand that we have a long way to go. And I think it's important to recognize that as you're asking about what we're doing to improve learning outcomes as a city, we have evidence to suggest that a lot of our relentless focus on improving learning outcomes is actually paying off. Certainly our approach now, the science of reading, all of our work and investment in the lower grades, the fact that we have more kids in lower grades reading on grade level, the work we've done in early childhood, all of these things are indeed paying off. We're not nearly where we want to be. But the fact that we're making progress is important to acknowledge.
More faster is my mantra. Dr. Mitchell, are we going to get chronic absenteeism down to 20% this year?
No, we're not going to get it down to 20% this year.
Isn't that the commitment of the compact?
The compact is trying to get chronic absenteeism down to 24% by 27-28.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. A couple of questions. I mean, one thing, there's a lot of back and forth about DCPS and chronic absenteeism, but I just want to make sure, because I got a background memo on this, and I think citywide chronic absenteeism was 36.9 or something, around 37. And I believe, Ms. Walker Davis, that for the charter sector, it was 39.5. So if that's the case, am I right that DCPS may be doing slightly better than the charter sector on chronic absenteeism in 24-25?
Councilmember Freeman, the number that I reported in my testimony is 39.5 for this school year. I will say that that was based on what we reported in August. So I would defer to whatever the latest information is from us.
I just want to be clear, like, this is an issue that applies across the board.
Absolutely.
And there's lots of variation in the performance of different LEAs and different schools within LEAs and different schools within DCPS. But you pull the camera back, and I think DCPS is none of it's good enough, but doing slightly better. So, Ms. Mitchell, you talk in your testimony about the school climate survey and how it will turn up in the report card. I am curious that it will turn up in the report card. How do you see it turning up in the report card? Is it going to be a number, or how will it be reflected in the report card?
Yes. So the climate survey measures several different areas in terms of school climate, ranging from relationships with a caring adult to how do you feel about your teachers. There's information in school climate about after school programs, whether or not you like attending school, things of that nature. And so the big categories, how schools performed on the big categories that are in the climate survey, and the information will be broken down by parent or caregiver, students, and teachers and administrators.
All right, wonderful. And you talked about the stand-up SUSO.
Yes.
And it was interesting, earlier today, we had Josh Boots, I think, testified, we shouldn't do anything without measuring it. And it sounds like that's the pivot that you want to go to here. I was going to ask,
Yes.
what does the data show? Because as the chairman has said, I mean, and there's an alphabet soup of programs, and we don't know which are the right ones. But you don't really have data to say what SUSO has done, but the goal is in this next 3-year period, you would get it.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the low performing schools work that you're doing, which is important work, and you're going to be measuring that in lots of different ways, to what extent are you tracking the impact on attendance from your work with the low performing schools?
We absolutely will be tracking attendance with the low performing schools. Each of the schools created a school plan, school performance plan, which was done in conjunction with a school turnaround expert. Those plans are being implemented this year. We are working very closely with those schools, particularly on attendance. We've got the community of practice, as I referred to in my testimony, and we are definitely engaged in ensuring that the school support teams in those schools receive the technical assistance and professional development to really make a difference.
Okay, great. So it's work that's starting, so we'll see the results of it again coming forward. Deputy Mayor Khan, I was taken aback that there are hundreds of kids on the wait list for the ATC. Is there something we can do? I mean, the idea that there are hundreds of kids who are looking for a way to go to school and something that will light them up. What can we do? What are you thinking about doing so that we don't have a wait list for that program?
Well, thanks for the question. And first of all, I will tip my cap to Dr. Mitchell, as OSSI is running and overseeing both of our advanced technical centers, which are proving to be so popular. And of course, we were desperate to open an ATC in Ward 8 to ensure we have extremely high quality career programming in the health sciences there. So we've opened it in the Whitman Walker Health Center. If you haven't been there, we'd be very happy to host you. And it is our hope and aspiration to continue to open out these hubs as we're able to, and also to identify the potential for some new models of this kind of shared course hubs that can be of that quality. One idea is that we don't necessarily need to open them up in brand new facilities, which can be more expensive, but we might be able to offer similar courses in our existing schools that could be open to students from other schools, provided we have the employer partnerships in place, the college partnerships in place that make these so successful, and as I said, the high quality career-oriented programming. So it's our vision to expand this so that we can meet the demand that we're seeing.
I think that's really exciting. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, we have excess capacity in some of our schools, and to use it in such a way, I think would be very positive. So good luck on that. I was also intrigued about the way I interpreted it was data sharing with pediatricians, and that pediatricians often are among the most trusted person for a family. How is that working? And how is that working, and how do you think about that partnership?
Yeah, so there are two different ways in which we've seen this working. So first of all, children's and the pediatricians there forged a very important and exciting partnership with OSSI in order to create a data sharing agreement. And it caused us to have to go to the families, and Dr. Mitchell can talk more about this, to sort of get consent, because of course we're only able to share if the families consent, and they did. And then the pediatricians from children's actually did phone call outreach to families and, hey, you know, I'm the sort of family doctor. We're just checking in with you to see how you're doing. And so they've seen some very good results from that. There are other ways in which we're seeing these partnerships deliver some exciting results through our Everyday Counts task force. And one of those is that we've got pediatricians who are now saying on their checklist that they have in front of them for the annual routine visits of children, they will ask, how is your kid's attendance in the past month? And or more specifically, has your kid missed more than 2 days in the past month? And they are then empowered to have a discussion with the family based on the answer they get right there. So there's data sharing directly from families as they build this into the routine visits. And one of the Abdul Karim Ewing Boyd on my team, who's been leading this work, has been promoting this idea that it is a public health effort across the community to ensure stronger attendance, and our medical partners are a core part of that.
I really think I'm so glad to hear that. Chancellor Farabee, one of the things that you talked about as being a successful tool, I think, is the connected schools model, and it'll get to a question, what will be my last question, but we've had struggles about, can we expand connected schools? Will we reduce connected schools? How will they be funded? Can I interpret your claims of success around connected schools as a hopeful sign that we'll put more weight on connected schools in the coming budget?
Yes, so we fund it through several different streams. When we receive grant funding for it, we always communicate to schools that they should be thinking about a plan to sustain it. And we have a lot of schools who've done it. We have 18 schools this year that are implementing the strategy. Lots of buy-in is necessary for the model to be successful, but it does hit well on the issue I mentioned earlier about our ability to remove barriers to attendance and teaching and learning, and the types of supports that we can offer the family.
And I do think it's a successful program, and I do hope we can continue to put weight on it. One last sort of editorial thing. I think that the emphasis that creating opportunities for athletic participation is a really important thing. And two of my children did crew at what was then called Wilson High School. And it's really the only place in the city, the only public school in the city that offers that. And I think things like that, if there were a way to create a program that was available to kids in charter schools and kids in DCPS schools, and particularly in schools close to the river that could benefit from participation in crew, I'd like for folks to be thinking about creative ways to open up opportunities for sports that aren't necessarily on everybody's radar screen, but could be really useful to them.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why we were excited to see the council support the partnership with the Commanders around new stadium that will generate additional space for sporting events and activities for the youth in the city. I think about organizations like DC Scores that combine spoken word with soccer and how powerful that is across DCPS and public charter schools in the city. But I also am reminded that we need to continue to, understand interests, which is why we survey students and families, especially in our middle grades, what are you interested in? Because they also remind us that not every student is interested in athletics, right? So we want to understand what they're interested there, but also expand the arts and other programming that are attractive to students for after school.
I 100% hear you on that. One of the things in this world is there are kids who are not exposed to as many things as my children were exposed, and they may not know this is a thing that they want to do.
True.
And yet, if you get it started, then you can, if you build it, they will come. And I hope we will think that way about not just in the out of school time, but also in the athletic space.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
we
you.
had something promising with our relationship with Monumental Sports and the Capitals with ice hockey. We've had a lot of recent exposure activities, and there's some clubs coming out of that. But yeah, I certainly hear you. Exposure is paramount to generate the type of interest that we would want to see in different sports and athletic activities.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start as sort of the second round of questions for the deputy mayor. DHS has been running the pilot. I guess this would be the second school year that they're doing this work. And my understanding is that There is a school or two that participated last year that chose not to participate this year. Did you all communicate with those schools to, I guess, better understand why they chose to opt out?
Yes, it was just one school. It was Digital Pioneers. And we worked very closely with the school to understand what they felt were some of the barriers to participation. And it came down, frankly, to some capacity building, some capacity on their part. There was a partner there who was going to be their prime person to work with DHS, and that person left. And they ended up having to deal with some other circumstances as part of their school community. So they opted out for this year, which we felt comfortable with given what they could share. We need schools that met our attendance thresholds. We also needed schools that we knew we would be able to learn from as full participants in the program, and we know not every school can do that.
Yeah, I knew it was one school. I didn't want to put that one school out there. And it was just sort of notable to me because, based on the data that we have, this is a school that had one of the highest truancy rates in the district, whether it be DCPS or public charter schools. And so, are you, in sort of looking at the school sort of going forward, are you comfortable with the interventions that they are deploying for this school year to still address an issue that I imagine will still be persistent?
We have a challenge across many of our high schools with chronic absenteeism, council members, as you know. And we agreed early on in conversation with DHS, who are deeply expert in this kind of work, that we would work with schools that really felt able to kind of step in and engage fully in the pilot. And what I mean by that is there are many other schools that have high truancy rates, and we continue to work with them through some of our other interventions, including Digital Pioneers. So are we comfortable that they're doing everything that they can do as much as we are in terms of any school in the system? And I know they're doing a lot. I interact with the director there all the time, and they actually have a lot of innovation going on in terms of building the kinds of cultures that we're hearing about today. And the fact that they're not in the pilot, I think, is perfectly reasonable given the circumstances there, given that we have talked to other schools also about joining the pilot that we opted not to include in the end as well. So this was not a command performance on anyone's part, not on DHS's or DME's or anything. We were looking for folks that we could learn a great deal from.
Do you feel like, as you sort of head into the second year of the pilot, that this is truly scalable citywide?
Well, going back to the observation that the chairman made on this earlier, I don't think any of us want to believe that we're going to be spending $53 million each year doing exactly this model across all schools that have a certain attendance threshold. But what I do think is true is we're learning a lot about root causes of why folks aren't attending school. We'll be able to do some pattern recognition. You could imagine versions of this referral process where students who have certain attendance patterns and certain circumstances actually end up getting referred directly to DHS for the kind of case management, whereas others do not. It is truly a learning pilot for us, and we are assuming that we will expand it insofar as it seems to be viable, and that we're getting the best possible return for the investment. But it's not our intention that we would, I think, do exactly this one-size-fits-all model across all of our schools. I don't think that's feasible.
Yeah, I mean, I also think about it from the perspective of students of different years and generations, their needs change. I think you were at the event a couple of weeks ago with the mayor at the ATC in Ward 8, and there was a student who's graduated who shared, like, I was late to school every day because I just wanted to wake up naturally. That I don't know how DHS can't really resolve that. I mean, I guess we could get you an alarm clock, but if that's your desire and someone in your household is okay with allowing sort of the natural wake up each and every day, then I don't know if, the DHS program would even tackle that particular situation, but the reasonings can sort of vary.
Yeah, I just offer one quick observation on that, Councilmember.
Sure.
I know getting into your time, but it is something we haven't talked about, I don't think at all, in the government witness portion of this hearing, which is that there are reasons that we as agencies would find it very difficult to support families with. One of those is A primary reason we hear all the time is health. Like, why is your kid not in school? Well, they didn't feel well, or they had a cough, or, they think they're not supposed to go to school. And so there we are looking again to medical practitioners and health service agencies to say, this is the sort of circumstance when you should actually be attending school, even if you're not feeling that well. Because I think the pandemic really reacculturated many of us to that relationship between health and school and attendance. And we stopped going if we had a sniffle because we didn't want to make other people sick. But maybe that's not so true anymore, that we can get vaccines and all this kind of stuff. So I do believe there are those circumstances like going to school every day is not so important, or I'm not going to school because I'm not feeling that well. And it's those kinds of things we have to address, I think, in different ways from DHS case management, to your point.
Yeah. I often wonder too, in our conversations with high school students, around the translation of when we're talking to them about school versus what happens in the real world, right? So in the real world, you get a certain number of PTO and sick days, and then that's it. And even then, for several jobs, you don't get all of that time up front. It has to be earned over time. And so this feeling of like, oh, I had a cough, so I just didn't want to come, that could be the decision point between you having a job versus you not having a job. Um, and I don't necessarily know who is the best trusted messenger to have those types of conversations, but I feel like for high school students, that's something that has to sort of click. And it did for that young man who, got interested in an apprenticeship program that he really wanted to pursue, and that required you showing up every day on time, right? And then now that you have a changed behavior, in terms of what kind of happens from there. One of the things
It also required that we had the apprenticeship program to offer. And that's one of the reasons we're so excited about expanding those kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
I think for high school students particularly.
Can you give me just a second? No. Okay, you're gonna give me just a second. So, one of the things.
Allowed to say no to you?
Mama? Hold on, baby. One of the things I did want to ask that we often hear as a point of a reason for truancy is around transportation issues and transportation challenges. I would just love to understand from DCPS or DME or PCSB how you all are triaging that at the start of this school year.
Well, I'll begin, and I'll just talk about the programs you know so well, Councilmember. So for Kids Ride Free, my office worked extremely closely with DDOT at the start of the school year to ensure that every school had its tranche of cards. And when the chancellor let me know,
which was a game changer, by the way, because I know that there were some kids who were trying to use that as an excuse, and I was like, no, your school already has them.
At the cards,
you just have to go.
The chancellor let me know that there were a number of schools where they were using them up more quickly than DDOT needed to. So I got in touch with the director and they delivered them, I think, the next day. So in other words, I think what we tried to do was ensure that at a very minimum, kids that should have and wanted the Kids Ride free cards had them right away. So that was one thing we did this year.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'll point to is just really the importance of case management. When people say transportation, there's lots of different layers to that. And so just understanding what students are communicating when they say they have a transportation issue. And in addition to Kids Ride Free, we do tap into other resources. And it's important to note that many of our schools have also come together around ride share opportunities and collaboration among families to get students to school safely. But it is something that we try to understand clearly what specific to that family is holding them back from getting to school as relates to transportation.
And I would just add also applause to our DDOT sister agency just for getting the Kids Ride Free cards. It was definitely a different experience this year navigating that. So just want to say thank you for that. I also want to say that this year I did not hear as much from our charter schools about our OSSI transportation. So I want to acknowledge OSSI and all of the work that they have done also around that, and also flag that our schools are navigating unique challenges because of the start of this school year, and I am hoping to learn more about what they might have done to extend themselves in the area of transportation just for this period of heightened law enforcement. So I don't know enough about that aspect, but certainly the DDOT and OSSI transportation has helped in starting the school year differently.
And Councilman, I know we're going into your time, but I also would elevate helping the adults with transportation. For example, like smart trip cards for the adults or other gift cards for transportation, because a lot of times the student won't come to school unless the caregiver is able to accompany the child to school. And so finding ways to support the adult that's responsible for bringing the child to school.
You like a baby.
You guys, thank you.
Councilmember, did you have any other questions?
No, we're okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it at that because we have 4 more government witnesses or 3. So thank you all for your testimony. And we're going to turn to Rachel Pierre, Acting Director, Department of Human Services, Tanya Torres-Trice, Acting Director, Child and Family Services Agency, Elizabeth Weiser, Deputy Attorney General for Public Safety, Office of the Attorney General, and Tamira Roberson. Is she here? Who's Acting Director, Court Social Services Division at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. Civil War. You're going to pay for that one, the Civil War? We're discussing the debate topic from the Civil War. Let me see. Are you okay with the order I called you in, Ms. Pierre, then Ms. Trice?
Yes.
All right. Hmm?
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, come to the table when you get here. All right, Ms. Pierre?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Middleton, council members, staff and committee of the whole, and members of the community. I am Rachel Pierre, Acting Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this public oversight hearing on chronic absenteeism and truancy. The DHS Truancy Reduction Pilot Program, established by the Pilot Truancy Reduction Temporary Amendment Act of 2024, offers services and interventions to young people with high rates of school absenteeism and truancy that respond quickly to school attendance barriers and identify opportunities to improve their educational outcomes. In partnership with DC government entities, including the Deputy Mayor of Education, OSSI, DC Public School, CFSA, and OAG, DHS provides a supportive approach to truancy. We utilize holistic family-centered resources that address root causes of truancy, including housing instability, mental health, and community safety. Differentiating support includes truancy education, basic and intensive case management, and interventions to deter involvement with the district juvenile justice system and child welfare agencies. DHS's support helps strengthen relationships between students, their caregivers, parents, and families, schools, and communities. A robust array of support programs, including PASS, ACE, STEP, and our truancy reduction pilot, are available through YSD. The YSD team works in collaboration with our young people and their families to assess their strengths and needs.
DHS and contracted case managers, social workers, and therapists engage hundreds of young people and their families, build trust, and co-create impactful, life-changing plans that respect the agency of program participants. This work is at the core of our agency's mission and aligns with my vision of the future of DHS to become a true partner in people's journeys towards stability, self-sufficiency, and placing them in the lead to achieve their goals. Before highlighting the success of the pilot, I would like to provide a brief overview of its structure, referral process, and interventions. Students with 15 full day of unexcused absences are referred to the program by DC Public Schools. Schools were staggered into the pilot program into 3 phases and participated in pre-referral meetings with DHS to receive a technical walkthrough on the referral process. Prior to referring students, school must document their attempt to resolve attendance barriers and provide support to the students through a student support team meeting. Once a student is referred, DHS works diligently to contact families through phone, email, and text. Having a persistent approach to outreach and engagement has been helpful in connecting with families. DHS made successful contact with families within 10 days, and our no-contact rate remained below 10%. Families were receptive to our approach, which includes truancy education, an overview of attendance history, a review of the legal requirements of school attendance, an evaluation of barriers to school attendance, and an opportunity to receive case management services. While case management is optional and voluntary, most families accept these services. Case managers assess a family's strengths, challenges, and needs. They work with students on attendance improvement, provide school-based support, meet with students and their families weekly or biweekly, visit them in school, in person in school, at home, or in the community. Case managers also check school attendance weekly and track how well strategies and resources are working to improve school attendance. I'm pleased to share with the Committee of the Whole and members of the community the first year's results and outcomes of the Truancy Reduction Pilot Program. The program has had measurable impact and provided valuable services to students, their families, and schools throughout the District of Columbia. In the first year of the pilot program, 480 students were referred from 5 DC public schools participating in the pilot. Those schools were KIPP, DC Legacy, Prep Academy, Eastern High School, Anacostia, HD Woodson, and Digital Pioneers. DHS successfully engaged with and provided truancy education to 92% of the referred students and their families. 180 families accepted case management services, with 102 families completing case management services in the first year of the program. As a result of our engagement, approximately 50% of students increased their attendance, many within 90 days, and 83% of students improved their overall behavioral functioning. To further illustrate this work, I would like to share a brief story of a student participating in the pilot. Brianna, we'll call her Brianna, she was referred to DHS for truancy, and her family accepted case management services. Upon Brianna's assessment, her case manager learned that she was involved in a physical altercation with a peer. After the incidents, Brianna received multiple threats with intent to cause significant harm. As a result, Brianna stopped attending school for fear of her safety. Brianna's case manager assisted the family with contacting the school's administration to request a student safety plan meeting and coordinated with the school's placement office to facilitate the school's safety transfer. We're happy to share that Brianna has transferred and successfully enrolled in a new school where she feels significantly safer and continues to attend school regularly. Brianna has also demonstrated improvement in her global functioning via improved CAFE score. In addition, she appears more emotionally stable and reported reduced anxiety about her safety. The Truancy Reduction Program continues into its second year, where we'll be supporting an additional 5 schools: Friendship Tech Prep Academy, KIPP, DC College Prep, Cesar Savage Public Charter School, Cardozo, and Dunbar High School. In addition to Kramer Middle School, Kramer Middle School will join as its first middle school to participate in the pilot. DHS has partnered with Kramer Middle School for 3 years to co-locate past intensive case management services at the school. The results of this partnership has been encouraging, improving the in-seat attendance rate for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. In year 2 of the pilot, we will phase in school participation with 2 new schools joining in December, 2 more schools joining in January, and we'll welcome our last school in February of 2026. The work is intensive and requires additional resources to respond to the request for chronic absenteeism and truancy support. A key focus in year 2 is staffing the program at appropriate levels to continue its expansion in additional schools and provide case management services to former participating families who have requested support beyond the end of the academic year. In closing, we know that a multitude of factors impact school attendance and reason for truancy are unique to each student and their family. DHS remains committed to providing supportive services and resources that improve student skills, amplify their strength, and mitigate challenges. We will continue to enhance and refine the program to address students' needs and the complexity of issues. I would also like to take this time to thank the incredible Youth Services Division at DHS for their tremendous work with launching and implementing this pilot program in its early successes. And thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to provide this update of the truancy reduction pilot program. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Peer. Ms. Trice?
Thank you, and good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and members of the community. I am Tanya Torres Trice, and I'm proud to serve as the acting director of DC Child and Family Services Agency, or CFSA. I'm joined today, while not at the table, but by Joseph Osiki, who leads the Educational Neglect Triage Unit in the Office of Hotline and Investigations at CFSA. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on CFSA's ongoing efforts to address chronic absenteeism and support schools across the district in improving attendance. A child's success depends on the collective commitment of multiple systems working together to meet their needs. This is especially true for children involved in the child welfare system, for whom educational stability is a key predictor of long-term well-being. By strengthening collaboration between CFSA and educational bodies across the district, we can ensure that every child has the support they need to thrive. CFSA continues to partner with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, DC Public Schools, and the DC Public Charter School Board to develop the school year 25-26 operational guide for all local educational agencies. This crucial document outlines the procedures that DC Public Schools, public charter schools, private schools, and CFSA will follow in response to concerns about students ages 5 to 13 who accumulate 10 or more unexcused absences. Our partnership goes beyond developing guidance. It is built on close, regular collaboration. We continue to hold monthly check-in meetings with representatives from DCPS and DCPCSB to discuss attendance, data reporting figures, and the impact the operational guidance has on educators' efforts to mitigate attendance issues for the district's students and families. We continue to hold open office hours on a weekly basis where school staff from any LEA can ask questions about educational neglect reporting and the investigation process. This consistent communication ensures that we can identify and address challenges proactively. I'm beyond happy to report that in June 2025, CFSA launched its new comprehensive child welfare information system called Stronger Together Against Abuse and Neglect DC, or STAND. The system fully integrates the educational neglect reporting process into a single unified platform. This is a significant improvement from previous years where CFSA had to rely on a two-system approach and manually enter every referral into our legacy system. To ensure our educational partners were ready to use this system, Joseph Osiki and his team led a summer outreach series focused on STAND for DCPS and DCPCS school users. This training covered registration, the mandated reporter form, and the STAND dashboard. Recognizing that any new system presents challenges, we also connected with all DCPS and DCPCS schools to identify points of contact and extend ongoing support throughout this school year. Each year, we gather feedback from the schools to incorporate into our practice, and this past school year was no different. Our school partners specifically asked for real-time access to the referrals that they've made. In response, we built a feature into STAND that provides a real-time list of all educational neglect referrals a school has submitted, including the status of each referral and the name of the assigned CFSA social worker, if applicable. This is a major upgrade from our previous email-based automated system. Additionally, to ease reporting workloads for schools and based on their feedback, we now allow them to report sibling groups in a single referral. Previously, schools were required to report each student individually, which was very time-consuming. These updates promote greater transparency and efficiency across our collaboration. This summer, CFSA worked closely with the Department of Human Services to prepare for the upcoming truancy reduction pilot program at Kramer Middle School, scheduling to launch this fall. This initiative is a collaborative effort among DCPS, DCPCS, DHS, and CFSA to support families once a student reaches the unexcused absence threshold. CFSA has provided continued support and assistance in building a strong referral pathway for this pilot program to the Educational Neglect Triage Unit. For school year 24 through 25, we received 7,857 educational neglect reports. Of these, 7,432 were screened out. 184 were screened in for investigation, and 52 investigations resulted in a substantiated finding of educational neglect. It is important to note that a screened out referral does not mean that a child and family did not receive support. During the screen out process, every single referral receives the same level of care and attention. A CFSA educational neglect worker reviews a referral, conducts outreach to the school and family, completes a comprehensive history review, and takes any necessary action to resolve attendance issues and/or to determine if a child welfare response is warranted. To provide further insight into the screened out data, the top five reasons for a referral being screened out include: they do not rise to the level of allegations of educational neglect per the legal definition. The triage unit were able to resolve the issue. School interventions had not been exhausted. There was a current CFSA involvement, or family was out of jurisdiction. Since the implementation of the educational neglect unit in 2012, a very small number of reports have resulted in a substantiated finding of educational neglect. Despite this, CFSA continues to provide supportive resources to children and families who do not rise to the level of educational neglect. As part of our comprehensive child and family well-being system, CFSA collaborates with various community-based organizations to provide essential support services, including educational supports through our collaboratives, the Family Success Centers, and the 211 Warm Line. In addition to monitoring calls to the hotline and the educational neglect portal, CFSA also monitors calls to the 211 Warm Line for educational support requests. This past fiscal year, the 211 Warm Line received 45 education-specific calls and were able to connect residents to community resources. Call agents responded to inquiries about OSSI grants, summer camps with a focus on technology and STEM, and educational opportunities like home health aid and training and GED programs. In each case, CFSA's resources were provided and no follow-up was required. CFSA will continue to partner with the educational cluster to support efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism, aligning our role with cases that warrant child welfare intervention. Our overall goals are the same. We believe children should be in school, and we will continue to be a strong partner in the district's efforts to reduce absenteeism. We understand that addressing chronic absenteeism demands a comprehensive, multi-pronged strategy and strong collaboration across all sectors. We look forward to strengthening our cross-system partnerships to enhance attendance outcomes and reduce educational neglect for children and families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Weiser.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Weiser, and I am the Deputy Attorney General for the Public Safety Division at the Office of the Attorney General. Thank you for inviting OIG to participate in this conversation. As you know, OIG is committed to keeping our community safe and improving outcomes for district children and families. Regular school attendance improves public safety and is essential for the development of happy, healthy, independent children. However, the district struggles with chronic absenteeism and truancy. Our children should be running eagerly to school every day, but instead, 3 in 10 school-age kids during the 23-24 school year were truant. This is unacceptable. Solving the chronic absenteeism and truancy crisis requires better district-wide coordination and programming, ideally through a centralized agency and with a focus on programming and interventions that work. Since 2020, OIG has generally declined to formally prosecute truant teenagers or parents of school-aged children. That practice aligns with the citywide recognition that criminalizing truancy does not lead to improved school attendance. The criminal and juvenile justice systems are not designed to address the root causes of truancy or the barriers that frequently prevent children from regular school attendance, and indeed are likely to make them far worse. Additionally, our court system cannot support the vast volume of truancy referrals we are currently seeing. Instead, and when appropriate, OAG refers students and families to resources that can effectively and timely address the root causes and assist children in attending school daily. This path makes sense when we consider the underlying causes of truancy. For teenagers, the barriers to attendance are complex, and they range from supporting siblings at home to concerns about school safety, all of which impacts engagement. Students commonly avoid school when they have fallen behind or fear they will experience violence on their commute. Families may be facing multiple challenges like housing or food insecurity, lack of transportation, domestic violence, and mental illness and substance use disorders. Therefore, OAG prioritizes linking families to programs that assist in getting students back in school rather than utilizing prosecutorial authority. The lack of a unified agency for processing truancy referrals plays a large part in the continuing crisis. Our multi-tiered referral system and reliance on the federal court, social services division results in lengthy processing delays and does not allow for contemporaneous intervention, which we know is critical to disrupt cycles of school avoidance. For teenage students, those aged 14 to 17, we receive referrals from CSSD only after CSSD receives the initial referral from schools, which is usually 14 days after absences have accrued. These referrals, as you know, are commonly referred to as PINS truancy cases. This process is often time-consuming and marked by lengthy delay. Indeed, we often receive the referral months after the initial behavior occurred. For example, none of the approximately 700 current cases that we have identified as needing intervention are from this current school year. Even when the system is working at its most efficient pace, several days or weeks have passed since the original referral from DCPS to Court Social Services to the Office of the Attorney General. Critical opportunities for intervention are swallowed up by process and delay. Once we screen matters and identify children who would benefit from intervention, we refer them to programs designed to help young people engage with school. In keeping with the 2020 Juvenile Justice Advisory Group recommendation, OAG primarily refers to community-based programs, such as the Department of Human Services ACE program and the PASS program, and the Department of Behavioral Health's Intensive Care Coordination program. In addition to the timeliness of referrals, another challenge is program capacity. For many of the referrals we receive, there is not adequate space in current programs to support the need. DHS's cap for OAG truancy referrals is 55 per month. ACE currently accepts 15, and PASS will accept up to 40. While DBH has not set a monthly maximum, OAG tries to mirror DHS's capacity. And Mr. Chairman, I would just note that these updated numbers about capacity with regard to DHS are not in my written testimony, but we will edit the written testimony and incorporate these numbers that I've just testified to. As a result, we place cases that we believe should be referred to those programs on hold until a space is available while new referrals continue to come in. Right now, after screening CSSD referrals, OAG has 702 children on hold from school years 23-24 and 24-25. The district should have one agency process referrals and expand truancy prevention programs to ensure there is adequate capacity. OIG supports the council's efforts to streamline the process with direct referrals from schools to available truancy prevention programs. By eliminating the extra step of review by CSSD and OAG, we can connect children and families with support much more rapidly. For younger students, school referrals go to CFSA to be screened for educational neglect, or they can go to OAG when a child has 15 unexcused absences. Instead of criminally prosecuting the cases against parents of younger children, OAG launched its Addressing Truancy Through Engagement and Negotiated Dialogue, or ATTEND program, in 2019. Now the program serves as a prevention model for truancy, and since its establishment, we have grown ATTEND to 10 schools across wards 4, 7, and 8, including 8 DC public schools and 2 public charter schools that support kindergarten through 6th graders. In these schools, attendance counselors or administrators can refer a child to ATTEND after 5 days of missed school. Schools that do not participate in ATTEND may still refer families to OAG and can access the ATTEND mediation services. Through ATTEND, we've learned that it is most effective to address truancy promptly. In school year 23-24, OAG had 180 students and 138 families referred for mediation. Of those, more than 3/4 successfully completed mediation. Those mediations have taught us that the top barriers to attendance reported by families include housing, transportation, and the physical health of the child. By identifying and addressing these causes, the ATTEND program is producing positive outcomes for kids. ATTEND works. We provide immediate intervention when our partner schools identify a family in need. If the district is going to succeed in decreasing chronic absenteeism, criminal prosecution is not the answer. Instead, it requires increased investment in programs like ATTEND. We hope that this committee will use the lessons learned from ATTEND and create similar prevention programs that target elementary and middle school aged students and their families. This can serve as an off-ramp for CFSA referrals and a stopgap before too much time passes. While OAG manages ATTEND, we believe that rather than relying on a prosecutor's office to fill gaps in the system, truancy prevention is best addressed through other non-prosecutorial executive agencies. We have a strong partner in DCPS, and we know they are committed to our partnership and to prevention programming. The district must invest in and expand executive agency programs that meet the unique individualized needs of each family in crisis, particularly those with younger students who are not under the jurisdiction of CFSA. OAG uses intervention instead of prosecution to address truancy and chronic absenteeism. The district must commit funding to expand the capacity of existing programs, and the intervention must occur at the earliest opportunity. DC has been too late for too long. We should continue to move away from court involvement and toward direct referrals from schools to programs that have capacity. Putting the court and OAG in the middle of the referral process is a vestige of an outdated and ineffective system that simply causes delay. Thank you again for inviting us to speak on this important issue. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Is it Weezer?
It's Weezer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Tamira Roberson?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and everyone present today. My name is Tamira Roberson, and I serve as the Acting Director of the Family Court Social Services Division, CSSD, of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. And I am joined by the Clerk of the Superior Court, Sabrina Dempson. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the court to discuss CSSD's role in supporting the district's broader process to address truancy and the steps we are taking to strengthen coordination, accountability, and support for court-involved youth and families. CSSD is responsible for conducting risk assessments, making recommendations to judicial officers, and providing supervision and supportive services for court-involved youth, pretrial, and post-disposition when ordered to probation. Through balanced and restorative justice programming and partnerships with district agencies and community providers, CSSD works to reduce future court involvement by promoting accountability and positive youth development while advancing public safety and strengthening the confidence in the courts. Truancy remains a significant challenge affecting many students across the city, where barriers to regular attendance are both unique and complex. Our supervised youth report that common challenges to school attendance include safety concerns and neighborhood violence, limited childcare, negative school experiences such as bullying, and both physical and mental health challenges. CSSD reviews truancy referrals submitted electronically or in paper form for youth ages 14 to 17 in accordance with the statutory responsibilities and the requirements set forth in the District of Columbia municipal regulations. Under these regulations, schools must document all interventions attempted prior to making a referral. This includes verifying that unexcused absences were accurately recorded, that contact was made with the parent or guardian, that a student support team meeting was held, and that all school-based interventions were exhausted before referring the matter to CSSD and the Office of Attorney General. As part of our review, probation officers also check for any prior court involvement and assess the effectiveness of previous interventions. Once a determination is made, the outcome is communicated via email to both the referring school and the Office of the Attorney General. During the 24-25 school year, CSSD received 1,649 truancy referrals, 1,165 of which were recommended for petition and sent to the Office of the Attorney General. In the 24-25 school year, CSSD developed and implemented a comprehensive truancy business process and standard operating procedure to strengthen consistency, accountability, and timeliness in our case management. As part of this effort, CSSD established a 3-day processing standard for truancy referrals to ensure faster review and recommendation to the OAG. The new processes define staff responsibility, outline each stage of the referral workflow, and include quality assurance checkpoints to ensure accuracy and compliance with statutory requirements. These improvements have enhanced interagency coordination with DC Public Schools and public charter schools, increased transparency in tracking and reporting, and position CSSD to more effectively support timely intervention. CSSD also continues the use of school visits, a routine practice in juvenile probation used to monitor attendance, assess engagement, and collaborate with school staff and families as a proactive supervision tool to identify barriers to attendance, confirm appropriate interventions, and coordinate supports that promote consistent school participation and overall youth success. In closing, CSSD remains committed to fulfilling its statutory responsibilities and to working collaboratively with the DC Council, the Office of the Attorney General, DC Public Schools, and public charter schools to address chronic absenteeism and truancy. We also look forward to continuing our collective efforts to improve attendance, promote educational engagement, and support positive outcomes for all the youth in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberson. Thank you, each of you. Ms. Roberson, I don't have a copy of your statement. Can you provide that?
Absolutely, Chairman.
Thank you. And Ms. Weiser, I had a couple of questions for you. I have the wrong statement in front of me. Do you have capacity limits with attend?
We have capacity limits in as much as we are in 10 schools right now, Mr. Chairman, and we endeavor to be responsive to every referral we get from those 10 schools. And we anticipate that this year we will have about 200 referrals. Last year we had 155. The year before we had 138. So we're projecting an increase of about 29% this school year.
So the capacity limit is the number of schools?
Yes, sir. There are circumstances where other schools that are not identified as our attend partner schools can also refer directly to us if a young child has missed 14 days of school. We have some referrals that come from our public charter schools that
Sure, but what I'm getting at is that you commented that ACE and PASS have capacity limits, and
Yes.
so that leads me to ask whether attend has capacity limits.
Not in the same way, no.
And what's the cost of attend, or where is it within the OAG budget?
The cost right now, our budget for attend in the 10 schools is around 1.1 million. And, part of as you know, Mr. Chairman, the biggest budget line item is staff. And then in addition to staff, we also hire mediators. We use several different resources for mediators that conduct the mediation.
That's part of the 1.1 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have 702 individuals who are on hold from the last 2 school years.
Now, that's the bucket of older children, Mr. Chairman, from the 14 to 17-year-olds. The 702
Sure.
that I've denoted are from referrals from court social services that come to OAG. That's correct.
Miss Pierre, so I figured out how I came up with my numbers. You were here earlier. So on page 11 of the report, it says of 480 referrals received, 409 families completed triage. So that's how I came up with 409. And then on page, actually, I didn't look this up, but somewhere in here, it said that 44% of parents requested case management. So that's how I came up with 44%. And then student attendance improved post DHS was 50%. So I took 50% of 44% and I get 22%.
And your 22% represents
Improvement in attendance.
overall for all the children who were referred to the program.
Yes.
That's the way that you're looking at it?
Yes.
Yeah, because close to 50% of the families accepted case management from those who received case management but I think our number from those who received case management is higher than what's the number that you?
Well, I'm looking at the report.
Yes, from the number, so we have about 44% of families who said yes to case management. From the families who said yes to case management, I think we have a higher number of improvement in attendance. We have about 50% who have improved their attendance, and then we have about 83% who've improved that KFIS score.
Well, on page 23 of the report, it says, as a whole, students whose families received truancy education but declined case management services or were reconnected to their primary provider did not improve their overall attendance.
Yes, so this is families who chose not to participate in case management, but for whom we were able to do truancy intervention, truancy education.
On the whole, they did not improve their overall attendance.
Yes.
So I still come up with 22% improve their attendance
Okay.
from the case
I
management.
think, yeah, but from the previous school year, right? So it's from the school year prior to the pilot
I'm
program.
only just relying on the.
No, I understand, but I'm just explaining to you to make sure that you understand, we're comparing from the previous school year, not necessarily from the school
Are
year.
you doing a follow-up with regard to the subsequent school year? No, I don't quite know how it works because this program is so new, but the students last year, I assume they're no longer getting case management.
Right, so most of the students last year are no longer receiving case management. As you know, the last schools that we onboarded later in the school year, so some of them continue to receive a little bit of case management in the summer, but that has ended now. So we are hoping at the end, or at least towards the end of this year, to compare the attendance records from the students who participated in the pilot program last year to their attendance record from this year, even if they were not receiving case management or truancy education, or they were not in our program for this year.
I think I understood what you said. So students who were in the program last year, you will be looking at their attendance this year.
Yes, that is our hope, yes.
Okay. Let me see if I have. You, in your testimony, you said that once a student is referred, DHS works diligently to contact families through phone, email, and text. DHS has made successful contact with families within 10 days, and our no contact rate remained below 10%.
Yes,
Okay, so I'll just use the number 10, even though you said below 10.
yes.
So what happened to those 10%?
We closed the case. I mean, after our diligent, attempt, again, 3 emails, 3 texts, and 3 attempts of home visit or in-person visits.
So they just drop off the system? Or if they're under 13, do they be referred to
If
CFSA?
they're under, yes, with our Kramer Middle School intervention, they would be referred to CFSA. Because that's the only school, that's the only middle school. All the other high schools would not receive a CFSA referral.
All right, so they do get referred to CFSA, which gets me to Ms. Trice. So at the beginning of the hearing, and I think you've been here all day,
I have.
so you get a gold star for that, even though I don't actually have any gold stars to hand out.
I don't want to.
You've been here all day?
I've been here all day.
Well, that's 2 gold stars. We'll have to print some up. At the beginning of the hearing, Councilmember Parker said that there are thousands of referrals to CFSA and that there are thousands, less like 50, that get kicked out. And the way he made it sound was, so Johnny gets referred to CFSA, no educational neglect, that's it, nothing, no services. Your testimony seemed to suggest that's not correct, that you do actually look at Johnny's situation, and even if you decide that doesn't appear to be educational neglect, you still provide some assistance. Is that correct?
That is correct. We look at every single referral and provide even if it doesn't rise to the level of educational neglect. We do have a unit of 8 who looks at every referral and tries to support the family where they're at. We had 215 families, for example, or children who went to our CFSA Engage unit. We had an additional 1,099 families who did not rise to the level of educational neglect, needed additional support. So that unit did support in connecting that family, those students to the support, whether it be transportation, clothing, maybe a issue with the school, who knows? It could be a variety of things, but it is not correct that CFSA does nothing to screen out referrals. We look at every single referral and provide supports and resources where we are able and investigate when abuse and neglect is apparent.
So I got the impression, I think listening to your testimony, but then thinking about what Councilmember Parker said, that you treat every referral as an education neglect referral, which requires an investigation, and that's incorrect.
That is correct. Only those that rise to the level of.
Correct that that's incorrect.
You are correct that that is incorrect. Only those that rise to the level of abuse or neglect are treated or go on to the investigative path. That is through our CPS social worker. So they would transition from the ed triage unit to an investigator, a licensed social worker. Those that do not rise to the level are triaged by the ed triage unit. And again, Joseph Osiki is right behind me. He and his team work for up to 4 days to make connection. They are pretty successful in connecting within typically 2 to 3 business days. If after those 4 days they don't get the information they need, they do transition it on to our Engage unit, to our team of family support workers who continue engagement. Or if they do engage and find that there are additional resources needed that are out of their bandwidth because they have to continue to invest to look at neglect referrals, the FSWs or the Engage unit continues on with the family, sometimes for 30 days, sometimes for 60 days. But again, in these cases, educational neglect is not there, but the family still needs support and resources, so we provide that.
Which I think is exactly the point. And the number that would be educational neglect would be small. I would expect that, but that's the whole point here, is that we're using truancy to identify whether there is significant dysfunction, I call it dysfunction, that needs to be addressed.
Yes, that is correct. The number is small, which it is smaller than it was last year. And the year before that, that is, in a way, a measure of success. It does not mean, again, I'd like to state, it does not mean CFSA is doing nothing with those that we screen out. To rise to the level of educational neglect, do we have to look at the parent's action or inaction as it relates to sending and making sure their child aged 5 to 13 is in school? That is a very small number.
You mentioned some other statistics. Could you follow up after the hearing with sending us a more detailed, I guess, the statistics on what's happening with all these referrals?
Absolutely. I can send you a breakdown of every single screened out report.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
the other question I have is, I remember this from last year, or CFSA holds open office hours on a weekly basis for school staff to call. How many calls do you get?
Please let me turn around and ask Joseph for that number. Thank you. He said it varies from week to week, but he's open to that. And again, his team worked very hard this summer. Go
Well,
ahead.
how well do schools know that they can do this? Because the complaint that we hear is that the school sends a referral to CFSA and then they hear nothing.
Yes, so hopefully we've remediated that. That changed a few years back with our own response, and our schools are able to go into our our system and track the progress of their referral right now. Versus last year when we had our legacy system, they were only receiving updates when it was submitted, and it was closed out essentially. So it'd be an automated response. Now they can go into the system anytime, 24/7, as long as they register as a user, which we also changed. Any school personnel can register as a user and track the status of their referral. So we hope that we will receive that feedback, but are open. If schools have any further recommendations for their ability to see where their referral is at.
One other question.
Sure.
So there was testimony at some point toward the end of the hearing about how burdensome it is to fill out the paperwork for these referrals. Now, I remember that from a few years ago. And when I say a few years ago, no, it wasn't the Civil War. It was within the last decade. But that CFSA was making a point of making the referral easier. I want to say 1 page. So since then, did things slip backwards and now you're trying to make it easier?
I am happy to report again with our stand system. It is much easier. It is streamlined. There are less clicks. We are not trying to make it burdensome for school personnel. We understand and recognize they have a job and is to educate, but they also have a mandated reporting responsibility, and we don't want our paperwork or our system to be a burden to them. So we do not believe it's burdensome. We believe that the stand, and I'd be happy to show anyone who's interested in seeing the process to refer is not as burdensome as it has been in the past. It is, again, built from their feedback along the way, and hope that we have remediated, again, some of that burden from the school staff.
Thank you. So you'll follow up with that data?
Yes, I will.
Councilmember Lewis George?
Thank you. Director Pierre, in your testimony, you mentioned that some schools were staggered into the pilot and had to complete, I guess, the pre-referral meetings before DHS could engage. I think the report shows that most referrals didn't come until about late spring, which I think is long after students hit that 15 unexcused absences. What exactly caused those delays, and sort of what is the data, school readiness, or agent communication, and how will that be different this year so families can get help earlier?
So the schools were delayed not because of any school readiness, because it was a pilot program. So we needed to make sure that we had appropriate staffing. We wanted to make sure that we staggered the opening of each school. So that was the reason for the phased approach of opening each schools. So all of the schools that had been identified in the summer before the previous year, so those schools receive more than likely reach out at the same time, and then we had planned to stagger the schools opening based on our ability to be in the school, learn a little bit, hire appropriately, and so forth.
Got it. So will DHS sort of set a clear expectation that referrals for the future must be made within a set time frame after 15 unexcused absences and sort of publicly track which schools meet that standard?
Yes, so even for the schools that we brought in later in the year, we started receiving referrals right away because some kids had
Gotcha.
already gotten to 15 days. So so the schools were not necessarily not like waiting for us to be
Right.
onboarded because there were kids who already had 15 days of absences. What happened though is that's because some of the kids, for some of the last school we brought in later in the school year. So by the time we got a referral was made towards the end of the school year. So for those particular kids, it was difficult to do any type of meaningful engagement that would have reversed their truancy rate. But some of those students, we were able to kind of continue to work with them in the summer, get them ready for the school year, and then we provided sort of kind of boosters case management in the beginning of the school year that now has ended.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. The pilot had 19 case manager positions, but it looks like only 9 were filled. You're now expanding to 6 additional schools. How will DHS fill those vacancies before scaling up? And sort of what's the realistic timeline to get those positions on board?
Thanks. That's a very good question. So now 9 out of the 12 positions that were funded for last year were filled. Obviously, everybody knows we had a hiring freeze in the summer that sort of kind of like delayed everything. So now we're still in the process of hiring for an additional 10 positions, not all case managers, a combination of analysts, supervisors, and so forth. So while we have this year, the only additional school that we have so far is Kramer Middle School. So we have planned to bring in additional schools, but that schedule may change based on our ability to hire.
Yeah.
So we're looking at very targeted hiring practices, really maybe looking at hiring fairs for case managers, but that schedule could be delayed based on having staff on board.
Yeah. I just want us to be, realistic about that as we, look to the future. So I appreciate that and remain hopeful that you all will be, diligent and do your very best to hire up as much as quickly as you can. What caseload size is DHS aiming for per case manager, and sort of what's that current average right now across pilot schools?
1 through 17.
Okay, got it. The report notes 37 families that DHS, I guess, couldn't reach. Those are, I guess, no contact cases. What happened with those families? Sort of did you all eventually re-engage, or how are you making sure that families who don't respond the first time aren't just written off?
So thank you for the question, because I wanted to clarify my answer to the chairman earlier. So then that information gets sent back to the schools because we continue to communicate with the schools. And my understanding is that then the schools make their referrals to OAG, so they go back to the regular process and then they may come back to.
They may come back, or they go back to the schools originally.
They may go back to the schools.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Question: did DHS find any patterns among those cases of those 37 families? Like, was there like inaccurate contact info? Were there language barriers? Or families distrust of government outreach? Sort of what if anything did you ascertain from those families, and were any changes made to really address that?
So did we just could not get in contact with them, so we never talked to them.
Okay.
So that's so less than 10% of the families we referred, we just had no contact. So we tried in all of our systems, we did home visit and so forth. So we just never were able to make contact.
And make that, okay, understood. About the half the families who were offered case management accepted it, which is great, which is promising. But it also means, I guess, half didn't. Has DHS looked into who's saying no? Are there trends by ward, by income, or language? Sort of, what are the trends that we're seeing for the half that didn't, that can sort of help us inform us of what we need to do better?
So that can be another area that we can look at more closely this year.
Yeah.
I don't think that we looked at the data in that way, but but we can definitely slice the data and make the analysis.
Awesome.
In future reports.
We're just thinking like across border language or income, like that's a way for us to see sort of what we can do to help connecting more equitably across the city if we see some of those trends. So happy to, if you guys, see any trends to look into those things. Ms. Weiser. I'm just playing Ms. Weiser. It's good to see you. This was my former supervisor, Phil, and she's going to tell you that I was an amazing staff attorney.
It's true, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks. Phil said I'm higher now. Thank you. See, references are great. You testified that roughly 530 truancy cases are on because DHS and DBH don't have capacity to take them. How long are families typically waiting for services once they are referred?
I don't know how long it takes for families to get into programming with DHS or DBH. What I know is that we have referrals from court social services from school year 23-24 and school year 24-25. 702 of them who have not been placed yet.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. I think you all have been clear that a 10 shouldn't live at a prosecutor's office long term. What is your timeline for transferring a 10 to an executive agency? And what specific steps, sort of MOU, staffing transfers, budget reprogramming, statutory tweaks are needed to execute that without interrupting services?
I asked the Attorney General that question this morning. What I understand from him is that we are committed to keeping a 10 at OAG for now, and that, we are not looking to expand quickly, but that we are committed certainly through FY26 to keeping a 10. We are very proud of the fact that we created this pilot program that works. And we have an incredibly devoted staff who bends over backwards to make sure that they are in schools every week and that they are in parents' homes almost every day, making sure that they can be responsive to families' needs. And so we are reluctant to let that go, but we also appreciate that it's a pilot program.
That's right.
And we would love to work with the council and with the executive to determine where in the future a 10 should live. But for right now, we're very happy to keep a 10 where it is.
Got it. So that means you all sort of haven't started working on like a transition plan as of yet.
That's correct.
Okay. That's good news. Families screened out by CFSA often don't get connected to services. What is your proposal for an automatic handoff of screened out families into non-court supports like ACE, PASS, community providers, so they aren't lost in the system?
I mean, I think the immediacy of the referral is what matters. And I think, building relationships and starting the process in schools. And we heard from so many great educators today who are completely connected with their school population and quickly identifying children and families that were struggling. And I think it has to begin with our schools.
Yeah.
And the schools have to be appropriately staffed with attendance counselors who can really dive deep and figure out what's going on with their school population. And then they need to have access to a referral process that is streamlined too. And so the way it works now, and it's no fault of either the public schools or court social services or OAG, but the structure is one of delay. And kids and families are waiting for help and they're not getting it in a timely fashion. And we know from the ACE pilot and we know from OAG's Attend program that the swifter we get services and connection for families and kids, the outcomes are better.
Yeah. Thank you. And a special thank you to your staff who works with the Attend program. Thank you for all the amazing work you all are doing. Director Trice, it's good to see you. While I'm enjoying oversight over DPR, I do miss working with you and your team. Can you talk about the limitations CFSA and social workers experience when intervening in attendance matters, given the threat of substantiated finding of educational neglect and the possibility of a child being removed?
It's great to see you as well. It is the threat, what we see is, by and large, parents want their children to go to school. Again, we see a very, very small, 52 this last school year, of parents were held responsible for not sending their children to school. So we see though, and what we're running up against is they have tangible needs. They have transportation needs. They at times are unhoused, and it is on us as a city to collectively support those families. Again, the small number doesn't reflect our work in trying to support the families. It reflects those that actually rise to the level of educational neglect.
Right. And I know one of the things we worked on over the last several years was emphasizing the work CFSA and social workers do when educational neglect referrals are screened out. And I know you've talked about it at length. Has CFSA made any recent changes to its processes for addressing screened out cases? And if so, what are they? And why were those changes made?
I don't know that we have not made any recent changes this last school year as much as we've made investments in prevention, and we are addressing the family's needs in our preventative efforts.
Got it. Do you think home visiting is an effective tool to identify or remedy educational neglect?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And finally, you know where I stand on this, but I want to give you further opportunity to elaborate on whether poverty or neglect is a driving cause of students missing school.
Yes, at times poverty is an indicator of missing school, and we see that through many of our referrals that come into our portal.
Yeah. And as we look to tackling this question of truancy and making sure our students are in school, which I believe everybody on this panel want our children in school, and everybody is working extremely hard, and you all really are the front lines, and you do the hard work. What can we be doing as a council to support you all more in coming to the solutions that need to happen for our students to be in school? And that gets to anybody on the panel.
I'll start. Again, prevention efforts. By the time they get to our agencies, they have been through several systems, and not going to say we failed them, but I am going to say that there are several opportunities, just as there are opportunities for us to collaborate differently and to enhance our communication amongst our clusters.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, for us,
let them finish though.
Yes.
Yeah. At DHS, we are very pleased with the preliminary results of the pilot program. We want to continue to assess, what's working, what's not working. At least, although we are going in year 2 with phasing other schools, we still will have now a full year with the schools that we onboarded last year. So we are, looking forward to continue to assess the results of the pilot program.
Great, thank you.
For CSSD, I think we would agree with the position that more investment in early intervention helps, but then also continuing to have the conversations at each of our respective agencies and divisions to ensure that we're having meaningful dialogue about how do we improve the outcomes.
Absolutely.
I think for OAG, we would love an opportunity to engage with the council and with the executive about talking about a way to make a centralized place where truancy referrals could go, right? So that we're not bifurcated in the way we are now, so that we're not dealing with the little ones and the big ones in separate buckets.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be beautiful if we could have one place where we are all curious about why kids are truant and solve the problem in a way that we can immediately then refer kids and families to the places that they need. And so from OAG's perspective, we would love to take part in a conversation about centralizing and streamlining the system.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panelists, for sticking around all day. I'll jump right in. We heard a lot today about the truancy reduction pilot program. Director Pierre, could you speak to what specific family barriers did DHS identify that most often occur in Ward 7 and 8?
So I don't have the data but Councilmember Louis George mentioned that it would be good to be able to have the data by specific wards around the families who said yes to case management. But we do have the preliminary reasons why families are saying, or identify reasons for not for why their children are truant.
Thank you. And I know the purpose of the program is to tackle truancy. Could you speak to if there's any desire to expand the pilot program after the first year?
So yeah, so we are expanding an additional 5 schools this year.
How is DHS case managers collaborating with school attendance counselors to ensure a continuation in services once DHS case is closed?
So we continue, we have a very strong relationship with the schools that where the truancy pilots are. So we continue to have a very close, conversation, keep the attendance, the LEAs involved. When case closed, we continue to talk to DCPS. When we are not able to make contact with families, we do send a report to DCPS so they know what happens after referrals is sent to us.
Copy. The pilot program, could you speak to what metrics you guys use to evaluate the success of the pilot program?
So we use a KFIS score that measures improvement in 7 domains in the life of a young person. We use also academic improvement. We use behavioral improvement, as well as obviously attendance records.
My Ward 4 colleague, Janice Lewis-George, spoke about staffing. I just want to follow up on that. Given the pilot staffing limitations, how will DHS sustain case management if the program scales to other high truancy wards?
So we have an aggressive recruitment strategy. We are hopeful that based on if our ability to meet our targets, we're able to open or scale or phase in the additional 5 schools based on, I think what I've mentioned in my testimony, 2 schools in December, 2 schools in January, another schools in February. If needed, if we're not able to bring in the staff, we may have a different plan. So maybe 1 school in December. It's important for us to be able to have the staff to be in a school. If somehow something were to happen and we could not onboard or hire more people, that we would have to communicate a different plan for year 2.
Thank you. Director Trice, DCPS reported that over 4,600 CFS referrals were made specifically as it relates to educational neglect last year. Most of those referrals impacted Ward 7 and 8 students. Could you speak to what percentage of these cases resulted in family support services versus punitive outcomes?
Sure, I can. I will provide that in the breakdown of all of the screened out referrals previously asked by Chairman Mendelson. But I can share some of arbitrarily the services. We connect to our community collaboratives, our family success centers. Sometimes we connect to our Mayor Services Liaison Office. Sometimes we connect to DHS, DBH. It just depends on the family needs. We do not take a punitive approach. We take a holistic approach and look at the family system and their needs.
Thank you. And just to follow up, how does CFSA differentiate between chronic absenteeism caused by families, instability, compared to willful neglect?
Action or inaction of parent. So if a parent is keeping their child home because they are substance addicted to a substance and can't wake up in the morning to take them to school, it's very different than a parent who is unhoused and don't have the means to get their child to school or hasn't yet picked up their kids ride free card. Action or inaction of parent, how it affects their academic overall progress. So we do have students who do miss 10 days. They are performing poorly educationally. So again, we look at the parent, we look at the overall academic progress of the student, and also weigh heavily on the school to give their feedback on each individual child referred.
Now, has CFSA identified trends among families repeatedly receiving referrals in the areas of educational neglect?
We do look at our data in different ways, and we do look at it by ward. And trends we see, some of the trends that we've heard here today is in that Ward 7 and 8 do have our highest referral source. We do pay attention to those trends, and it's also then where we put our prevention dollars by way of collaboratives and family success centers, and we hope, again, while it's a small effort, it's not small, their efforts are large, but when we have small dollars, that we would think impact by putting them in communities of need.
You mentioned the word prevention. Segue into my next point. Could you speak to what new early prevention or outreach efforts are being implemented to reduce the need for formal CFSA involvement?
Yes, I would love to take this opportunity to talk about the two. It is newly launched, it's been almost 2 years now. It is a citywide call center, but it is a call center that connects DC residents to supports and resources in the community so that every single call doesn't have to come to CFSA. Not that we don't and won't be there to investigate abuse or neglect, but that we should not just have one center or one agency investigating issues and matters around poverty or matters of need. To center I heard earlier, the educators said that she wished she had a place where she could call in the services and direct connect to the services. She does, and it's a tool.
Now, I'm pretty sure each of the panelists have heard of a situation in which you have a student that requires multiple government interaction. Could you speak to how CFSA collaborates with DHS and DCPS when the same family appears across multiple systems?
Sure, we do have data sharing, so we are aware and we do meet quite regularly. Quite rarely with the fellow agencies, as does my team. Again, this will be very important, especially as resources dwindle, that we are effectively communicating and not overburdening families. So in addition to limited resources, we don't want to be coming at families 10 different ways with 10 different approaches. We want to do what's best for them, but also have a unified approach.
Thank you. Deputy Attorney General Weezer, I'm sorry. Could you speak to, well, I see that the OAG receives truancy referrals for youth who have with over 25 unexcused absences. Can you speak to how many of these cases originate from Ward 7 schools?
Mr. Felder, I don't have the breakdown of the referrals. I actually have a breakdown by school, but I am happy to provide you with that information tomorrow when I can compile it appropriately.
Thank you. And does the OAG track whether court involvement improves or worsens attendance outcomes for our youth?
Well, we have not been prosecuting children for truancy for a number of years, and so I don't have any data on outcomes, recent outcomes, because we do not prosecute PINS truancy cases at all at the Office of the Attorney General. We exercise our discretion to not prosecute those cases. You well know, and I know the chairman knows, that the children who we see in the delinquency system often have truancy problems too. And so those matters are addressed through the delinquency system and the court through court social services and other service providers.
Could you speak to if there are restorative justice or diversion programs tailored to students with chronic truancy in Ward 7 and 8?
I am not aware of any restorative justice programs, although I bet there are probably some at the schools in Ward 7 and 8. There are a lot of restorative justice programming in school. So I bet there are some, but I can't speak to any directly.
And I don't want to get cut off by the chairman like my Ward 4 colleagues. I'll just wrap up with one final question.
Sure.
And similar to my question to Director Strauss, how does the OAG collaborate with DHS and CFSA to ensure youth are not criminalized for circumstances deeply rooted in poverty or trauma?
When we receive referrals for teenage children who are truant, we refer those children who we don't screen out. We do screen out some children if they are for example, involved in another system, like if they're in the delinquency system or the abuse and neglect system, we don't then pursue services for them. But if it's a purely truant young person, we would refer those cases to the Department of Human Services, to their ACE program or their PASS program, or the Department of Behavioral Health to their ICC program.
I have 300 more questions that I'm gonna save for the performance oversight hearing. I will come prepared, but I
We look
appreciate your
forward to your
time.
questions. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How many more questions do you have?
300.
Curiously round number, okay. I don't have any other hearings, any other questions for you, so I want to thank all of you for your attendance. Ms. Trice, I have to say that I am pleasantly reacting to your testimony. A year ago, CFSA was much more grumpy about this issue. And I really think there's a role to help these families and not in a punitive way. And that's what I heard from you. So I appreciate that.
And I appreciate
And
your
that's not
feedback.
to take away from any of the rest of you, but the rest of you weren't grumpy last year. So, although I don't think it was you yourself last year.
It was my first one in front of you.
Well, then
That
it
was
was the year.
okay.
We had 2 hearings last year.
Yes, you did.
Yes. So the first one, I think you weren't at.
Fair. And I appreciate your feedback.
Okay. Thank you. As I said at the beginning, the record's open for 2 weeks. The time is 8:04 p.m. Thank you again, and this hearing's adjourned.